Hello guys, welcome back to my channel. Today's topic is super exciting. As you saw in the title, what if Deku had the ultimate copy quirk and kept every power forever? So before we begin, make sure to hit that subscribe button, smash the like button, and comment your thoughts down below. Now let's jump straight into this epic fanfiction. Chapter 1. The Echo in the Empty Hall. The world was made of sounds Izuku Midoriya could not hear. Not with his ears. Those worked fine, catching the distant hum of Aldera Junior High's heating system, the scuff of his own worn red shoes on the linoleum, the muffled laughter from classrooms where he did not belong. No, the silence was deeper. A hollow space inside his chest where a quirk should have been. AF. Fundamental note missing from the symphony of humanity. 14 years old. 14 years of X-rays showing the extra joint in his pinky toe. The doctor's apologetic smile, his mother's tears that never quite dried. 14 years of notebooks filled with the colors and shapes of other people's songs, while his own hands remained stubbornly, devastatingly mute. He rounded the corner, his backpack heavy with the weight of 3 new hero analysis volumes. The hallway ahead was empty, the final bell having rung 20 minutes ago. He liked it this way. The absence of pointed fingers and whispered labels. Quirkless, Deku. Useless, was a relief so tangible it felt like a kind of power itself. A shout fractured the quiet. Not a playful shout. This was raw, edged with a cruelty that made Izuku's stomach clench. It came from the side corridor leading to the utility yard. Katsuki Bakugo's voice. Think you're better than me, extra. Ha! Izuku's feet moved before his mind could protest. They always did. It was a compulsion, a pull towards the epicenter of conflict. Analyst's brain whirring even as his body trembled. He pressed himself against the cold cinderblock wall, peering around the edge. The scene was ugly in its familiarity. Bakugo stood, hands in his pockets, but the familiar, sharp scent of nitroglycerin sweat already tanged the air. 2 of his lackeys flanked a smaller boy from Class B, a kid with thin, bark-like skin, a minor hardening quirk. The boy's notebook lay in a muddy puddle, pages bleeding ink. And no, Bakugo, I just said your attack style against sludge types is reckless. I didn't. Smash. The explosion was a controlled burst, just enough to splash filthy water up into the boy's face and scorch the cover of the notebook. The boy yelped, stumbling back. My analysis is perfect, Bakugo growled, advancing a step. You don't get to have an opinion. Your background noise. Izuku's breath hitched. His own notebooks, filled with far more detailed, more critical analyses of countless heroes, including Bakugo, felt like they were burning a hole in his bag. He should leave. He should run. Every instinct for self-preservation screamed it. But the boy looked so scared. And the notebook in the puddle, it looked like one of his own. His foot scraped against the floor. Bakugo's head snapped around. Crimson eyes, predatory and sharp, locked onto him. A slow, venomous smile spread across his face. Well, look what the trash dragged in. The 2 lackeys grinned. The hardening boy just looked at the ground, shame and relief warring on his face. Kaken, Izuku stammered, the childhood nickname slipping out. The teachers are still. What? Still here. So go tell them. Bakugo turned his full attention away from the other boy, who immediately scuttled back. Forgotten. The true prey had been identified. Go on, Deku. Run and cry to someone who cares. Izuku stood his ground. It wasn't bravery. It was a kind of paralysis. The fear so total it rooted him in place. Just leave him alone. Bakugo's smile vanished. He walked forward, his steps deliberate, each one a punctuation mark in the tense silence. He stopped inches from Izuku, close enough for Izuku to see the faint smoke curling from his palms. You giving me orders now? Quirkless wonder. His voice dropped to a low, dangerous whisper. You think you're a hero. You think you can stand there and tell me what to do. Izuku's mouth was desert dry. He couldn't speak. Bakugo's hand shot out, not to hit, but to grip the strap of Izuku's backpack. He yanked it hard, sending Izuku stumbling. The bag tore open, and its contents vomited onto the floor. Pencils, erasers, and 3 pristine, handwritten notebooks, volumes 11, 12, and 13. One of the lackeys whistled. Still writing those creepy stalker books, Deku. Bakugo scooped up volume 13. He flipped it open, his eyes scanning a page. It was a detailed breakdown of Kamui Wood's lacquered chain prison, with notes on tensile strength and potential weaknesses. Another page had sketches of best genist's fiber control. "You really are a loser," Bakugo muttered. But there was a new, more unstable note in his voice. A flicker of something that wasn't just contempt. It was irritation, the kind sparked by a puzzle he couldn't solve. Why someone so useless would pay so much attention, would see so much. He snapped the book shut. "You're not even a speck on the windshield. You're the bug that already got squashed. So why?" He held the notebook over his upturned palm, where a small, popping ignition sparked. "Do you keep pretending you can fly? Please." The word was a ghost from Izuku's lips. "Don't. You want it." Bakugo's eyes glinted. "Go on. Take it." He tossed the notebook into the air. Izuku reached for it. A desperate, clumsy lunge. Bakugo's other hand moved. Not an explosion. A sharp, open-palmed strike to Izuku's sternum, knocking the wind out of him. As Izuku doubled over, gasping, Bakugo caught the falling notebook. With a casual, contemptuous flick of his wrist, he sent it sailing through the open window of the classroom beside them. They all heard the distinct, final plunk as it landed in a fish tank. Bakugo leaned down, his breath hot in Izuku's ear. "Here's some free analysis, Deku. The only thing you'll ever be good for is taking notes on the real heroes. From the sidelines, where you belong." He straightened up, knocking Izuku's shoulder with his knee as he passed. "Let's go. He's not worth the sweat." The lackeys followed, one of T.H.M. kicking Izuku's spilled pencils in a skittering arc. Their footsteps faded. Silence rushed back in, thicker and heavier than before. The boy with the hardening quirk was gone. Izuku was alone, kneeling in the debris of his own things. The ache in his chest from Bakugo's blow a dull echo of the older, deeper ache inside. He gathered his pens. He stuffed the remaining notebooks back into his torn bag. His movements were mechanical, empty. The hallway seemed to stretch forever, a tunnel leading only to more of this. He walked to the classroom window and looked in. His notebook, the pages bloated with water, ink swirling into meaningless clouds, floated among the bewildered goldfish. A soggy tomb for months of observations, of dreams transcribed onto paper because they had nowhere else to go. He didn't cry. He was past that. This was just another Tuesday. The walk home was a blur of gray sidewalks and the distant, colorful flashes of quirks in use, a woman with telekinetically floating groceries. A man with fiery hair laughing with his friends. A world of music, and he was forever tone deaf. He took the longer route, past Takoba Municipal Beach. Or what was left of it. It had become a illegal dumping ground over the years, a mountain range of refrigerators, tires, and shattered furniture stretching into the sea. A monument to neglect. It suited his mood. He stood on the boardwalk, the salt wind pulling at his green hair. The sun was beginning to set, painting the rusted metal and polluted waves in shades of orange and bruised purple. Why? The question wasn't new, but today it had a sharper edge. Why get up? Why take notes? Why dream of a UA uniform when his body was a locked room and he'd lost the only key? A sound cut through his thoughts. Not from the beach, from the city behind him. A deep, percussive boom that vibrated in his teeth. Then the screams. Izuku turned. A plume of thick, black smoke was rising a few blocks away, downtown. Another explosion, this one followed by the tinkle of shattering glass. A villain attack. His legs were moving before he could think, the analyst overriding the victim. He ran towards the chaos, his torn backpack slapping against his side. He rounded a corner and skidded to a halt. Chaos was too small a word. It was a scene from a disaster film. A creature made of swirling, viscous green sludge, twice the size of a bus, was rampaging down the main street. It had embedded within it a terrifying array of stolen objects. A car bumper, a street sign, shards of glass that glittered like cruel jewels. And in the center of its amorphous body, contorted in a rictus of terror, was a face Izuku knew better than his own. Katsuki Bakugo. His eyes were wide, desperate, his mouth stretched in a silent screamer. The sludge forced itself down his throat. His hands sparked and popped, but the explosions were muffled, absorbed by the villain's liquid body. They were only making the villain thrash more violently, causing more collateral damage. Heroes were on the scene. Death Arms was there, pummeling the sludge with powerful blows that sank ineffectively into its form. Kamui Woods lashed out with branches, trying to pry the captive boy free. But the sludge just reformed. Backdraft was creating water barriers to contain the fight, but the villain was too big, too strong. They were holding the line, but they weren't saving him. They couldn't. Izuku stood frozen at the edge of the crowd, his blood turned to ice. Kaken. Asterisk. The boy who had made his life a living hell for a decade. The walking embered. A ment of everything Izuku was not, powerful, destined, sure. He was going to die. Right here, right now, choking on villainous muck in the middle of the street, his awesome quirk useless. Izuku should feel something. Satisfaction. Karma. He felt nothing. Just a vast, roaring emptiness. He saw Bakugo's eyes, those furious, proud, horrible eyes, scan the crowd of onlookers, over the heroes, searching for a way out. They passed over Izuku without recognition, blind with panic. Then they dimmed. The sparking in his hands grew weaker. A terrible, final resignation washed over his features. He's giving up. Asterisk. And in that moment, Izuku Midoriya's body moved on its own. It wasn't a decision. It was a reflex deeper than fear, deeper than self-preservation. A circuit completed. The empty space inside him screamed, not in pain, but in a single, coherent command. Move. He broke from the crowd. He ducked under Backdraft's water barrier. He heard the heroes shout, "Kid, stop," but their voices were distant, irrelevant. All he saw was Bakugo's fading eyes. All he knew was the distance between them, a gap of 10 meters filled with lethal, churning sludge. He's going to die. He's going to die and I'm just standing here. Asterisk. His mind was a white blank of terror. His legs pumped, his ragged breath sobbed in his throat. The sludge villain noticed him, a tendril lashing out like a whip. Izuku slid under it, his shoes skidding on the wet pavement, his momentum carrying him forward in a desperate, clumsy scramble. He reached the main body. The smell was foul, like a sewer and a chemical spill. Bakugo's face was inches away, submerged behind a film of green ooze. Kacchan. Izuku's hands, bare and quirkless, clawed at the sludge around Bakugo's mouth and nose. He dug his fingers in, pulling with all his meager strength. It was like trying to dig a tunnel in wet cement. The sludge resisted, then began to wrap around his wrists, pulling him in. No. Bakugo's eyes found his. The resignation shattered, replaced by pure, unadulterated shock. Then, a new sound. Not an explosion, a whoosh of displaced air, and a voice that boomed with the force of a national landmark. Fear not. For I am here. A whirlwind of force, crisp and clean. The sludge villain was obliterated into 1,000 scattered droplets, the pressure so immense it was simply torn apart. Izuku felt himself lifted, the grip on his wrists gone, and then he was set down gently on the street, Bakugo coughing and retching beside him. Standing before them, larger than life, his SMI. Lure as bright as the sun breaking through the smoke, was All Might. The symbol of peace, the man whose poster was on Izuku's wall, the source of the music he most longed to hear. The crowd erupted in cheers. The heroes rushed in, checking on Bakugo, who was swatting him away, his pride already rebuilding itself brick by furious brick. Paramedics moved in. All Might turned his gaze to Izuku, who was shaking, soaked in foul-smelling sludge, his wrists already bruising where the villain had gripped him. That was incredibly foolish, young man. All Might's voice was still booming, but there was a paternal sternness in it. And incredibly brave. You have the heart of a hero. He gave a thumbs up, a flash of perfect teeth. Then he crouched, his muscles coiling. But now, I must go. Justice waits for no one. Wait, Izuku cried, the word tearing itself from his throat. All Might paused, already in a half-crouch. Izuku stumbled forward. This was it, his chance, the question he had to ask. The question that defined his existence. He had to know, can someone without a quirk, ever become a hero like you? All Might looked at him, really looked at him. For a second, the dazzling smile seemed to freeze. The hero's eyes, blue and bright, held Izuku's, took in his trembling form, his torn uniform, the desperate hope that was surely written across his face. The moment stretched. Then, All Might's smile returned, but it was different. Softer, almost sad. He opened his mouth to speak. A wisp of steam escaped his lips. All Might's eyes went wide. He clapped a hand over his mouth. My time is, he began, but his voice was choked. With a sound like a deflating tire, a massive plume of smoke erupted from the symbol of peace, enveloping him completely. Izuku staggered back, shielding his eyes. When the smoke cleared, All Might was gone. In his place stood a gaunt, skeletal man with sunken eyes and sharp cheekbones, 2 locks of blonde hair framing a face that was all severe angles. He was swimming in All Might's costume. A bloody trickle leaked from his thin lips. Izuku could only stare, his brain refusing to process the image. This was a sick joke. A hallucination from the adrenaline. The skeletal man wiped the blood from his mouth, his movements weary. I can explain, he said, and his voice was a frail, raspy shadow of the booming baritone from moments before. But not here. Quote, he pointed a bony finger at Izuku, his eyes deadly serious. What you just saw, you must tell no one. Do you understand? Izuku nodded, a numb, jerky motion. His world, already cracked, had just been dropped onto concrete. The man, All Might, gestured for him to follow, then turned and began to walk, not with a heroic leap, but with a slow, pained stride into a nearby alley. Izuku stood on the ruined street, the cheers of the crowd washing over him, the smell of sludge and smoke in his nose, the phantom ache of the villain's grip on his wrists. Beside him, Bakugo was being fussed over by the heroes, his explosive glare fixed on Izuku with a new, unreadable intensity. Izuku looked from Bakugo's furious, living face, to the alley where the ghost of All Might had disappeared. His heart was a frantic drum against his ribs. Something had ended, and something else, something vast and terrifying, had just begun. He took a shuddering breath. ND followed the shadow of his hero into the dark. Chapter 2. The Weight of a Secret. The alley was a narrow canyon of stained brick and dripping pipes, a world away from the sunlit carnage of the main street. The sounds of celebration and sirens faded into a distant rumble, replaced by the steady asterisk plink-plonk of water from a fractured drainpipe. It smelled of stale garbage and damp concrete. The skeletal man leaned against the wall, one hand pressed to his side as if holding himself together. In the dim light, he looked less like a human and more like a carefully balanced collection of sticks and parchment. The gaudy colors of the All Might costume hung off him, a cruel parody. Izuku stood a few feet away, unable to move closer, unable to run. His mind was a wasp's nest, buzzing with impossible contradictions. All Might is the strongest. All Might is invincible. This man is dying. This man is All Might. Asterisk. You're. Izuku's voice was a dry rasp. I am All Might. The words were quiet, stripped of all bravado. They were a simple, heavy statement of fact. He lifted his head, and in the shadows of his deep-set eyes, a faint, familiar blue light glimmered for an instant. ND, you are the boy who rushed in to save a life, quirk or no quirk. He pushed off the wall with obvious effort, standing to his full, still impressive height. What is your name? Izuku. Izuku Midoriya. Midoriya. All Might repeated it, as if tasting the word. You asked me a question. A very important one. I owe you an answer. And an explanation. He gestured weakly to a stack of discarded wooden crates. Sit. This will take a moment. Izuku sat, his body obeying on autopilot. His clothes were damp with sludge, chilling his skin. All Might remained standing, but his gaze was turned inward, toward some private horizon of pain. 5 years ago, he began, I was in a fight. A villain unlike any I had faced before. The battle was catastrophic. It did not make the news. It could not. He touched the left side of his torso, just below his ribcage. He destroyed my respiratory system, shattered my stomach. The resulting surgeries removed most of my internal organs. What remains is a patchwork, held in place by stubbornness and stitches. Izuku listened, his horror growing with each clinical detail. The symbol of peace, a patchwork. A man operating on borrowed time. My power, All Might continued. And now his voice gained a sliver of its old resonance. My quirk is not like others. It is not a simple genetic mutation. It is a sacred torch, passed from one holder to the next. A legacy. It is called One for All. He looked directly at Izuku. I am the 8th person to wield it. And since that injury, I can only maintain my powered form for about 3 hours a day. The rest of the time, this is what's left. The truth landed on Izuku's shoulders with physical weight. The greatest secret in the world, entrusted to him in a stinking alley. He felt unworthy. He felt sick. Why? Why tell me? Izuku whispered. Because you saw, and because you acted. All Might's eyes were piercing. When I arrived, the other heroes were playing it safe, containing the damage. They had written off your friend as a casualty of the villain's resistance. It was a logical, professional assessment. You did not calculate. You saw a person dying, and you moved. That impulse, that is the very core of what a hero is. Not the power, but the instinct to reach out. Tears, held back since the fish tank, since the hallway, since a doctor's office years ago, finally welled in Izuku's eyes. They weren't tears of joy, but of a painful, overwhelming catharsis. His idol was broken, his dream was impossible, and yet, this broken idol was looking at him and naming the one thing he had as valuable. My question, Izuku choked out. You were going to answer. All Might's face fell. The solemnity returned, deeper now. He walked closer and knelt before Izuku, his knee popping audibly. At this distance, Izuku could see the fine network of scars around his neck, the pallor of his skin. Young Midoriya, can a quirkless person become a hero? He sighed, a sound like wind through a ruin. I have spent my life fighting the most terrible evils this world can produce. I have seen the devastation, the cost. Without a quirk, you would be stepping onto a battlefield armed with only your spirit. That spirit is formidable. I just witnessed it, but against the monsters that exist, it would be a death sentence. I cannot, in good conscience, tell you, yes. To do so would be to send a lamb into a den of wolves. Believing its courage alone will be enough. Each word was a nail. Izuku felt them hammer into his chest, pinning him to the crate. The final, definitive rejection. From the only source that mattered. It is not a matter of worth, All Might said, his voice gentler. It is a matter of reality. You can still help people. You could be a police officer, a firefighter, a doctor. There are many, many ways to save others that do not require you to stand in front of a monster that can level city blocks. To dream is not wrong. But to chase an impossible dream, that is a cruelty you do not deserve. He stood up, the movement slow and pained. I must go. My time is nearly up, and I have overexerted myself. Remember, tell no one what you have seen. My weakness, the nature of one for all. These are secrets that would shatter the world's peace if they got out. He began to walk away, back toward the alley's mouth. Izuku sat in the gloom, the hero's words echoing in the hollow space inside him. Impossible, a death sentence, a cruelty, asterisk. He should accept it. It was the logical conclusion to 14 years of evidence. He was a notebook floating in a fish tank. He was a bug on a windshield. He was a quirkless boy in a world of gods. But then an image flashed behind his eyes. Not of All Might's smile. Not of Bakugo's sneer. It was of his own hands, covered in green sludge, clawing uselessly, refusing to let go. His body moved again. He was on his feet, stumbling after the retreating figure. All Might, wait. The skeletal man paused, glancing back with a mixture of impatience and pity. Izuku's mind raced, a torrent of half-formed thoughts and desperate hopes. He couldn't articulate it. He just knew that if he let this version of All Might walk away, the true, wounded, human version, the last flicker of light inside him would gutter and die. I have to know more. He blurted out, about One for All, about the fight, about everything. Please. All Might shook his head. Knowing more will only make the impossibility hurt more, young Midoriya. Let it go. For your own sake. He turned again. Panic, sharp and acidic, rose in Izuku's throat. He couldn't let him go. He wouldn't. He followed, out of the alley, onto a less damaged side street. All Might, in his shrunken form, was walking with purpose now, clearly trying to lose him. Izuku kept his distance, but followed, a silent, determined shadow. His analyst's brain, usually cataloging quirks, was now cataloging the man's gait, the slight limp on the right side, the way he favored his left arm. The shallow, careful breaths. They walked for several blocks, the distance between them growing. All Might turned a corner. Izuku jogged to catch up, rounding the same corner just in time to see the man slip through a nondescript service door into what looked like a multi-story parking garage. He's trying to vanish. Asterisk. Izuku ran to the door. It was heavy, metal, and slightly ajar. He pushed it open. the hinges groaning. The interior was cavernous, dimly lit by flickering fluorescent strips. The air was cool and smelled of oil and old concrete. He could hear the distant echo of footsteps from above. He slipped inside, letting the door sigh shut behind him, plunging him into semi-darkness. The silence was absolute, broken only by the hum of electricity and the drip of water somewhere. The footsteps had stopped. He was in the belly of the garage. Rows of empty parking spaces stretched into the gloom. Support pillars, thick and gray, created a forest of shadows. All Might. His voice was small, swallowed by the vast space. No answer. A prickle of unease danced up his spine. This felt wrong. He shouldn't be here. He was trespassing on the secret life of the world's greatest hero. He took a step back toward the door. A sound, not a footstep. A wet, viscous squelch. Like mud being stepped in. It came from the deep shadows between two pillars to his left. Izuku froze, his breath catching in his throat. He slowly turned his head. Two pinpricks of yellow light ignited in the darkness. Then a low, gurgling laugh filled the concrete cavern, bouncing off the walls. Coming from everywhere at once. Well, what do we have here? A little lost lamb. The voice was a symphony of phlegm and malice. Izuku's blood turned to ice. He knew that voice. From the shadows, the sludge villain oozed into the dim light. It was smaller now, barely the size of a man, a ragged, coalescing mass of green goo. The car bumper and street sign were gone, shed somewhere. But it was him. It had to be. It had survived All Might's blow, scattered into droplets, and somehow reformed here, in this forgotten place. You. The sludge gurgled. The brat who poked me in the eye. The one who made the big guy show up. The mass quivered, forming a crude, grinning mouth. I was hiding, licking my wounds, waiting for the heat to die down. And you just wander in. A consolation prize. Izuku stumbled back, his heel scraping against the concrete. His mind screamed at him to run, but his legs were locked. This was it, the death sentence All Might had spoken of. He'd walked right into it. You're not as juicy as the explosive kid, the villain mused, slithering forward, leaving a glistening trail. But you'll do. A little snack to help me get my strength back. And the best part, no one saw you come in here. No heroes are coming this time. The sludge surged, elongating into a rope-like tendril that shot toward Izuku's face. Izuku screamed, a raw, terrified sound, and threw himself to the side. The tendril slapped against the pillar where his head had been, sticking to it for a moment before retracting. He scrambled to his feet, slipping on the oily floor. He ran, not toward the distant door, but deeper into the garage, toward where he thought the stairs might be. His breath came in ragged, sobbing gasps. The villain laughter chased him, a wet, horrible echo. Run, little lamb, run. Another tendril, faster this time, wrapped around his ankle. Izuku cried out as he was yanked off his feet, crashing to the hard ground. The air exploded from his lungs. He was dragged backward, his fingers scraping uselessly against the rough concrete. He flipped onto his back, kicking wildly. The sludge was crawling up his leg, cold and impossibly heavy. It was like being submerged in freezing tar. Get off, he screamed, his voice cracking. The villain's main body loomed over him, the yellow eyes glowing with hunger. Don't worry, it'll only hurt for a minute. Then you'll be part of me. A quiet little voice in the goo. The sludge flowed over his chest, pinning his arms. It crept toward his neck. The cold seeped into his bones, a profound chill that stole his strength. He couldn't breathe. The smell was everywhere. Rotting, chemical, final. This is how I die. Asterisk. The thought was strangely clear. Not in a heroic blaze, not saving anyone. Alone, in the dark. Consumed by the very villain he'd helped stop. All Might's warning echoed. A death sentence. Asterisk. The sludge touched his chin. It began to crawl over his lips. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut, a last, futile act of defiance, and then, something, shifted. It wasn't outside of him. It was inside. That hollow, silent space in his core, the quirkless space, didn't ache. It vibrated, a strange sensation, like a tuning fork being struck against his sternum. A resonance, an echo, images, sensations, flooded his mind, not from his own memory, but from his body's contact with the villain. The molecular structure of the sludge. The way it held itself together with a weak telekinetic field. the pattern of its existence. And with that understanding came a new sensation, a terrible, pulling hunger from the hollow space. It wasn't a void anymore. It was a vacuum. The sludge covering his mouth began to tingle, not unpleasantly. A faint, static buzz. The villain hesitated. What is that? The buzz grew, a sensation of unraveling. Izuku's silent core pulled, a thread of the sludge, the very essence of its being, the genetic and metaphysical code. That made it this specific quirk asterisk, separated from the main mass. It wasn't a physical piece. It was like a color, a frequency, being siphoned away. It streamed into Izuku, through the point of contact at his lips, flowing into that hungry, echoing void. The void swallowed it, and for the first time in Izuku Midoriya's life, the silence broke. A sound, a feeling, a presence. It was cold, and fluid, and malleable. It sat inside him, a new, alien organ he instinctively knew how to use. The knowledge was just there, like remembering how to breathe. The sludge villain recoiled, ripping its LF away from Izuku's face with a shriek that was pure shock. What did you do? Izuku gasped, cold air flooding his bruised lungs. He pushed himself up on his elbows. The sludge still covered his chest and legs, but it was looser now. Trembling, the villain stared at him, its yellow eyes wide with confusion and dawning fear. My power, it feels thinner. Izuku looked at his own hand. He didn't think, he just willed. The cold, fluid feeling inside him responded. Green, viscous liquid, an exact match of the villain's own substance, oozed from the pores on the back of his hand. It gathered into a small, wobbling droplet, then fell to the floor with a plop. He had just created sludge. His sludge. The villain saw it. The yellow eyes blinked, once, twice. Then they narrowed into slits of apocalyptic rage. You thief. The mass of sludge convulsed, then erupted. No longer interested in consumption, it was now a weapon of pure, obliterating fury. It formed into a giant, crude fire. Saint and hammered down toward Izuku's skull. Izuku reacted. The cold, fluid power surged. He didn't try to form a shield. He mimicked what he'd felt, the weak telekinetic field that bound the villain together. He pushed it out. The sludge covering his body liquefied completely and shot away from him in a repulsive wave. It collided with the incoming fist, not with force, but with a cancelling resonance. The villain's cohesive form destabilized, splattering against the floor and ceiling in a wide, messy arc. Izuku rolled, coming up into a crouch. He was free. He was breathing. And he had a quirk. A stolen quirk. The villain was pulling itself together, slower now, its form less defined. It was screaming, a continuous, wordless roar of betrayal and hatred. Mine. It was mine. Give it back. Izuku backed away. He could feel the cold power inside him, a contained pull waiting to be shaped. He could become sludge. He could control sludge. He had the villain's quirk. And the hollow space inside him wasn't full. It felt ready, waiting for the next echo. The service door flew open with a crash that echoed through the garage. Standing in the doorway, backlit by the afternoon sun, was the gaunt, skeletal form of All Might. But his eyes blazed with a ferocious blue light. Smoke hissed from his skin. Villain. The word wasn't the booming All Might shout. It was a raspy snarl, but it carried the same weight of absolute authority. He saw Izuku, unharmed, crouched and ready. He saw the scattered, reforming sludge villain. Confusion flashed across his face for a microsecond, but was replaced by grim focus. The sludge villain, seeing All Might, even in this form, let out a wet shriek of terror. It abandoned its rage toward Izuku, coalescing into a tight ball and shooting like a bullet toward a ventilation duct high on the wall. All Might moved. He didn't transform. He was too weak, his time was up. But he was still faster than any normal man. He snatched a rusted length O.F. rebar from a pile of construction debris and hurled it. It was a perfect throw. The rebar speared through the center of the sludge ball, pinning it to the metal duct with a solid thunk. The villain shrieked, trapped, writhing impotently. All Might stood panting, a hand pressed to his bleeding side. He looked from the impaled villain to Izuku. His gaze dropped to the floor, to the small, green, gelatinous puddle that had dripped from Izuku's hand. The puddle that perfectly matched the villain's substance. All Might's eyes, wide and stunned, slowly rose to meet Izuku's. In the garish fluorescent light, The symbol of peace stared at the quirkless boy who was no longer quirkless. The air hung thick with the smell of sludge, oil, and the ozone tang of a shattered reality. Izuku looked at his own hands, then back at All Might's horrified face. He had no words. The only sound was the desperate, wet struggling of the pinned villain, and the ragged, struggling breath of the broken hero. Chapter 3. The Thief and the Torch. The silence that followed was a physical thing, a thick gel poured into the space between them. It was broken only by the weak, gurgling struggles of the sludge villain skewered high on the wall. A grotesque bug in a collection. All Might did not move. The ferocity that had propelled him into the garage was gone, replaced by a profound, bone-deep shock. His sunken eyes, fixed on the small puddle of green ooze, seemed to be trying to refocus, to reconcile the impossible evidence with the world as he knew it. Izuku, still crouched on the cold concrete, felt the cold. Sludgy power coiled inside him like a sleeping serpent. It felt alien, wrong. He hadn't earned it. He'd stolen it. The villain's accusation echoed in his skull. Thief. What? All Might's voice was a dry leaf scraping stone. Was that? It wasn't a demand. It was a plea for explanation, for this violation of reality to make sense. Izuku opened his mouth. Nothing came out. He looked at his hand again, willing the sensation away. The cold feeling receded, sinking back into that central hollow, but it didn't vanish. It was a part of him now. A permanent, unwelcome tenant. He swallowed, his throat clicking. I don't know. It touched me, and I felt it. I understood it, and then I had it. All Might took a slow, careful step forward, his gaze never leaving Izuku. The pity from the alley was utterly gone. This was the look of a strategist assessing a new, unpredictable variable. A threat. You copied his quirk. I think so. By touch. Izuku nodded, a miserable jerk of his head. It was covering my mouth. I felt it pull into me. All Might's eyes flicked to the pinned villain, then back. And you can use it fully. It feels like I've always known how. The admission was a confession. He was a freak, a different kind of freak. All Might's hand went to his chin, a familiar thinking pose, made eerie by his emaciated frame. A power-copying quirk, manifesting at 14, through direct, life-threatening contact. He muttered the words, not to Izuku, but to the universe, as if filing a report. And the original user, he was weakened. You said he felt thinner. He screamed that I stole it, Izuku whispered, the memory raw. Did you? All Might's question was sharp. Did you take it from him, or did you make a copy? Izuku didn't know. The hollow space inside him felt satisfied, but not sated. It had consumed something. Had it left the villain's core intact, or had it ripped a piece out? He had no answer. The sludge villain gave a final, pathetic squelch and fell still, either unconscious or conserving energy. The dripping from the rebar was the only sound. All Might seemed to reach a decision. The shock in his eyes hardened into a grim resolve. We cannot stay here. The authorities will come for him. He gestured with his chin toward the villain. And you cannot be found here, with that power fresh in your veins. Come. He turned and walked back toward the service door, his steps slow but deliberate. He didn't look back to see if Izuku followed. This time, Izuku followed not out of desperate hope, but out of a numb, churning terror. He had a quirk, a villain's quirk, and the only person who knew was a dying hero who now looked at him like a bomb that had just started ticking. They emerged into the late afternoon light. All Might led him not toward the main streets, but through a labyrinth of back alleys and service roads, moving with the practiced stealth of a man used to hiding in plain sight. Izuku trailed behind, his mind a whirlwind. I have a quirk. The thought should have been ecstatic. It was a nightmare. It was cold, and slimy, and it belonged to a monster. It was proof of his own monstrousness. A thief in the night. After 20 minutes of silent walking, they arrived at a rundown, 3-story apartment building in a quiet, forgotten neighborhood. The sign read, Might Tower, in faded, peeling letters, a sad, ironic joke. All Might fished a key from a hidden pocket in his baggy costume and unlocked a rusted metal door marked B. The stairs were narrow and dark. They climbed to the 3rd floor, where All Might unlocked another door. The apartment inside was a stark reflection of the man's 2 lives. It was clean, but Spartan. A small kitchenette, a worn sofa, a low table. But the walls were lined with filing cabinets and bookshelves sagging under the weight of binders and legal pads. A large, detailed map of Musutafu was pinned to one wall, dotted with colored pins. This was not a home. It was a command center for a one-man war. Sit, All Might said, gesturing to the sofa. He walked to the kitchen sink, filled a glass with water, and drank it in one long, slow draught. He refilled it and brought it to Izuku. Izuku took it, his fingers trembling. He didn't drink. All Might sank into a wooden chair opposite him, the frame creaking under his negligible weight. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees, steepling his fingers. The blue light was completely gone from his eyes. He just looked tired and old. Start from the beginning, he said, his voice low. The moment it touched you. Every sensation. Do not leave anything out. So Izuku told him. The cold, the terror, the hollow space vibrating, the pull, the echo, the sudden, instinctive understanding. The drop of sludge forming on his hand. He spoke in a flat, monotone whisper, staring at the scuffed surface of the low table. When he finished, All Might was silent for a long time. He stared at a point on the floor between them. An echo quirk, he murmured finally. Not just copy. You resonated with its fundamental frequency and absorbed the pattern. Kept it. He looked up, his gaze piercing. You said the space inside isn't full. Could you do it again? To another, the question hung in the air like a guillotine blade. I don't know, Izuku said honestly. It felt hungry, not for more sludge, just for more. Quote, All Might closed his eyes. A profound sadness washed over his features. Of course, he whispered, almost to himself. Of course it would be you. The one with the true hero's heart, cursed with a power that could be the most villainous ever conceived. The words lanced through Izuku. Villainous. Think, young Midoriya. All Might's eyes snapped open, not with anger, but with a fierce, instructional intensity. What you describe isn't teamwork. It isn't borrowing. It is consumption. You felt it pull asterisk from him. You have taken a piece of another person's identity and made it your own. What happens if you touch a hero? A friend? An innocent bystander with a harmless, beautiful quirk? Do you steal their light, too? Do you leave them less than they were? Izuku felt the blood drain from his face. He hadn't thought of that. He'd only thought of the villain, of survival, and the potential for abuse. All Might continued, his voice grave. You could amass an arsenal. Become a one-man army. There would be no limit. No defense. A handshake, a graze in battle, and you add another tool to your collection. Forever. He leaned back, the weight of centuries of heroism in his sigh. There is a reason such quirks, if they exist, are the stuff of myths and nightmares. They break the fundamental rule, that a person's power is their own. Tears pricked at Izuku's eyes again, but these were tears of shame. All Might was right. He wasn't a hero. He was a parasite, a hollow thing that filled its emptiness by taking from others. What do I do? The question was a plea. All Might studied him. The initial shock and strategic fear were melting away, replaced by that earlier, more painful expression, pity, mingled with a dawning, terrible responsibility. The first thing you must do, All Might said, his tone becoming stern, is control it. You must learn, with absolute certainty, whether you are copying or stealing. And you must learn to command what you have taken. That sludge power is inside you now. It is a part of you. You cannot simply wish it away. You must master it, or it will master you. He stood, walking to one of the filing cabinets. He pulled out a fresh legal pad and a pen, tossing them onto the table in front of Izuku. Write, write, everything, what it feels like, its limits, your theories, your fears. You are an analyst. Analyze this. He tapped his own temple. This quirk is now your life's work. You must understand it better than you understand your own heartbeat. Izuku looked at the blank page. It was an order, a purpose. He picked up the pen, his grip shaky. The second thing, All Might said, his voice dropping even lower, is that you tell no one. No one. Not your mother. Not your friends. You have my secret, and I have yours. They're two sides of the same coin. Truths that would destabilize the world. Your power, if known, would make you a target for every hero agency, every villain organization, every government on the planet. You would be dissected, recruited, or destroyed. Do you understand? Izuku nodded, the gravity of it pressing down on him. He was alone in this. More alone than he'd ever been as the quirkless kid. All Might walked to the window, looking out at the fading day. The third thing, he hesitated, a long, heavy pause. You asked me if you could be a hero. Izuku's pen stilled. He didn't dare breathe. All Might turned. The sunset painted his skeletal profile in hues of orange and deep purple. He looked like a monument carved from shadow and regret. My original answer stands. A quirkless person cannot be a hero in the world we live in. It is a beautiful, tragic truth. He met Izuku's eyes. But you are not quirkless anymore. You have a power, a terrible, complicated, potentially infinite power, and with great power comes great responsibility. Izuku finished the ancient adage, the words tasting like ash. Exactly. All Might took a step toward him. I cannot tell you to be a hero. That is a path you must choose for yourself, knowing the cost. But I can tell you this, if you choose that path, you cannot walk it as a thief. You see, and become a collector of trophies taken from your enemies. You must find a way to be a hero despite this quirk. Not because of it. He walked over and placed a bony, but surprisingly warm, hand on Izuku's shoulder. You have the heart of a hero, Izuku Midoriya. I saw it today, twice. First when you ran to save your tormentor. Second when you looked at your own stolen power with revulsion, not triumph. That heart, it is your compass. Let it guide you through the darkness this power will bring. Do not let the echo drown out your own voice. The words were a balm and a burden. They offered no easy answer, no magical validation. Only a harder, more complicated road. What now? Izuku whispered. Now, All Might said, removing his hand, you go home. You tell your mother you were Korg. HT in the villain attacked Chaos and helped with cleanup. It's close enough to the truth. You practice. In secret, in total isolation. You learn the extent of your ability. And in 10 months, the UA entrance exam will be held. Izuku's head snapped up. UA. But, you said. I said a quirkless person could not go. You have a quirk. A documented, if misunderstood, one. The sludge villain's existence is public record. If you can demonstrate controlled, heroic use of a similar transformation quirk, it is plausible. His eyes hardened. But hear me, you will not use your power to copy anyone at the exam. You will use only what you have earned through your own trial today. Is that clear? You go in with one quirk, the one you already have. No more. It was a test, a brutal, ethical boundary. Yes, Izuku said, the word firming his resolve. Good. All Might moved toward the door, a clear signal the audience was over. I will be watching. I cannot train you in the conventional sense. My time is too limited, and my presence would draw attention. But I will be available for guidance. You have my number. He scribbled the digits on the corner of the legal pad. Use it only in direst need. Izuku stood, clutching the pad to his chest like a shield. He felt unmoored, cast adrift on a sea he never asked to sail. All Might, he said, stopping at the threshold. Thank you for saving me. Again, All Might's smile was a ghost of its former glory, a faint, sad curve of his thin lips. It seems, young Midoriya, that saving you is becoming a habit. Do not make me regret it. The door closed softly behind Izuku. He stood on the dim landing, the sounds of the quiet building settling around him. The cold, sludgy power sat inside him, a sleeping, stolen thing. The hollow space echoed, quiet, but listening. He looked down at the legal pad. The first page was blank. He took the pen, and at the top, he wrote. Asterisk quirk analysis for the future. Number 14 asterisk asterisk. Asterisk subject. Myself asterisk. Asterisk quirk name. Echo. Resonance. Unconfirmed, asterisk asterisk. Asterisk hypothesis. Physical contact under duress allows for absorption and replication of target quirk's metaphysical pattern. Retention appears permanent. Effects on original user unknown. Ethical implications. Catastrophic. Asterisk. He walked down the stairs, each step heavier than the last. He had a quirk. He had a secret. He had a terrifying, glimmering chance. And he had 10 months to decide what kind of man he would become. The sun had fully set by the time he reached his own neighborhood. The familiar streets felt alien, as if he was seeing them through a lens of sludge. The warm, But a yellow light from his apartment window, usually a beacon of safety, now felt like a spotlight. He could see the silhouette of his mother moving in the kitchen. Worried, waiting, he had to lie to her. The first of many lies. He touched his lips, where the villain's substance had tried to force its way in. Where his emptiness had instead pulled something out. He took a deep, shuddering breath, trying to steady the chaos in his soul. He could still feel it, the cold, fluid potential, waiting. He climbed the steps to his front door, his hand pausing on the knob. From the pocket of his ruined uniform, his phone buzzed. A single, aggressive vibration. He pulled it out. A text message from Katsuki Bakugo. The preview on the screen showed only the first few words, but they were enough to freeze the blood in his veins. Stay after school tomorrow, Deku. We need to talk about what you did. Chapter 4. The Echo and the Inferno. The text message glowed on his screen. A little rectangle of pure dread. Izuku stood on his doorstep, the key hovering just short of the lock. The warm light from the window seemed to pulse in time with his racing heart. We need to talk about what you did. What had he done? He'd rushed in. He'd been useless. He'd gotten himself captured. He'd stolen a quirk. Bakugo couldn't know about that. No one could. But Bakugo had seen him run. Bakugo had seen him claw at the sludge. Bakugo had seen All Might save them both and then speak to him. To Bakugo, that would be the greatest sin of all, receiving a moment of the symbol's attention. Izuku shoved the phone back into his pocket as if it were a live coal. He fumbled the key into the lock, pushed the door open, and was immediately engulfed. Izuku. His mother's cry was half relief, half panic. Izuku Midoriya was a small woman, but she crossed the living room with the force of a tidal wave, wrapping him in a hug so tight it squeezed a gasp from his bruised ribs. She was trembling. I saw the news. The attack downtown. They said a junior high student was involved and your school didn't know where you were and you weren't answering your phone. I'm sorry, Mom. He mumbled into her shoulder, the familiar scent of her laundry detergent a stark contrast to the garage's oil and the villain's stench. The lie All Might had provided stuck in his throat, thick and ugly. I was there. I got caught in the crowd. Then I stayed to help with, clearing some debris after the heroes left. My phone died. He pulled back, forcing a smile. It felt like a crack in porcelain. Inko held him at arm's length, her eyes scanning his face, his torn and filthy uniform. Her gaze caught on the faint, ring-shaped bruises already forming on his wrists from the sludge's grip. Her breath hitched. You're hurt. It's nothing. Just got jostled. He looked away, unable to bear the worry in her eyes. I'm really tired. Can I? Of course. She released him, but the concern didn't leave her face. It never did. It was the background music of their lives. There's Katsuden. I'll heat it up. Thanks, Mom. He escaped to his room, closing the door behind him and leaning against it. His sanctuary. All Might posters smiled down at him, frozen in poses of invincible triumph. The shelves groaned with his hero analysis notebooks. The desk was neat, waiting. He looked at his hands. They looked the same. Pale, freckled, ordinary. He focused on the cold, sludgy feeling inside. It was quiescent, but present. A new layer of himself. What am I? He walked to the mirror above his dresser. His reflection was a mess. Green hair matted with dried sweat and city grime, eyes wide and shadowed, uniform a disaster. He looked like a victim. He felt like an imposter. Tentatively, he raised his right hand. He didn't want to summon the sludge. The thought of that vile substance coming from him made his skin crawl. But he had to know. He had to see if he could control it. He focused on the feeling, not on the substance, but on the understanding that came with it, the knowledge of cohesion, of telekinetic binding. He willed not for sludge, but for the effect. The air around his fingertips shimmered, like heat haze on a summer road. A faint, greenish tint colored the distortion. He could feel a weak field emanating from his hand, AF. Force that could push against loose particulate matter, could hold a semi-liquid form together. He wasn't creating the villain's body. He was wielding the Quirks principle. He moved his hand tower. A small pile of pencil shavings on his desk. The shimmering field extended. The shavings trembled, then lifted, held together in a loose, spinning cluster. It was pathetic compared to the villain's mass, but it was clean. Controlled. A sob of hysterical relief caught in his throat. He wasn't doomed to be a sludge monster. He could use the power asterisk, not the form. He let the field drop. The shavings scattered. The cold feeling inside him settled, satisfied with the exercise. He had a quirk, a real, usable quirk. And he hadn't just mimicked the villain's appearance. He'd internalized the mechanics. The hollow space hadn't just taken a snapshot. It had downloaded the blueprint. He opened the new legal pad, the one from All Might. He began to write, his pen flying. Observations, questions, theories. He diagrammed the field effect. He hypothesized about mass limits, range, concentration. He wrote until his hand cramped and the katsudon his mother left outside his door grew cold. He wrote to keep the terror at bay. To keep Bakugo's text message out of his mind. He failed. Morning came like a sentence. The night had been a fractured mosaic of fitful sleep and waking nightmares where he touched people and watched their colors drain into his hollow core. He dressed mechanically. The sludge-stained uniform was in the trash. He wore a spare, the fabric stiff and unfamiliar. He packed his bag, including the new, secret notebook, for the future number 14, buried at the bottom. He avoided his mother's eyes over breakfast, shoveling down toast he couldn't taste. The walk to Aldera was a march to the gallows. Every rustle of leaves, every shout from a passing car, made him flinch. He kept his hands shoved deep in his pockets, fingers curled into fists. The school building loomed. He could already feel the change in the atmosphere. The usual background hum of adolescent drama was charged with a sharper, more excited energy. The sludge villain attack was the big, thing to happen in Musutafu in months. And Katsuki Bakugo, the school's resident powerhouse, had been at the center of it. Izuku slipped through the front doors, head down, aiming for the relative anonymity of his classroom. He didn't make it, and then he just exploded from the inside. The sludge guy didn't know what hit him. Izuku froze. The voice belonged to one of Bakugo's lackeys, holding court by the lockers. A small crowd had gathered. But I saw on the news, a girl said, All Might saved him. Well, yeah, after the lackey scoffed, inflating with borrowed glory. Kaken held him off for, 5 minutes. He was fighting from the inside. The heroes were just standing around. Izuku felt a cold knot tighten in his stomach. The narrative was already congealing. Bakugo the fearless victim hero. The professionals useless. All Might the glorious finisher. There was no room in that story for a quirkless boy's desperate, futile clawing. He tried to edge past the group. Oh. Hey. The lackey's voice cut through the chatter, sharp and aimed. It's the other one. The crowd turned. Eyes landed on him. They weren't the usual dismissive sneers. They were curious, assessing. He was part of the drama now. Deku was there too, the lackey announced, a nasty grin spreading. Got himself caught like an idiot. Probably would have drowned if Kaken hadn't distracted the villain. A few people laughed, but it was uneasy. They'd seen the news footage, the blur of a green uniform rushing forward. It didn't fit the simple narrative. I heard All Might talk to him after, someone whispered. Not unkindly, just stating a fact. The lackey's grin faltered. That detail didn't fit either. Izuku ducked his head and fled, the whispers trailing after him like ghosts. Homeroom was a special kind of torture. Their teacher, Mr. Yamada, droned on about career path forms, but his eyes kept flicking to Bakugo, then to Izuku, with blatant curiosity. Bakugo himself sat rigidly at his desk, staring straight ahead. He hadn't so much as glanced in Izuku's direction. The silence radiating from him was more threatening than any explosion. The bell for lunch finally rang. Izuku planned to vanish, to find some forgotten broom closet to hide in until the final bell. Midoriya. The voice was flat, devoid of its usual explosive heat. It was worse. Bakugo stood by the classroom door, blocking the exit. The other students streamed around him, giving him a wide berth, eyes darting between the two of them. My text, Bakugo said. It wasn't a question. Izuku's mouth was dry. Kaken, not here. Bakugo jerked his head toward the hallway. Roof. He turned and walked out, not checking to see if Izuku followed. The command was absolute. Izuku followed. His legs felt like they were made of the same sludge he now carried inside. They climbed the narrow, rarely used stairs to the roof access door. Bakugo shoved it open, the bright midday sun flooding the dim stairwell. The roof of Aldera Junior High was a barren expanse of weathered gravel and humming ventilation units. The chain-link fence at the perimeter rattled in a brisk wind. The sounds of the city were distant here, muted. Bakugo walked to the center of the roof, away from the door, and turned to face him. The sun was behind him, casting his face in shadow, haloing his spiky blonde hair. His hands were in his pockets, but his shoulders were tense, coiled. Izuku stopped a few meters away, the door swinging shut behind him with a definitive clang. They were alone. For a long moment, Bakugo just stared at him. The silence was a physical pressure. Izuku could see the calculations going on behind those crimson eyes, the furious puzzle solving. You ran at him, Bakugo stated. You ran at a villain that had me pinned. You, quirkless, useless Deku. He took a step forward. The gravel crunched under his shoe like breaking bones. Why? The question hung in the air. Izuku had asked himself the same thing 100 times. There was no good answer. You were going to die. Bakugo's eye twitched. I had it under control. You didn't. The words came out before Izuku could stop them. Quiet but clear. Your explosions weren't working. You were choking. I saw your eyes. A muscle jumped in Bakugo's jaw. The admission of weakness, of being seen in that moment of absolute vulnerability, was clearly a white-hot brand. So what? You thought your bony little fingers were gonna do what my quirk couldn't. You thought you'd be the hero. He spat the last word like a curse. No. Izuku's voice rose, surprising them both. I didn't think anything. I just moved. That was the truth. The awful, simple, heroic truth. And it was the one thing Bakugo couldn't comprehend. To him, every action was a calculation, a step toward victory. The idea of pure, self-sacrificial instinct was alien. It was stupid. It was weak. Bakugo's hands came out of his pockets. They were clenched, but no sparks flew. Not yet. Then All Might, he said, his voice dropping to a low, dangerous growl. He talked to you. What did he say? This was the heart of it. The real insult. All Might's attention was a prize Bakugo believed he had earned by his struggle, by his power. And Izuku had somehow stolen a piece of it. The secret of One for All, of All Might's true form, was a vault in Izuku's mind. But the rest, he said I was brave. That I had the heart of a hero. It was the truth, and it tasted like betrayal to say it here, to him. Bakugo went very still. The wind whipped around them, carrying the distant sound of traffic. The heart of a hero, Bakugo repeated, the words hollow. Then he laughed, a short, sharp, ugly sound. That's it. That's what he saw. A stupid, suicidal heart. He took another step forward, closing the distance. That's all you've ever had. A heart. No power. No future. Just a dumb, beating heart that almost got you killed yesterday. His eyes bored into Izuku's. He felt sorry for you. That's all. The symbol of peace has to say nice things to the pathetic kid who almost died. Don't you get it? He was being polite. Each word was meant to maim, to reduce the sacred moment to rubble. And a part of Izuku, the part that had lived under Bakugo's shadow for a decade, wanted to believe it. It would be easier, but he had seen the look in All Might's skeletal face. He had heard the weight in his raspy voice. It wasn't pity. It was recognition. And it was a burden Bakugo would never understand. Something shifted in Izuku's posture. A slight straightening of his spine. It was infinitesimal, but Bakugo, a predator attuned to the slightest flinch, saw it. His eyes narrowed. What? Izuku said nothing. He just looked at him. Not with fear, not with defiance, but with a terrible, dawning clarity. He saw Bakugo, not as an untouchable force of nature, but as a boy. A powerful, furious, terrified boy, who had looked death in the face and seen his own reflection. Bakugo saw that look, and it ignited him. Don't you look at me like that, he snarled, a spark finally cracking on his palm. Like you understand something. Like you're on some higher level now because All Might patted your head. The sparks grew, popping and sizzling. The smell of nitroglycerin cut through the clean roof air. You're beneath me. You always have been. Yesterday didn't change that. It just proved it. You needed to be saved. I fought. You lost, Izuku whispered. The world stopped. Bakugo's face went blank with shock, then dissolved into pure, unfiltered rage. The careful control he usually maintained, The strategic fury, shattered. This was primal. What did you say? The explosion was not a warning shot. It was a detonation. Bakugo lunged forward, his right hand swinging in a brutal, sparking arc aimed straight for Izuku's face. It was the same move he'd used 1,000 times, the move that always ended with Izuku on the ground. Burned and bleeding, instinct took over. Izuku's mind screamed to duck, to cover, to take the hit. But a new instinct, cold and fluid, awoke faster. The sludge quirk, the echo asterisk, reacted to the threat. It didn't surge out of him. It analyzed. In a microsecond, it read the incoming attack, the chemical reaction in Bakugo's palm, the trajectory, the kinetic force. Izuku didn't think. He echoed. He didn't copy the explosion. He couldn't. He hadn't touched Bakugo, but he understood the principle of the blast wave, the concussive force. His own hand came up, not in a fist, but palm out. From his paws, not sludge, but a concentrated, shimmering green field erupted, a telekinetic barrier tuned to the frequency of dispersing pressure. Bakugo's exploding fist connected with the barrier. Crack boom. The sound was wrong. It wasn't the clean bang of Bakugo's quirk. It was a muffled, wet thump followed by a distorted shockwave that rippled outwards, kicking up a cloud of gravel and rattling the chain link fence. The force of Bakugo's own explosion was reflected back onto him, shoving him backward a step, his arm stinging from the feedback. Silence, deeper than before, crushed down on the roof. Bakugo stared at his own hand, then at Izuku's outstretched palm, where the greenish field dissipated like dying embers. His expression was one of absolute, world-ending disbelief. Izuku stared at his own hand, horror dawning. He'd used the quirk, not just the sludge, but an adaptation of it. He'd used it against Bakugo. He'd broken All Might's first rule before the first day had even ended. What? Bakugo breathed, the word steaming in the air, was that? Izuku's mind raced, a blur of panic. It's not. That wasn't nothing. Bakugo's voice was deadly quiet. He looked at Izuku as if seeing him for the first time. That was a quirk. No. Don't lie to me. The roar was so loud it seemed to shake the sun. Bakugo's whole body trembled with incandescent fury. You have a quirk. You've always had a quirk. You've been lying. This whole time. Playing the pathetic loser. Laughing at me behind your tears. The theories spun out of him, each more paranoid than the last. Was that your plan? Wait until the last minute. At the entrance exams. To show me up. To make me look like a fool. Kaken, it's not like that. It's new. It just. New. Bakugo took a step, then another, stalking forward. The explosions in his palms were constant now, a cascade of pops and crackles, his hands smoking. Quirks don't just appear when you're 14. You shitty nerd. You've been hiding it. You let me think you were worthless. You let everyone think it. And you ran in yesterday to show off. To make All Might see your secret power. His logic was twisted, insane, but it was ironclad in his mind. The betrayal he saw was absolute. The foundation of the dynamic, his superiority, Izuku's inferiority, was not just challenged, but revealed as a deliberate fraud. You've been looking down on me, Bakugo whispered, the sound more terrifying than any shout. All this time, there was no reasoning with this. The fury had tunneled too deep. Bakugo's hands came up, palms aimed directly at Izuku. Not a punch. A full, unrestrained, point-blank blast. I'll kill you. The world erupted in light and sound and heat. Twin suns bloomed in Bakugo's hands, roaring to life. Izuku had a split second to act. He couldn't block that. His makeshift barrier would shatter, and he'd be vaporized. The echo quirk screamed inside him, analyzing the thermal bloom, the explosive expansion. He didn't try to stop it. He tried to redirect. He dropped to his knees and slammed both palms onto the gravel-covered roof. He pushed the cold, fluid power not out, but down asterisk, through his hands, into the surface. He willed it to understand absorption asterisk, dispersion. The greenish field spread from his hands in a rapid circle, seeping into the gravel and the roofing felt beneath. The explosions hit. K-B-O-O-O-O-O-M. The blast was immense, a column of fire and concussive force that would have turned Izuku to charcoal. But at the moment of impact, the treated roof surface reacted. It didn't explode upward. It rippled, like water struck by a stone. The force was translated across a wide area, spreading out, dissipating. Gravel turned to molten slag in a perfect ring around Izuku, who was hunched at the epicenter. The heat was blistering, singeing his hair and uniform. The sound was deafening, but he was alive, unburned. Smoke and the stench of melted asphalt filled the air. The roar of the blast echoed across the city skyline. Bakugo stood panting, smoke curling from his scorched sleeves, his yes wide with a fury now mingled with something else, a kind of horrific awe. He'd tried to kill him. He'd used a kill shot. And Izuku had neutralized it. On his knees, coughing in the smoke, Izuku looked up. Their eyes met through the haze. Bakugo saw it then, not just a secret quirk, not just a liar. He saw a power that had adapted to his own in an instant. A power that understood him. The door to the roof burst open. Teachers and the school security officer spilled out, their faces masks of alarm at the sound of the explosion. What is going on up here? Bakugo, Midoriya. Bakugo didn't look at them. He kept his eyes locked on Izuku, his chest heaving. The message in his gaze was clear, a promise written in fire and blood. This isn't over. I will break you. I will expose you. I will prove I'm better. No matter what trick you've been hiding. Asterisk. He turned and shoved past the stunned teachers, disappearing into the stairwell. Izuku remained on his knees in the circle of melted rock, the cold echo of Bakugo's explosive power already humming in his hollow core, a new, terrifying pattern added to his collection. He hadn't touched him, but he'd been close enough. The quirk had resonated with the released energy, with the sheer, violent intent. It had taken an echo of the explosion's nature. He had a second quirk. And he had just made the most dangerous enemy of his life. Chapter 5. The Ghost in the Shell. The teachers' voices were a distorted buzz, a radio tuned to a dead channel. Hands gripped Izuku's shoulders, hauling him upright. He wobbled, his legs watery, his vision swimming with afterimages of the blast. The smell was overpowering. Melted asphalt, ozone, and the acrid, familiar scent of Bakugo's nitroglycerin sweat, now baked into the very air. Midoriya, are you hurt? What happened? Mr. Yamada's face swam into focus, pale and creased with panic. The security officer was inspecting the crated, smoldering ring on the roof, whistling low under his breath. Izuku's tongue felt thick, clumsy. He could still feel the phantom heat on his skin, the vibration of the blast in his teeth. We were arguing. Kaken lost his temper. It was the thinnest veil of truth. And everyone knew it. Arguments didn't leave 4-foot-wide circles of liquefied roofing. He attacked you. With his quirk. Yamada's voice was hushed with a kind of professional horror. Quirk usage for assault was a serious offense, expulsion level, even for a prized student like Bakugo. Izuku looked at the angry red burns on the teacher's hands where he'd gripped his still-hot uniform. He thought of Bakugo's final, apocalyptic glare. He thought of the new, volatile echo sitting inside him, a second ghost in the machine. If he told the full truth, Bakugo would be expelled. His path to UA would be obliterated. And his rage, it would become something infinite, something that would hunt Izuku beyond the walls of this school, beyond reason. But if he lied, it was my fault, Izuku heard himself say. The words tasted like ash. I provoked him. I said something terrible about the villain attack. He warned me to stop. I didn't. He set off a blast to shut me up. It was a warning shot. I stumbled into the path. The silence that followed was thick with disbelief. The security officer stared at him. Yamada's eyes narrowed. They weren't stupid. The damage was too precise. Too centered. A warning shot, Yamada repeated slowly. Izuku nodded, staring at his own feet. I'm sorry for the damage. He was protecting him. After everything, the realization curdled in his gut. A sickening brew of pity, fear, and a twisted, residual loyalty to the boy who had been his childhood son, before that son had turned into a black hole. Yamada sighed, a sound of exhausted resignation. The narrative was easier this way. A tragic accident between two students, one volatile, one provocatively reckless. No expulsion, no police reports, just arc on both their records and a hefty repair bill for the school. Both of you will serve detention for the rest of the term, Yamada said, his voice firm. And you will have no contact with each other on school grounds. Is that understood, Midoriya? Yes, sir. Go to the nurse. Have those burns looked at. He didn't specify which burns, the ones on his skin, or the ones Bakugo had left on his life. Izuku was escorted downstairs. The walk through the halls was a gauntlet. Students pressed against classroom windows, their faces pressed to the glass, eyes wide. The story was already metastasizing, branching into a dozen wild variations. He kept his head down. The nurse, a no-nonsense woman named Sheena, clucked her tongue at the minor burns on his forearms and neck. She applied a cool, numbing salve and bandaged the worst of it. She asked no questions. She'd seen Bakugo's handiwork before, though never on this scale. He was told to go home for the day. Suspended, effectively, for his own safety. He gathered his things from his empty classroom, the weight of the secret notebook heavier than ever. As he slung his bag over his shoulder, he saw it, a single, charred fragment of gravel. Kicked into the corner by the door. A piece of the roof. A piece of the moment his world had detonated. He picked it up. It was warm. Asterisk. The apartment was empty. His mother was at work. The silence was a ringing in his ears. He went straight to his room, locked the door, and sank to the floor, his back against the wood. He sat there for a long time, breathing in the quiet. The cold sludge power was there. And now, curled beside it like a sleeping dragon, was something new. Hot, sharp, volatile. He didn't want to touch it. The sludge was vile, but it was passive. This was anger given form. He could feel its potential, a contained inferno waiting for a spark. He had to understand it. He had to control it. If he didn't, it would control him. It would leak out, in sparks and pops, and give him away completely. He crawled to his desk, pulled out the legal pad. His hand shook as he wrote. Asterisk observation. Secondary echo acquired. No direct physical contact with source, Bakugo Katsuki. Acquisition triggered by proximity to active, high-intensity quirk usage directed at user. Hypothesis. Echo quirk can resonate with and absorb patterns from released energy, effect, not just genetic source. Requires extreme duress. Emotional intensity. Asterisk. He put the pen down. He had to test it. He had to see what he'd stolen. He held out his right hand, palm up. He focused on the new echo, the hot, sharp one. He didn't want an explosion. He wanted to understand its nature. He willed not for ignition, but for the production. A single, glistening bead of sweat formed in the center of his palm. It was clear, not like Bakugo's. It smelled faintly chemical, but different, less pungent, more like ozone and burnt sugar. His own variant. He concentrated. The bead trembled. He focused on the concept of ignition asterisk. The precise chemical reaction that Bakugo's nerves triggered. A tiny spark, like from a flint, snapped across the droplet. Pop. A minuscule explosion, no bigger than a firecracker, stung his palm. It was weak, pathetic compared to Bakugo's blasts. But it was his. He hadn't copied the power wholesale. He'd copied the mechanism, the ability to accrete a volatile compound and ignite it. His body was producing its own formula, his own fuel, and he could detonate it. The implications crashed over him. He wasn't just a mimic. He was an adapter. The echo took the blueprint and then his own biology, his own unique hollow core, fabricated a version that worked for him. It was learning. He was learning. A giddy, terrifying laugh bubbled in his throat. He clamped a hand over his mouth to stifle it. This was power. Real, tangible, dangerous power. The kind he'd dreamed of. The kind that could get him into UA. And it was born from Bakugo's attempt to murder him. The irony was so dark it felt like a physical blow. He doubled over, the laugh turning into a dry heave. He was going to be a hero using a power given to him by his greatest tormentor. The universe had a sick sense of humor. His phone vibrated in his pocket. He flinched, expecting another text from Bakugo, a continuation of the war. It was a number he didn't recognize. The area code was for Tokyo. His heart hammered against his ribs. There was only one person it could be. He answered, bringing the phone to his ear. He didn't speak. Young Midoriya. All Might's voice was even raspier than yesterday. Strained. Are you alone? Yes. The roof of your school. An explosion was reported. Police scanners. Minor property damage. No serious injuries listed. A pause, heavy with unasked questions. Coincidence? Izuku squeezed his eyes shut. No. A long, static-filled sigh came through the speaker. Explain. Answer. In a hushed, frantic whisper, Izuku did. He told him about the text, the confrontation, the accusation, the blast. He told him about the barrier made from the sludge power. And then, his voice dropping to a shameful murmur, he confessed the rest. When he fired at me, the big one, I didn't touch him. But I was close, and I felt it pull. Something new. It's inside me now. I can make a sweat. I can ignite it. The silence on the other end was absolute. Izuku could picture him, the skeletal hero in his bleak apartment, absorbing this catastrophic new data. Proximity-based resonance under lethal threat, All Might said finally, his tone that of a scientist dissecting a disaster. The parameters of your quirk are expanding. This is unprecedented and deeply problematic. I didn't mean to. I was just trying to survive. I know. All Might's voice softened. Just a fraction. But intent does not change the result. You now have a second power. And the person you took it from is the one most likely to notice its use. What do I do? The plea was becoming a refrain. The same as before. Control. Secrecy. A cough rattled down the line, wet and painful. This changes nothing about the entrance exam. You cannot use either of these powers publicly until you have mastered them in utter secrecy. You cannot let Bakugo suspect what you have done. If he realizes you've somehow copied his quirk, even a version of it. He didn't need to finish. Izuku imagined Bakugo's rage multiplied by a factor of infinity. It would be apocalyptic. He thinks I've been hiding a quirk all along, Izuku said. He thinks I've been laughing at him. Let him think that, All Might said, and the grim pragmatism in his voice was chilling. It is a safer fiction than the truth. The truth would make you a monster in his eyes. This just makes you a rival. A dishonest one, but a known quantity. He will try to crush you, but he will do it within the rules of the world he understands. That, you can survive. The other, you might not. It was cynical. It was manipulative. It was also the only path forward that didn't end with Izuku being torn apart. You must train, All Might continued. Not just your body, your echo. You must learn its limits, its triggers. You must learn to command the ghosts you have collected. And you must do it where no one can see. Where? Izuku asked, despairing. His room was too small. The local parks were too public. Another pause. Then, do you know Takoba Municipal Beach? The dump, the monument to neglect. Yes, meet me there tonight, after sunset. Come dressed for hard labor. And bring a notebook. The line went dead. Asterisk. The moon was a sliver of bone in a sky stained orange by city lights. The air at Takoba Beach was cold, salted with the tang of rust and decay. The mountains of trash loomed like sleeping beasts, silhouetted against the starless sky. Izuku stood at the boardwalk's edge, a duffel bag over his shoulder, shivering in a tracksuit. He felt impossibly small. A figure emerged from the shadows between a gutted sedan and a refrigerator lying on its side. Not the heroic silhouette, the true one. All Might walked toward him, dressed in simple, dark sweats and a heavy coat. In the moonlight, he looked even more like a walking skeleton, his cheeks hollow caves. This place, All Might said, his voice barely a whisper on the wind, is a blight. A symbol of society's complacency. People used it, then abandoned it. They saw the problem and looked away. He turned his blue fire eyes on Izuku. A hero does not look away. A hero cleans up the mess. He gestured to the vast, trash-strewn expanse. This is your training ground. No one comes here. The sight and smell keep them away. Here, you can test your power. Here, you will build your body. And here, he pointed a bony finger at Izuku's chest, you will learn the first lesson of being a hero who carries the power of others. You must be worthy of the ground you stand on. He explained the plan. It was brutal in its simplicity. Izuku would clear the beach. He would move the trash, by hand, sorting what could be salvaged and recycling it. He would build his strength, his stamina, his discipline. And as he worked, in the hidden corners between the trash heaps, he would practice with his echo. Strength is not just power, All Might said, leaning against a broken washing machine. It is foundation. Your quirk is a weapon of infinite potential. But a weapon in weak hands is a danger to everyone, especially the one holding it. Your body must become a vessel that can withstand the storms you will contain. He handed Izuku a printed sheet. It was a regimen. Diet, weight training using the trash itself as equipment. Running in the sand. A schedule that would consume every waking moment not spent at school. 10 months. All Might said. 10 months to turn this beach into sand. 10 months to turn yourself into someone who can hold a power without being consumed by it. Can you do it? Izuku looked at the wasteland. He looked at the frail, dying legend before him. He felt the two alien powers curled in his core, one cold and fluid, one hot and sharp. He thought of Bakugo's eyes, blazing with the promise of violence. He had no choice. Yes, then we begin now. All Might pointed to a small pile of tires. Move those to the designated sorting area on the boardwalk. Use your muscles, not your quirk. The work was back-breaking. The tires were heavy, slick with grime. The sand sucked at his feet. Within minutes, his arms burned, his back ached, and he was gasping for air. All Might watched, offering no help, only occasional, terse corrections to his posture. After an hour, Izuku was drenched in sweat, his hands raw. He'd moved 12 tires. Enough for tonight, All Might said. Now, the other training. Show me the sludge. Not as a weapon, as a tool. Izuku, exhausted, focused. He called up the cold, fluid feeling. He envisioned the telekinetic binding field, but gentle, precise. He held out a hand toward a scatter of bottle caps and rusted soda cans. The greenish shimmer enveloped them. Slowly, carefully, he lifted the collection of metal, holding it together in a shifting, sparkling cluster. He willed it to compress, to sort. The caps separated from the cans, forming two neat, floating piles. Good. All Might grunted. Control. Finesse. Now, the other. The smallest expression you can manage. Izuku let the metal drop. He focused on the hot, sharp echo. He willed a single droplet of his own variant sweat to form on his fingertip. He focused on ignition, but at the lowest possible threshold. A tiny, controlled fizz erupted, a spark that didn't even pop, just emitted a brief, intense heat and a puff of smoke. Can you direct it? Not an explosion, just heat. Izuku tried. He focused the energy not outward, but inward, into the droplet itself. The liquid on his fingertip began to steam, then glow a faint, sullen red. He held it until the heat became uncomfortable, then let it sputter out. All Might nodded slowly. You are not mimicking him. You are engineering your own version. That is good. That is essential. You must make every power your own. You must understand it so deeply that you can rewrite its purpose. A villain's sludge becomes a rescue tool. A weapon of destruction becomes a source of precise heat. He stepped closer, his gaze intense. This is your path, young Midoriya. You will not be a thief. You will be an architect. You will take the echoes of the world and build something new with them. Something heroic. The words were a lifeline. A purpose. He wasn't just a collector. He could be a creator. Now, one more thing, All Might said, his expression turning grim. You have two powers. You must learn to hold them separately, to switch between them seamlessly. But you must also learn if they can interact. Izuku's blood ran cold. Interact. The sludge field and the explosive compound. What happens if you mix them? I don't know. Find out. Here, now, where the only thing you can destroy is trash. With trembling hands, Izuku focused. In his left palm, he summoned the ooze-producing sweat of the explosive echo. A larger droplet this time. In his right, he conjured the shimmering binding field of the sludge quirk, small and contained. Carefully, he brought his hands together, letting the field envelop the explosive droplet. The effect was instantaneous and terrifying. The droplet didn't ignite, it hyper-activated. The field didn't contain it, it catalyzed it. The clear liquid turned a furious, pulsating green gold. It didn't explode. It erupted in a sustained, hissing jet of concussive force and heat, like a welder's torch crossed with a rocket engine. Izuku cried out, shoving his hands apart, breaking the connection. The jet cut off, but the residual energy lashed out, slicing a molten gash across the side of the refrigerator beside them with a screech of rending metal. Silence fell, broken only by the hiss of cooling steel and Izuku's panicked breaths. All Might stared at the smoldering scar on the refrigerator. A slow, dreadful understanding dawned in his eyes. Synergy, he whispered. The echoes, they don't just coexist. They can combine. They can create something greater, and more dangerous, than the sum of their parts. He looked at Izuku, who was staring at his own hands as if they belonged to a stranger. This changes everything, All Might said, his voice grave. You are not just an archive of powers. You are a crucible. You can mix them, breed them. The potential, it is beyond anything I imagined. He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder, his grip surprisingly firm. This is the most dangerous aspect of all. You must never, ever experiment with combination without absolute control and isolation. The result could be catastrophic. Izuku nodded, numb. The beach, the training, the impossible task, it all seemed trivial compared to this new abyss inside him. He was a walking chemical reaction, a living, breathing chaos theory. All Might's phone buzzed. He glanced at it, his face tightening. I must go. My time. He began to walk away, then stopped. Remember, young Midoriya, clean the beach, build your body, master your ghosts, and keep your secrets. He vanished into the labyrinth of trash, leaving Izuku alone under the bone-white moon. Izuku looked from the molten scar on the refrigerator to the mountains of waste he was supposed to move with his bare hands. He felt the two echoes inside him, sleeping now, but dreaming of combination. He was not just building strength. He was building a cage for the titans he carried. He picked up a tire, his raw hands screaming in protest, and began to drag it toward the boardwalk. Each step was an act of defiance. Against the trash, against his weakness, against the monsters in his blood. The long, dark work of becoming a hero had truly begun. Chapter 6, The Crucible of Sand and Sweat. Dawn was a dirty band of gray on the horizon when Izuku finally dragged the last tire of the night onto the boardwalk. His muscles screamed with a new, profound language of agony. His lungs felt scraped raw from the salt and dust. He collapsed onto the cool wood, his body a constellation of aches. 10 months. He had to clear this. The scale of it was paralyzing. It wasn't a task. It was a geological era. He lay there, watching the seagulls wheel in the paling sky, and felt the first true seed of doubt take root. He was one boy. He was weak. He had school. He had Bakugo's unblinking hatred waiting for him every day. He had two stolen, volatile powers whispering in his marrow. He pulled himself upright. The movement was a symphony of creaks and groans. He looked at his hands. Palms blistered. Fingers crusted with grime. This was the reality, not the dramatic flash of quirk usage, but the slow, grinding accumulation of effort. He started the walk home, his body moving with the stiff, clumsy gait of the profoundly exhausted. The city was just waking up, bleary-eyed and indifferent. He was a ghost covered in filth, limping through a world that didn't see him. His mother was already awake, sipping tea at the kitchen table. She took one look at him and her cup clattered into its saucer. Izuku, your hands. What on earth? I went for a run, he mumbled, the lie tasting like the grit between his teeth. I fell, on the beach. It's nothing. Inko's eyes, so like his own, filled with that familiar, helpless worry. She wanted to ask more. She wanted to fix it. But she saw the wall he'd built overnight, a new kind of distance in his eyes that went beyond teenage moodiness. It was the look of someone carrying a weight she couldn't share. Let me at least clean those, she said softly. He let her. Her touch was gentle, her hands cool as she dabbed antiseptic on his torn palms. The sting was a clean, honest pain. He almost preferred it to the deep, bone-deep fatigue. You're pushing yourself too hard, she whispered, not looking at him. Ever since that day, he didn't answer. What could he say? I'm training to contain the power I stole. Learn from a villain and the one I stole from my childhood bully so I can maybe, possibly, become a hero without losing my soul. Asterisk. He ate breakfast in silence, forcing down calories because All Might's regimen demanded it. Every swallow was an act of will. School was a different kind of endurance test. Bakugo was absent, suspended for a day, the whispers said. A slap on the wrist. Izuku felt a perverse sense of relief. The reprieve was temporary, but he'd take it. His teachers eyed him with a new, wary curiosity. The kid who'd been on the news, who'd been in a rooftop accident with the star pupil. He was no longer invisible. He was a question mark. He kept his head down, his bandaged hands hidden under his desk, and took notes with a ferocious concentration to avoid thinking about the echoes sleeping inside him. The final bell was a starting pistol. He didn't go home. He went straight to Takoba Beach, his duffel bag heavy with protein bars and a water bottle. All Might was not there. Izuku hadn't expected him to be. The hero's time was a dwindling currency. This was his fight alone. He looked at the sheet of paper, at the day's assigned tasks: sand sprints, deadlifts, use engine block near pier, focused quirk manipulation, precision lifting, sludge field, for 1 hour. Asterisk. He started with the sprints. The sand was a malicious, shifting enemy. It stole his momentum, sucked at his energy. Each dash from the waterline to the boardwalk left him gasping, his legs on fire. He did it 20 times. Then 30. He lost count somewhere after his vision started to spot the edge. In a block was a hunk of rusted iron half buried near a rotten piling. He dug it out with his hands, his fresh blisters tearing open. He wrapped a length of salvaged chain around it and strained. It didn't budge, not an inch. He pulled until the veins stood out on his forehead, until a sob of pure frustration ripped from his throat. He was weak, pathetically, hilariously weak. The hot, sharp echo inside him stirred, as if offended by the display. It whispered of ignition, of force, of easy power. He could blast the block free. He could reduce it to shrapnel. He clenched his teeth, tasting blood from where he'd bitten his cheek. Number. All Might's words echoed. Your body must become a vessel. Using the quirk here was cheating. It was admitting defeat. It was letting the ghost win. He repositioned his feet, dug his heels deeper into the sand, wrapped the chain around his forearms, and pulled. A scream tore from him, raw and ragged. The block shifted. A centimeter. Sand trickled into the space it left. It was the most exhausting, insignificant victory of his life. He wanted to weep. Instead, he pulled again. By the time he'd dragged the block 10 feet, the sun was dipping toward the horizon. And his arms were trembling so violently he could barely hold the chain. He collapsed beside his prize, his chest heaving, every muscle fiber in revolt. He lay there as the sky bled from orange to purple. The cold of the sand seeped into his back. He had nothing left. The idea of practicing quirk manipulation felt like a cruel joke. But the schedule said 1 hour. He pushed himself up. He found a collection of broken glass, bottles shattered into dangerous, glittering shards. He sat cross-legged before it, focusing through the haze of exhaustion. He called the cold, fluid power. The greenish field shimmered to life around his hand. He extended it toward the glass. The goal was not to move it, but to sort it. By color, by size. It was mental torture. His focus was shattered, his willpower spent. The field flickered, dropping shards, mixing green glass with brown. It was sloppy, dangerous. An architect, All Might had said. Not a thief. He took a shuddering breath, closed his eyes, and tried to find the quiet center beneath the fatigue. The sludge power was not about strength. It was about understanding. The resonance. He had to understand the glass, its shape, its weight, its breaking pattern. He opened his eyes. He stopped trying to command. He started to listen. The field stabilized. The shimmer became a gentle, humming aura. The shards began to lift, not in a clumsy cluster, but individually, drifting into neat, separate piles like leaves settling on still water. Green here, brown there, large fragments in one pile, tiny pebbles of glass in another. For one perfect, silent minute, he held it. Control, precision. It was beautiful. Then a wave of dizziness from his exhaustion broke his concentration. The field snapped. The glass fell in a harmless, sorted cascade. He had done it. Not for an hour, for a minute, but he had done it. He packed his things in the dark, his body a shipwreck. The walk home was a slow-motion disaster. He shuffled more than walked. He bumped into a lamppost, too tired to steer. His mother was waiting, dinner keeping warm in the oven. She took one look at him and her face crumpled. Izuku, you can't keep doing this to yourself. I have to, he rasped, and the certainty in his own voice surprised them both. He ate, showered with his eyes closed, and fell into bed. Sleep was a black pit he gratefully plunged into. The days blurred into a punishing rhythm. Wake, eat, school, beach, train, collapse, repeat. The beach changed, with agonizing slowness. A cleared patch here, a sorted pile of metal there. His body changed faster. The softness of unused muscle melted away, replaced by hard, stringy cords. His shoulders broadened. His lungs expanded. He could run the sprints without seeing stars. He could drag the engine block 20 feet before his arms gave out. The quirk training was the real battle. The sludge field became an extension of his will. He could lift and sort heavier, more complex objects, a tangle of fishing nets and old ropes, a collection of waterlogged, moldy books, which he carefully dried and stacked for disposal. He learned fine control, using the field to untie knots, to pluck a single specific screw from a pile of identical ones. The explosive echo was harder. It was temperamental, tied to his emotions in a way the sludge wasn't. Frustration made his sweat more volatile. Calm made it sluggish. He practiced in a dugout pit surrounded by old mattresses, producing droplets and igniting them at varying intensities. He learned to create a sustained, low-level heat from his fingertip, enough to soften plastic or solder two wires. He learned to make a sharp, concussive pop that could shatter a brick but not send dangerous shrapnel flying. It was a dance with a live wire. He avoided combination. The memory of the molten scar on the refrigerator was a cold knot in his stomach. That path was for later, for when he had a fortress of control, not the shack he was currently building. Weeks passed. Bakugo returned to school. The rule of separation held, enforced by wary teachers. They didn't speak. They didn't look at each other. But the air between them crackled with a silent, sustained voltage. Bakugo's hatred had refined, cooled from an inferno into something harder, polished obsidian, sharp and waiting. One afternoon, under a sky-threatening rain, Izuku faced a new challenge on the beach. A shipping container, washed ashore years ago and half buried in sand and smaller debris. It was a monolith of rusted steel, a literal ton of a movable object. All Might's regimen simply said, clear area around container. Assess. Asterisk. Izuku had cleared the area. He'd assessed. It was impossible. No amount of dragging, levering, or pleading would move it. It was the beach's final boss. He stood before it, sweat cooling on his skin, the first fat drops of rain beginning to fall. Despair, an old friend, settled on his shoulders. This was the limit. This was where the dream of cleaning the beach died. He was still just a kid playing in a landfill. The rain fell harder, pattering on the corrugated metal roof of the container. It dripped down his neck, cold and insistent. The hot, sharp echo inside him stirred, restless. It wanted to solve the problem. A few well-placed, shaped charges at the welds. He could cut it apart. He could reduce the problem to manageable, burning pieces. Cheating. Asterisk. But was it? All Might said to master his ghosts. To make them his own. This wasn't about brute strength anymore. It was a logistics problem. A hero had to solve problems with the tools he had. But the explosive power was violent, destructive. It left scars. He looked at his hands, then at the container. He thought of the sludge field, of precision, of understanding. An idea, fragile as a soap bubble, formed in his exhausted mind. He walked to the front of the container, where the double doors were fused shut with rust. He placed both hands on the cold, wet metal. He closed his eyes. He didn't call the explosive power. He called the sludge power. The cold, fluid understanding. He pushed the field into the metal, not to move it, but to feel it. To resonate with its structure. He sought the points of tension, the spots where rust had weakened the lattice, where stress had gathered. The echo hummed, reading the symphony of decay. It showed him, in his mind's eye, a map of the container's fragility. Then, carefully, he brought forth the explosive echo. Not as a blast, as a pinpoint, a surgical tool. He focused on producing a single, hyper-concentrated droplet of his sweat, and with the guidance of the sludge field's understanding, he placed it exactly on a microscopic fissure in the weld at the top right hinge. He ignited it, not a pop, a crack, a precise, localized burst of thermal shock. The rust crystallized and flaked away. The metal didn't blow apart, it unlocked. He moved to the next point, guided by the sludge field's resonance. Another droplet, another precise, tiny crack. Rain soaked him to the skin. His entire world narrowed to the feedback between the two echoes, one mapping the weakness, the other applying the exact minimal force to exploit it. Crack, crack, crack. He wasn't destroying, he was dismantling. After a dozen precisely applied micro-ignitions, he stepped back. He planted his feet in the soggy sand, wrapped his now strong hands around the edge of the container door, and pulled. With a shriek of protesting metal that was more sigh than scream, the right side door swung open, tearing free from its ruined hinges. Izuku stumbled back, panting, rain and sweat streaming down his face. He stared at the open maw of the container, darkness and the smell of stale damp wafting out. He hadn't moved the container. He had conquered it, on his own terms, using both powers, not in a wild combination, but in a coordinated, intelligent synergy. He had been an architect. A slow, disbelieving smile spread across his face. It felt alien on his features, which had been set in lines of grim determination for weeks. He heard a slow clap from behind him. He whirled around. Under the shelter of a broken concrete pipe, shrouded in shadow and rain, stood the skeletal form of All Might. He wasn't smiling, but the blue embers in his eyes glowed with a fierce, approving light. "I wondered how you would solve that particular puzzle," All Might said, his voice carrying easily over the drumming rain. Brute force was not the lesson. The lesson was to think. To use the tools you have been given not as crutches, but as instruments. He stepped out into the rain, uncaring of the downpour. "You did not simply use your quirk, young Midoriya. You performed a diagnosis, and then you applied a cure. That is the work of a hero." The praise was a warmth that spread through Izuku's core, melting a layer of the perpetual cold fear. The beach. Izuku gestured weakly at the still massive expanse of trash. "It's too much. I'm not even a tenth of the way." All Might looked out at the wasteland, then back at him. "You have cleared more in 6 weeks than has been cleared in 6 years. You focus on the mountain. I see the path you have carved through the foothills." He placed a bony hand on Izuku's soaked shoulder. "The container was your midterm exam. You passed. Now, the real work continues." He turned to leave, then paused. "Oh, and young Midoriya. Yes, UA's entrance exam application window opens next week. You will need a quirk name for the registration form. Echo is not a bad placeholder. But think on it. A name is a promise. To yourself, and to the world." He vanished into the curtain of rain, leaving Izuku standing in the downpour, before the open container. The taste of a hard-won victory and the looming shadow of the next, greater challenge mingling on his tongue. He had passed a test. He had a long, long way to go. But for the first time, standing in the cooling rain, he felt not like a boy playing with stolen fire, but like someone who might, one day, learn to carry a sun. Chapter 7. The Name and the Oath. The rain turned to a fine, persistent mist, shrouding the beach in a ghostly gray. Izuku stood for a long time, listening to the whisper of waves on newly exposed sand, the drumming on the open container's roof. The taste of victory was complex, like sea air and ozone, clean, but with a metallic edge. He hadn't just moved an obstacle. He'd negotiated with the monsters inside him. He'd made them work together, not in a chaotic explosion, but in a precise, silent conversation. The sludge echo had whispered the container's secrets, and the explosive echo had spoken the exact word needed to break the silence. He was learning their language. He packed his tools, his body moving with a new, weary confidence. The walk home was less a shuffle, more of a trudge. The rain washed the salt and grime from his skin, leaving him chilled but clear-headed. At home, the ritual repeated. His mother's worried eyes, the silent dinner, the shower that steamed the chill from his bones. But tonight, instead of collapsing directly into bed, he sat at his desk. The UA application portal was open on his laptop screen, a stark, official form against the darkness of his room. The cursor blinked in the field labeled quirk name. He had avoided this. Naming it felt like giving the monster a passport, making it a legitimate citizen of his soul. Echo was what All Might had called it. It was accurate. It was clinical. It was safe. But was it right? An echo was a reflection. A copy. A fading repetition of something that already was. His power wasn't that. Not anymore. The sludge in the garage had been an echo. The explosion on the roof had been a faint copy. But what he'd done today, that was a conversation. He hadn't echoed the container's nature. He'd listened to it, then replied with a power that had become his own. He opened his secret notebook, for the future number 14. The pages were filled with dense, analytical script, diagrams of force vectors, chemical formulas for his variant sweat, resonance patterns. It was a dissection, but on a fresh page, he started writing something different. The power doesn't just copy. It learns. It adapts. It takes a blueprint and then my body, my mind, Buell. DS a new factory to produce a unique product. It's not a recording. It's a translation. Asterisk. The hollow space isn't a vault for stolen treasures. It's a workshop, a crucible, asterisk. He paused, his pen hovering over the word. Crucible. A vessel for melting metals at high temperatures, for combining elements to create something new, something stronger. That's what he was, a living crucible. He took the raw materials of other powers, melted them down in the heat of his own experience and will, and forged something of his own making. He looked back at the screen. The cursor blinked, impatient. He deleted, echo. His fingers typed slowly, deliberately. Quirk name, Crucible. He hit enter before he could doubt it. The form accepted it. It was done. A name was a promise. He had just promised the world, and himself, that he would not be a thief. He would be a maker. It felt like stepping off a cliff. Asterisk. The weeks that followed were a grind edged with a new sense of purpose. The name, Crucible, echoed in his mind during every sprint, every lift, every focused session of quirk control. It was a mantra, a reminder of the higher purpose. He avoided Bakugo at school with the intensity of a spy evading detection. It was easier now. Bakugo seemed to have entered a phase of cold, focused contempt. He didn't taunt. He didn't threaten. He simply acted as if Izuku had ceased to exist, which was in some ways more unnerving. It meant he was saving his energy, plotting his real move. The UA entrance exam, that would be his battlefield of choice. Izuku's own preparation became a kind of obsession. The beach slowly, incrementally, yielded to him. He developed systems. He used the sludge field's telekinetic binding to gather scattered metal into large, floating orbs, which he then rolled to the sorting area. He used precise, low-heat ignition from his fingers to melt plastic bags together into dense, manageable blocks. He was no longer just cleaning. He was engineering the cleanup. His body hardened. The softness was utterly gone. His reflection showed sharp angles and defined muscle, a stranger with familiar, tired eyes. He could lift the engine block over his head now. He could sprint the length of the beach without stopping. One evening, as the summer heat began to relent into the crispness of early autumn, All Might appeared again. He didn't come often, maybe once every 2 weeks. A ghost checking on a long-term project. This time, he was in his true form, the symbol of peace, but only for a brief moment. He landed on the newly cleared sand near the pier with a soft thump asterisk. A smile on his face that didn't quite reach his tired eyes. Progress, he boomed, gesturing at the significantly receded tide line of trash. Remarkable progress, young Midoriya. Izuku, who was wrestling a waterlogged sofa onto a makeshift sled, dropped it and stumbled over. All Might, I didn't expect. A good hero is always unexpected. All Might laughed, but it was followed by a wet, rattling cough he tried to disguise. He shrank rapidly, the steam hissing around him, until the skeletal man stood in the hero's place, leaning on the pier's railing for support. But enough of that. Show me, not the beach. Show me you. Izuku understood. He took a steadying breath. He held up his right hand. First, the sludge field, a shimmering, green-tinged aura that gently lifted a dozen scattered soda cans, sorting them by brand with effortless, silent precision. He held the configuration for a full minute, his arm perfectly steady. Then, he shifted. The field dissipated. On his left palm, a bead of clear liquid formed. With a thought, it ignited, not with a pop, but with a sustained, pencil-thin jet of blue-white flame that he directed onto a scrap of metal, heating a spot until it glowed cherry red. He held the flame, his hand rock steady, his breathing controlled. Finally, he brought his hands together. In his right, the sludge field formed a small, dense sphere of force. In his left, he generated a minute amount of explosive sweat, not igniting it, but letting it suffuse the field. The sphere began to hum, pulsing with a dangerous, contained light, a potential grenade. He held it for only 3 seconds before carefully letting both powers fade, the sphere dissipating harmlessly into the evening air. All Might watched, his sunken eyes missing nothing. When Izuku finished, panting slightly from the concentration, the hero was silent for a long moment. Control, All Might said finally, his voice a low rasp of approval. Fine control. You have separated the instruments. You have practiced their individual songs. And you have begun to experiment with harmony. He stepped closer. But a concert is not played in an empty hall. Your control is impressive here, in the silence. With no stakes. The exam, it will be chaos. It will be pressure. It will be fear. Your control must be deeper than thought. It must be instinct. How? Izuku asked, the old anxiety curling in his gut. By remembering why you are doing this, All Might said. He pointed a bony finger at Izuku's chest. That day on the street, you moved without thinking to save a life. That instinct overrode your fear, your logic, your self-preservation. That is the core you must return to. When the chaos comes, you must not think, sludge field, or precision ignition. You must see a problem, a person in danger, a structure about to fall, and your body, your crucible, must provide the solution before your mind has time to panic. It sounded impossible to make this intricate, stolen symphony into a reflex. I have something for you, All Might said, changing the subject. He pulled a small, sealed envelope from his coat pocket. Do not open it until the morning of the exam. Izuku took it. It was light, almost weightless. What is it? A reminder, All Might said cryptically. Then his expression grew solemn. There is one more thing we must discuss. The practical exam at UA. You know the basics. Izuku nodded. He'd studied every scrap of information available. Robotic opponents. Point values based on difficulty. Rescue points are a rumored secondary metric, but unconfirmed. They are real, All Might confirmed. But the robots are the primary obstacle. Your registered quirk is Crucible, a newly manifested transformation, emitter type. You will be expected to use the powers you have demonstrated here. But you must be careful. If you use an ability that too closely resembles a known quirk, especially one belonging to a fellow examinee, it will raise questions you cannot answer. Izuku's blood ran cold. He hadn't considered that. What if someone from another school had a sludge-like quirk? What if there was another explosion user? His variants were his own. But to a casual observer, you must make your power look unique, All Might instructed. Use the sludge field, but tint it a different color if you can. Change its texture. Make it look like force fields, not telekinetic binding. Use your explosive heat, but shape it, create tools, blades of flame, not just sparks and pops. Be creative. Be an artist. You are not showing them what you copied. You are showing them what you can create. The challenge was exhilarating and terrifying. It wasn't enough to control the power. He had to costume it, to direct a play where he was the only actor. Playing multiple roles but in the same, consistent style. I understand, Izuku said, the weight of the new task settling beside the others. All Might nodded. Good. Now, the final lesson for tonight. He gestured to the remaining trash, a particularly dense cluster of construction debris, concrete chunks, twisted rebar, shattered tiles. Clear that pile, but there is a rule, you may not touch any of it with your hands. Or your feet. You may only use your quirk. And you must do it before the sun fully sets. He pointed to the horizon, where the sun was a fat, orange coin halfway swallowed by the sea. They had maybe 20 minutes. Izuku stared at the jagged, heavy pile. Using only crucible, no physical leverage. It was like asking a painter to move a house using only color. But All Might had given the order. Izuku stepped forward, his mind racing. He couldn't lift it all at once. The mass was too great, his control too finite. He had to break the problem down. See the problem. Provide the solution. Asterisk. He started with the sludge field. He expanded it to its maximum, a shimmering green dome 10 feet across. He enveloped the entire pile, not to lift it, but to understand it. He felt the weight distribution, the points of balance, the loose pieces on top. He pinpointed a large, flat chunk of concrete near the top. He increased the field's density around it, creating a zone of intense binding force. Then, with a grunt of effort, he twisted the field, not lifting, but applying rotational torque. The concrete slab spun like a giant, ragged coin and slid off the pile, thudding onto the sand. First piece. He was already sweating, the mental strain immense. He targeted a cluster of rebar. He couldn't bend it with the field. It was too strong. So he switched. He summoned a focused jet of blue flame from his fingertip, not to melt, but to heat a single stress point on the tangled mass. The metal glowed, softened. Then he applied the sludge field again, a sharp, precise push at the heated joint. The rebar tangle snapped apart, 3 pieces falling free. He worked like a sculptor reverse engineering his own block. He used the explosive heat to weaken, the sludge field to manipulate. He created small, controlled concussive pops to jostle pieces loose, then caught them in gentle fields to lower them safely. It was a frantic, beautiful ballet of force and fire. The sun was a sliver on the horizon, the sky a deep violet. The pile was half its size. Izuku's head pounded. His nose was bleeding from the strain. He could taste copper. He was at his limit. One last object, a massive, intact ceramic sink, buried at the base. It was too heavy, too smooth for his field to get a proper grip. He saw the problem. The sink, trapped. The setting sun. His solution came not from calculation, but from that deep, instinctive place All Might had spoken of. He didn't try to lift the sink. He focused the sludge field under it, not to bind, but to vibrate. A high-frequency resonance, tuned to the ceramic's molecular structure. The sink began to buzz, to shiver in the sand. Simultaneously, he directed a wide, flat sheet of explosive heat from his other hand, not a jet, but a wave, washing over the sand around the sink. The sand superheated, turning into a slurry of instant glass. The vibrating sink settled into the molten slurry, loosening its hold. With a final, desperate heave of will, Izuku combined the powers, the vibrating field and a sharp upward concussive pop directly beneath the sink. The sink popped out of the ground like a cork from a bottle. He caught it in a cushioning field and floated it gently to the cleared area just as the last sliver of sun vanished below the horizon. Darkness fell. Izuku dropped to his knees, gasping. Blood dripping from his nose onto the sand. The world swam. All Might walked over. He didn't offer a hand up. He just looked at the cleared patch, then down at Izuku. "You used resonance," All Might said, his voice quiet with something akin to awe. "You didn't just push or pull. You convinced it to move. You used one echo to ask a question, and the other to provide the answer." Izuku, still panting, managed a nod. "That," All Might said, a real, genuine smile touching his thin lips for the first time that night, "is the work of a hero. Not just power, ingenuity, under pressure, past your limit." He knelt, his joints cracking, so he was eye level with the exhausted boy. "Remember this feeling. This is what you will take into the exam. Not just your strength, or your control. Your ingenuity. Your crucible does not just hold power. It forges solutions. Remember that." He stood, groaning slightly. "I must go. Your training is yours now. I have given you the tools, the philosophy. The rest is up to you. Young Midoriya, the final month is for refinement. For making your power not just controlled, but yours asterisk in every sense." He placed a hand on Izuku's head, a brief, weightless touch. "Make your name proud." Quote. He turned and walked into the darkness between the remaining trash heaps, disappearing as silently as he'd come. Izuku stayed on his knees, the cool night air washing over his heated skin. He looked at the cleared patch, at the sink sitting innocently on the sand. He had done the impossible, with impossible tools. He pulled the sealed envelope from his pocket, holding it in his bleeding, trembling hand. A reminder, All Might had said. Izuku didn't need to open it to know what it was. It was the same thing he carried in the new muscles of his body, in the honed reflexes of his quirk, in the newly named crucible of his soul. It was a promise, and he intended to keep it. He pushed himself to his feet, wiped the blood from his nose, and began the long walk home. The beach was still a mess, but he had carved a clean space in the heart of it. And in the heart of himself. 1 month. 1 month until he would step onto a different kind of battlefield. And show the world what the crucible could forge. Chapter 8. The storm before the calm. October bled into November, and a new kind of tension settled over Musutafu. It was in the air, a crisp, electric charge that had nothing to do with the approaching winter. It was the tension of futures about to be decided. For third-year junior high students across the city, every conversation, every class, every test was now viewed through a single, defining lens, the UA Hero Course entrance exam, now just weeks away. At Aldera, the atmosphere was particularly charged. The school had never produced a UA Hero Course student. Their best hope, the golden child, was Katsuki Bakugo. The faculty treated him with a reverence bordering on the absurd. His suspension was a forgotten blip. He was their ticket to prestige, and they polished him accordingly, offering extra tutoring, access to the gym, whispered assurances. Izuku Midoriya, by contrast, was a ghost in the machine. He attended classes, took notes, and vanished the moment the final bell rang. His transformation was impossible to miss. The lanky, nervous boy had been replaced by a lean, silent young man with a simmering intensity in his eyes. He moved with a new economy, a contained power that made his old bullies unconsciously give him a wider berth. They didn't know why, they just felt it. He was a question no one had time to ask. All energy was focused on Bakugo. The two of them existed in a state of cold, perfect neutrality. They were planets in separate orbits. The gravitational pull felt only in the subtle warping of space around them. Bakugo's scorn had calcified into a silent, absolute disregard. He was saving his fury, banking it like a furnace, for the day he could prove his superiority on a national stage. He didn't see Izuku as competition. He saw him as a stain to be scrubbed away in the proving grounds of UA. Izuku was grateful for the silence. It gave him space to think, to plan, to train. The beach was now more sand than trash. A clear, crescent-shaped expanse stretched from the boardwalk to the water. The remaining refuse was consolidated into a few large, formidable piles, the final bosses of his 10-month war. A mountain of scrap metal, a hill of rotting furniture and treated wood, the skeleton of a small fishing boat, bleached and broken. His training had evolved. All Might's Visi. TS had ceased entirely in the final month, as promised. This was his solo flight. He no longer practiced the individual echoes in isolation. He practiced scenarios. He would run a winding course through the remaining debris, and at random points, he would create a problem. A heavy object, trapping, a dummy he'd made from sacks and driftwood. A collapsing structure of precarious pipes. A spree, adding fire, simulated with colored cloth and focused heat. His crucible had to provide the solution on the move. A quick, shaped barrier from the sludge field to shore up the pipes. A precise, cut-ing jet of flame to sever a rope, entangling the dummy. A concussive blast, angled away, to knock a falling beam off course. He was programming his reflexes. Solve, not with one power, but why. The appropriate tool from his growing, internal workshop. He was becoming fluent in the language of his own soul. One cold, gray afternoon, a week before the exam, he faced the boat. It was a symbolic final challenge. He decided to dismantle it, using only Crucible, as a test of his final readiness. He started with the sludge field, mapping the boat's structure, finding the rusted bolts and rotten seams. He used micro-ignitions to break the fastenings, then floated the separated planks and ribs to a neat stack with gentle telekinetic guidance. He worked methodically, calmly, a surgeon disassembling a corpse. He was so focused he didn't notice he was no longer alone. Not until a voice, cold and flat as a steel plate, cut through the sound of the wind and the sea. So this is where you've been hiding. Izuku's concentration shattered. A plank he was floating wobbled and crashed to the sand. He whirled around. Katsuki Bakugo stood at the edge of the cleared sand, where the boardwalk met the beach. He was dressed in his school uniform, his hands in his pockets, his expression unreadable. He looked at the cleared expanse, at the sorted piles, at the half-dismantled boat. His eyes took it all in, not with curiosity, but with a cold, analytical assessment, like a general surveying a battlefield prepared by an enemy. Izuku's heart hammered against his ribs. How long had he been there? What had he seen? Kaken, Izuku said, his voice steady despite the panic screaming in his mind. He let the active powers die, the green shimmer fading from his hands. This is private property. It's a dump, Bakugo corrected, not moving. And you're cleaning it. Why? It's good training. The truth, stripped bare. Bakugo's eyes flicked to Izuku's hands, then to the neatly stacked planks. Training for what? The exam. A humorless smirk touched his lips. You're really going through with it. You're actually gonna show up. Yes. The smirk vanished. Bakugo took a step onto the sand, his shoes sinking slightly. You know they have robots, right? Big, metal ones. You can't analyze them into submission. You can't cry and hope they feel sorry for you. You need a quirk that can actually break things. The old, familiar taunt. But it lacked its usual heat. It was a statement of fact. Izuku said nothing. He just watched him. Bakugo took another step, then another, closing the distance. He stopped a few meters away, his eyes never leaving Izuku's face. That day on the roof. That wasn't nothing. That was a quirk. A weak, defensive, useless quirk, but a quirk. He tilted his head. You've had it all along, haven't you? Some pathetic emitter type that makes green glitter. You hid it because you knew it was worthless. Because you knew it proved you was still a loser. Just a loser with a party trick. He was constructing the narrative, brick by bit a brick. It was the story he needed to believe. Izuku let him. It doesn't matter what you think, Kaken, Izuku said quietly. It matters. Bakugo snapped, a spark cracking on his knuckle. It matters because you're gonna be in my way. You're gonna be on that field, with your sad little sparkles, getting underfoot, making a scene. And someone's gonna get hurt trying to save your worthless hide. You're a liability, a danger to everyone around you. His voice was rising, the cold analysis giving way to the old, volcanic anger. The sight of the cleared beach, of Izuku's silent, unwavering preparation, was getting under his skin. It was evidence of a will, a determination, that refused to be extinguished. And that, to Bakugo, was an insult. I'm not going to get in your way, Izuku said, his tone still calm. It was a superhuman effort. The hot, sharp echo inside him was stirring, resonating with Bakugo's anger. It wanted to answer. He forced it down. We'll be in different testing sites, most likely. You'll never even see me. I'll know you're there, Bakugo shouted, taking a final, aggressive step forward. They were now within arm's reach. The smell of nitroglycerin was sharp in the cold air. I'll know a fraud, a liar, a quirkless pretender is wearing the same uniform, trying to stand on the same stage as me. It pisses me off. It makes the whole thing feel cheap. His hand shot out, not to hit, but to grab the front of Izuku's worn training jacket. He yanked him forward, their faces inches apart. Bakugo's eyes were blazing. Listen, Deku, really listen. You stay out of my sight at the exam. You don't talk to me. You don't look at me. You take your pathetic quirker. You hide in a corner and you hope you scrape by with a pity point. And when you fail, and you will fail, you crawl back into the hole you came from and you never, ever pretend to be anything but what you are. A useless, quirkless, worthless Deku. The words were meant to break him. To shatter the new composure, to reforge him into the trembling victim he'd always been. But Izuku had spent 10 months breaking and reforging himself in this very sand. He had faced mountains of trash and the monsters in his own blood. A bully's words, even from this bully, were just noise. He didn't struggle, he didn't plead, he just looked into Bakugo's furious eyes, his own gaze clear and steady. You're afraid, Izuku said, his voice so quiet it was almost swallowed by the wind. Bakugo froze. The fury in his eyes flickered, replaced for a nanosecond by pure, uncomprehending shock. What, you're afraid? Izuku repeated, the realization crystallizing as he spoke it. Not of me, not of my quirk. You're afraid that the world isn't the simple place you built in your head. Where the strong always win and the weak always lose. Where you're destined to be the best. You saw me run at that villain when you couldn't move. You saw All Might talk to me. And now you see me here, training. And it scares you, because if someone like me can stand on the same stage, what does that say about your stage? What does that say about you? It was the deepest truth Izuku had ever spoken to him. It was not an accusation. It was an observation, delivered with a devastating, calm clarity. Bakugo's grip on his jacket tightened. His knuckles white. A series of tiny, violent pops erupted across his shoulders, his free hand smoking. His face was a mask of utter, incandescent rage, but beneath it, in the slight widening of his eyes, Izuku saw the truth hit home. He had struck the nerve. For a long, terrifying second, Izuku thought Bakugo would detonate him right there, on the clean sand. Then, with a snarl of pure disgust, Bakugo shoved him away so hard Izuku stumbled back, landing on his rear in the sand. You don't know anything, Bakugo spat, his voice trembling with the effort of control. You're just a delusional fanboy who's finally lost his last marble. You want to play hero. Fine, go to the exam. I'll be waiting, and I'll show you, I'll show everyone the difference between a real hero and a pathetic lying cockroach. He turned on his heel and stalked away, his footsteps leaving deep, angry prints in the sand. He didn't look back. Izuku sat in the sand, his heart pounding, the adrenaline crash making him lightheaded. He watched Bakugo disappear over the boardwalk. He had faced him down. He hadn't used his quirk. He hadn't flinched. He had seen the fear behind the fury, and he had named it. It felt like a victory. But it was a cold, lonely one. He had just ensured that Bakugo's focus at the exam would be absolute, and a significant portion of it would be bent on destroying him. He got to his feet, brushing the sand from his clothes. The sun was setting, painting the cleared beach in shades of gold and deep blue. He looked at the half-dismantled boat. The storm had come early. The confrontation he dreaded had happened. And he was still standing. He walked to the boat, placed his hands on its weathered hull, and summoned the crucible. The green shimmer returned to his hands. Steadier than before. He had 1 week. 1 week to make sure that when the real storm hit, the chaos of the exam, the focused hatred of Bakugo, he would not just stand. He would forge his future in the fire of it. He returned to his work, the rhythm of disintegration and order calming his nerves. The boat came apart under his hands, plank by plank, bolt by bolt, each piece a prayer for strength. For control, for the courage to face the crucible that was coming. Chapter 9. The Gates of Fate. The morning of the UA entrance exam dawned clear and painfully bright. Izuku stood before his mirror, dressed in a simple dark green tracksuit, his battle attire. The boy who stared back was a stranger. His face was leaner, the soft roundness of childhood gone, replaced by sharp cheekbones and a determined set to his jaw. His eyes, though shadowed from a near sleepless night, held a calm, focused light. They were the eyes of someone who had faced down trash mountains and personal demons, and knew the shape of hard work. He picked up the small, sealed envelope from his desk. All Might's reminder. His fingers trembled slightly as he tore it open. Inside was no letter, no rousing speech. It was a photograph, a candid shot, slightly blurred, taken from a distance. It showed a section of Takoba Municipal Beach from 6 months ago, a tangled, hopeless mess of garbage under a gray sky. And in the center of the frame, a tiny, ant-like figure was straining to drag a waterlogged tire through the sand. Himself. On the back, in All Might's distinctive, blocky handwriting, were just 4 words. You have already won. The air left Izuku's lungs in a soft rush. He wasn't sure what he'd expected. A pep talk, a secret strategy, a warning. Not this. This simple, brutal evidence of how far he'd come. The mountain he'd moved, grain of sand by grain of sand. He slipped the photo into an inner pocket of his tracksuit, right over his heart. It felt like a talisman. A truth. Downstairs, his mother was a silent storm of anxiety. She had made a hero's breakfast, katsudon, for victory, but she couldn't sit still. She fussed with his collar, smoothed non-existent wrinkles from his sleeve. Her eyes shimmering. Izuku, she began, her voice thick. It's okay, Mom, he said, giving her the most reassuring smile he could muster. I've trained for this. Whatever happens, I'm going to do my best. It was the most he could promise. He couldn't promise to win. He couldn't promise to get in. He could only promise the effort. The crucible didn't guarantee a perfect product. It guaranteed the heat. The attempt. She hugged him, tight and quick, as if afraid to hold on too long and steal his courage. I'm so proud of you, she whispered into his shoulder, and he knew she meant it. Regardless of the outcome, the train ride to UA was a surreal journey through a city holding its breath. The carriage was full of teenagers from all over the prefecture, EAC. Radiating their own flavor of nervous energy. Some chatted loudly, boasting about their quirks. Others sat in silent, pale-faced meditation. A girl with vines for hair accidentally tripped a boy W. Ho then bounced harmlessly off the ceiling. Laughter and apologies mixed with the rumble of the tracks. Izuku kept to himself, his hands tucked in his pockets, fingers tracing the edge of the photograph through the fabric. He focused on his breathing, on the steady, dual hum of the powers within him, the cool, fluid potential and the hot, sharp readiness. They were tools in their workshop, waiting. UA's main gate was not just a gate. It was a portal. The towering arch of polished stone and steel seemed to hum with legacy, with promise, with daunting, absolute judgment. The crowd flowing through it was a river of ambition, a current of quirks and dreams so potent it made the air vibrate. Izuku stepped through, his feet on the hallowed ground. His heart was a frantic bird in his chest, but his mind was clear. This was it, the anvil upon which he would be struck. He followed the signs to the written exam hall, a vast auditorium that felt like a cathedral to academia. He found his assigned seat, the desk cold and impersonal. The written test was a blur of logic puzzles, hero lore, ethics, and situational analysis. Izuku's pen flew across the page. This was his native language. He had analyzed heroes and scenarios since he could hold a pencil. The questions were complex, but they were puzzles, and puzzles had solutions. He finished with time to spare, reviewing his answers with a calm certainty. Then came the orientation for the practical. They were herded into another vast auditorium, this one even larger, with a stage at the front. The buzz of nervous chatter was deafening. Izuku found a seat near the back, his eyes scanning the crowd. He saw him immediately. Katsuki Bakugo was seated near the front, center aisle. He sat perfectly still, back rigid, arms crossed. He wasn't looking at the stage. He was staring straight ahead, a statue of concentrated, polished fury. He was a bomb with the pin already pulled, waiting for the right moment to demonstrate his devastation. Izuku forced his gaze away. Looking for him was a reflex he needed to break. Today, Bakugo was just another obstacle. A particularly loud, explosive obstacle. The lights dimmed. A spotlight hit the stage. And then he appeared. Not on a screen. Not in a recording. In the flesh. WELCOME, one and all, present Mike's voice boomed through the speakers with enough force to make the seats vibrate, to today's live performance. Can I get a HEY? The silence that followed was absolute, stunned. Present Mike, in all his leather-jacketed, speaker-equipped glory, grinned, utterly unfazed. Tough crowd. Anyway, let's get down to the nitty-gritty of how this practical exam is gonna go down. A massive screen lit up behind him, showing a map of a replica urban district. You'll be facing G3 kinds of foe villains in our fabricated cityscapes. Point values go from 1 to 3. Your goal, little listeners, is to use your quirks to incapacitate these baddies and earn points. But that's not all. Attacking other examinees or any other unheroic shenanigans is an instant no-go. You'll be booted. Capiche? He gestured dramatically. The screen changed to show the robotic villains. The one-pointer was a small, spidery bot. The two-pointer was bulkier, tank-like. The three-pointer was massive, a towering, simian-like machine with crushing arms. A murmur of fear and excitement rippled through the crowd. Izuku's analyst brain kicked in, overriding his nerves. Mobility versus power. Joint weaknesses likely on the smaller models. The three-pointer's size suggests a power source in the torso or back. Avoid direct confrontation. Use the environment. Asterisk. You'll each be assigned a testing site via lottery. Present Mike announced. No complaining. Now, let's hear the most important rule. There are no rules. The crowd gasped. Just kidding. Present Mike laughed. But seriously, go beyond. Plus ultra. The screen flashed, displaying a list of examinee numbers and their assigned battle centers, A through G. Izuku's eyes raced down the list. He found his examinee number. Battle center, B. He immediately looked for Bakugo's number. His stomach dropped. Battle center, B. They were in the same arena. It wasn't chance. It couldn't be. UA was known for its meticulous planning. They had put them together. They knew about their history, the incident at Aldera. They were testing them, or they were creating drama. Either way, it was a disaster. He saw Bakugo's head turn slightly, as if he could feel Izuku's horror from across the auditorium. Their eyes didn't meet, but the connection was a live wire. Bakugo's lip curled in a silent, vicious smirk. Got you. Asterisk. Panic, cold and sharp, clawed at Izuku's throat. His careful plan, to avoid Bakugo, to focus on the robots. To be an artist with his power, evaporated. Bakugo wouldn't let him be. He would hunt him. He would make a spectacle of crushing him in front of UA, in front of the world. The photograph over his heart felt suddenly flimsy, a paper shield against a tsunami. You have already won. Asterisk. The words echoed, but they felt hollow. Winning the beach meant nothing if he lost himself here. The crowd began to disperse, heading to the buses that would take them to their battle centers. Izuku moved like an automaton, his mind racing, scrabbling for a new plan, a new angle. On the bus to Battle Center B, the tension was a thick fog. Everyone was eyeing each other, assessing the competition. A boy with multiple arms. A girl who seemed to be made of rock. A tall, bespectacled boy with engines in his legs who was muttering a strict schedule to himself. And Bakugo. He sat alone, at the front of the bus, staring out the window. A sphere of absolute, intimidating calm. The bus arrived. The testing site was a jaw-dropping replica of a city district, complete with faux buildings, streets, and lampposts. It was a movie set for destruction. They gathered at the entrance gate, a massive metal door. A UA official in a crisp uniform stood before them. You have 10 minutes to change into any support gear you have brought and prepare yourselves at your designated starting position, the official announced, pointing to painted lines on the ground. The test begins when the gate opens. You have 10 minutes to accumulate points. Good luck. Izuku moved to his assigned spot. He had no support gear, just his tracksuit and the stolen powers in his veins. He closed his eyes, trying to find the calm center he'd forged on the beach. See the problem. Provide the solution. Asterisk. The problem was not just robots. The problem was Bakugo. The solution was not to fight him. The solution was to be better than him. To be a hero in a way he couldn't comprehend. He opened his eyes, his gaze sharpening. He looked at the fake city, not as a battlefield, but as a scenario. People could be trapped in those buildings. Collateral damage was a factor. The robots were obstacles to a rescue operation, not just targets. A new plan, fragile but determined, began to form. He would not play Bakugo's game of smash and destroy. He would play his own. Start. The gate blasted upward with a hydraulic hiss. For a split second, everyone froze. Then the world exploded into motion. Dozens of quirks activated at once. The engine-legged boy shot forward with a roar of turbines, a blur of motion. The rock girl charged, her footsteps thudding. The multi-armed boy scaled a building with terrifying speed. And Bakugo didn't run. He launched himself forward with twin, thunderous explosions from his palms. Rocketing over the heads of the crowd, a screaming, smoking comet aimed straight for the heart of the city. He was a force of nature declaring his dominance. Izuku didn't follow the pack. He veered left, down a side street. He could already hear the sounds of combat. Crashing metal, shouts, the electric screech of disabled robots. He rounded a corner and came face to face with a one-pointer. It skittered towards him on metallic legs, a single red eye glowing. His training took over. No panic. Analysis. He sidestepped its lunge, his movements fluid from months of sand sprints. As it passed, he extended a hand, not to blast it. He summoned the sludge field, the greenish shimmer, but he willed it to look different, to solidify, to take on a faint, emerald translucence, like hard light. The field wrapped around the robot's legs, a sudden, viscous trap. The one-pointer stumbled, its limbs locking. Izuku focused, and with a sharp, concussive pop asterisk from his OTH. A hand, a sound more like a shockwave than an explosion, he delivered a precise impact to its central sensor housing. The red eye dimmed, the robot crumpled. 1 point. It was clean, efficient. It didn't look like anyone else's quirk. It looked like Crucible. He moved on, a ghost in the faux city. He found a two-pointer demolishing a car. He used a focused jet of blue-white flame, shaped into a narrow cutter, to sever its main actuator arm at the joint. He then used a hardened slab of his force field to deflect its retaliatory cannon fire into the ground before disabling it with another shockwave to its rear housing. 3 points. He wasn't just fighting. He was solving. Each robot was a puzzle with a non-destructive, energy-efficient solution. He conserved his strength, avoided flashy moves. The sounds of Bakugo's rampage were a constant background orchestra. Distant, rolling booms, the scream of tearing metal, the occasional triumphant, wordless roar. He was a typhoon, clearing a path of pure annihilation. Izuku could almost feel the point counter in Bakugo's head ticking upward at a terrifying rate. He pushed the thought away. Stick to the plan. He found a simulated, collapsed, building facade, with dummy figures visible in the rubble. A three-pointer was nearby, stomping towards it, likely programmed to create more damage. This was it, the rescue scenario. Izuku didn't attack the three-pointer head-on. He scaled the side of a building using a combination of small, repulsive blasts from his feet, masked as concussive leaps, and telekinetic grips from his field. He reached the roof, overlooking the collapse. The three-pointer was massive, its armored back turned to him. He saw a panel, likely for maintenance, near its neck. He took a deep breath. He needed to end this quickly, to get to the dummies. He combined the powers, not in a wild synergy, but in a calculated tandem. From his right hand, he generated a dense, vibrating sphere of force, a concentrated sludge field. From his left, he produced a single, hyper-volatile droplet of his explosive sweat and let it suffuse the sphere. The sphere hummed, glowing with contained, green-gold energy. A micro-grenade. He took aim, judging the wind, the distance. He couldn't afford to miss. He threw it. The sphere sailed in a perfect arc and struck the maintenance panel. On impact, the contained energies reacted, not with a large explosion, but with a violent, localized disintegration. The field focused the explosive force inward, shredding the panel and the circuitry beneath. In a shower of sparks and a sound like a giant capacitor blowing. The three-pointer shuddered, its arms dropping, its lights dying. It fell forward with a ground-shaking crash, harmlessly away from the rubble. 6 points. Izuku dropped from the roof, using a cushioning field to slow his fall. He ran to the rubble, using his force fields to carefully lift and shift the debris, clearing a path to the dummies. He pulled 2 out, setting them gently in a clear area. It probably earned him no points, but it felt right. It was the heart of the exercise. He was breathing hard, sweat stinging his eyes. He had maybe 4 minutes left. A shadow fell over him. He looked up. Katsuki Bakugo stood at the end of the street, framed by smoke and the wreckage of a dozen robots. His costume was sleek, orange and black, accentuating his explosive power. He wasn't even breathing hard. His eyes, visible through his fierce grenadier-style mask, were locked on Izuku with a predatory focus. "Found you," Bakugo said. His voice distorted slightly by the mask but dripping with venom. "Hiding in the alleys. Doing cleanup. How many points?" 5, 6. He took a step forward, a small, warning crackle dancing over his gauntlet. "I've lost count of mine. It's in the 40s. This is what a real hero looks like, Deku. This is the difference." Izuku straightened up, facing him. The street was empty except for them. The sounds of distant battles seemed to fade. "I'm not hiding," Izuku said, his voice calm. "I'm taking the test." "You're wasting my time," Bakugo snarled. "But I told you what would happen if you got in my way. This ends now. I'm gonna put you down, right here in front of UA's cameras, and show them the trash you really are." He crouched, his palms glowing with building, catastrophic power. Izuku's mind went utterly still. This was the crucible, not the robots. He saw the problem. Bakugo, a force of pure, ego-driven destruction, about to unleash an attack that could level the street, cause massive collateral damage, and possibly injure other examinees. He saw his solution. It wasn't to fight fire with fire. It wasn't to win a duel. It was to be a hero. As Bakugo roared and unleashed a colossal, blistering wave of explosive force, the howitzer impact he'd no doubt been saving for a grand finale, Izuku moved. He didn't dodge. He didn't counterattack. He planted his feet, raised both hands, and poured every ounce of his will, every lesson from the beach, into his crucible. From his right hand erupted the widest, strongest sludge field he had ever created, a massive, shimmering, semi-translucent green wall, not to block, but to absorb. To resonate with and disperse concussive force. From his left hand came not an attack, but a blanket of intensely focused, directional heat. Aimed downward asterisk, at the street between him and the blast wave. The two powers met the explosion. The world turned into sound and light and pressure. The green wall bowed inward, vibrating violently. But it held, spreading the kinetic energy outwards, up into the air, down into the ground. The heat from Izuku's other hand superheated the asphalt at his feet, creating a thermal updraft that further disrupted the blast wave, channeling it upward. The explosion didn't hit Izuku. It washed around him, a river parting around a stone. Buildings to either side were scorched, windows shattered. But the street behind him, where the rubble and dummies were, was spared the worst. The force still knocked Izuku off his feet. He skidded back, his arms screaming in protest. The skin on his hands red and blistered from the feedback. He hit the ground, gasping, the world spinning. Smoke and dust filled the air. As it cleared, Bakugo stood panting, stunned. His ultimate move, the one meant to be his exclamation point, had been Mitigated. Neutralized. By Deku. Before either could move, a new sound filled the air, a deep, seismic groaning, louder than any explosion. From around a corner, responding to the massive energy signature of Bakugo's attack, the zero-pointer arrived. It wasn't a robot. It was a building with legs. A gargantuan, monstrous machine, dwarfing the three pointers, its single headlight like a malevolent eye. It smashed through a faux skyscraper as if it were balsa wood, each step making the earth tremble. The other examinees in the vicinity froze, then turned and fled in pure terror. Bakugo stared up at it, a flicker of something, not fear, but stark, tactical assessment, crossing his face. Even he recognized this was beyond a straightforward fight. Izuku pushed himself to his knees, his body aching. He saw the zero-pointer. He saw the fleeing examinees. And then he saw her. A girl with brown hair, trapped under a chunk of debris the zero-pointer's passage had dislodged. She was struggling, panic on her face, her leg pinned. The problem, the solution. Bakugo was already turning, ready to retreat and hunt more manageable targets elsewhere. This thing wasn't worth the points. Izuku looked at the girl. He looked at the zero-pointer, taking another earth-shattering step toward her. He had no points to gain here, only everything to lose. He got to his feet, and ran, not away from the zero-pointer, but straight toward the trapped girl. Chapter 10. The Heart's Forge. The world narrowed to a tunnel of dust, trembling asphalt, and the girl's terrified face. The zero-pointer, steps were like a god's heartbeat, each one hammering the air from Izuku's lungs. His own body was a catalogue of fresh pain, burned hands, strained muscles. The deep ache in his bones from containing Bakugo's blast. None of it mattered. He skidded to a stop beside the girl. The debris pinning her leg was a slab of faux concrete the size of a car door. "Are you okay?" he shouted over the din. "My leg, I can't move it," she cried, her eyes wide. "Please, just go. It's coming." He looked from the slab to the advancing colossus. He had seconds. The sludge field. He could lift it, but it was heavy, and his control was frayed. He needed leverage, a different kind of force. He dropped to his knees beside her, ignoring the shuddering ground. He placed both hands on the slab, not to lift, but to listen. The crucible hummed, mapping the material, dense polymer, not stone, with internal stress fractures from the impact. See the problem. Provide the solution. The problem wasn't just weight. It was time. He called on the hot, sharp echo. Not for an explosion, for precision. He focused all his will into his fingertips, generating not a flame, but a needle-thin, superheated beam of energy. He directed it along a hairline crack in the slab, the one his sludge field sense had shown him. The polymer sizzled, softening along a perfect, predetermined line. At the same time, he summoned the sludge field, a shimmering, emerald wedge, and drove it into the softened seam. With a sound like tearing Velcro, the slab split cleanly in two along the heated line. The smaller half clattered away. The weight on the girl's leg vanished. She gasped, scrambling back. Izuku didn't have time to celebrate. A shadow fell over them, cold and vast. The zero-pointer's foot was descending, a continental plate of metal blotting out the sky, aimed directly at their position. There was no time to run. Instinct, get in 10 months of sand and desperation, took over. It wasn't about fighting. It was about redirecting. He shoved the girl behind him, hard. "Get back." He turned to face the descending foot, a speck of green against an oncoming mountain. He raised his blistered, trembling hands. He didn't have the power to stop it. He couldn't blast it away. He couldn't shield them completely. But he could change the angle. He poured everything, every ounce of strength, every whisper of the two echoes inside him, into a single, desperate act. He fused the powers not in a grenade, but in a lens. From his hands erupted a wide, concave dish of shimmering green force, thrumming with contained explosive energy. He didn't push it at the foot. He angled it. The zero-pointer's foot slammed down. It hit the force lens. The impact was catastrophic. The lens shattered instantly under the weight, the feedback a white-hot spike of agony that lanced up Izuku's arms and into his skull. He screamed, but in that millisecond before it broke, the lens did its job. It didn't stop the force. It deflected it. The giant foot skidded, its trajectory altered by a crucial few degrees. Instead of crushing them flat, its colossal toes plowed into the street a meter to their left, digging a trench deep into the asphalt. The shockwave lifted Izuku and the girl and hurled them through the air. Izuku tumbled, a ragdoll in a hurricane of noise and debris. He hit the ground and rolled, coming to a stop against the shattered wall of a building. The world was a blur of grey pain and ringing silence. He tried to move. Fire lanced through his right arm. He looked down. It was bent at a wrong, sickening angle. Broken. He heard a mechanical whine, deep and failing. Through the dust, he saw the zero-pointer stagger, off balance from its misplaced step. Its massive leg buckled at the knee joint, gears grinding. With a final, seismic groan, it listed to the side and crashed to the ground, shaking the entire battle center. Silence rushed in, thick and stunned. Then, a voice crackled over the city-wide PA system. Time's up. The practical exam is now concluded. The words echoed through the sudden quiet. The exam was over. Izuku lay against the wall, cradling his broken arm, each breath a shard of glass in his ribs. He was covered in dust and blood, his own, he realized distantly. He could hear the distant wail of medical bots approaching, the shouts of other examinees. A shadow fell over him again. He flinched, expecting Bakugo, expecting final, contemptuous gloating. It was the girl, the one he'd freed. She was limping, her face pale and streaked with dirt, but her eyes were clear and filled with a desperate concern. "You," she said, her voice trembling. "You're hurt, your arm." "I'm okay," he tried to say, but it came out as a wet cough. You got away. Because of you." She knelt beside him, her hands fluttering uselessly, wanting to help but afraid to touch his mangled arm. "You saved me. That thing, you pushed its foot. How did you?" Her words trailed off as she took in the devastation. The trench from the deflected foot, the fallen zero-pointer, the shatter. Ed Force lens that had been the only thing between them and oblivion. Medical bots, sleek white machines with multiple arms, arrived with a soft hum. One extended a scanner over Izuku, its lens glowing blue. Multiple fractures in the right radius and ulna. Severe contusions. Quirk exhaustion. Immediate immobilization and transport recommended. Gentle manipulators extended, carefully splinting his arm with a fast hardening foam. Another bot attended to the girl's sprained ankle. As they worked, other examinees began to filter back into the area, drawn by the fallen zero-pointer. They stared at the scene with a mixture of awe and horror. Izuku's eyes scanned the crowd, searching for one face. He found him. Bakugo stood at the edge of the gathering, apart from everyone. His mask was off, hanging around his neck. His face was smudged with soot, his hair damp with sweat. He wasn't looking at the zero-pointer. He was staring directly at Izuku. There was no rage on his face. No smirk. No contempt. There was only a profound, unsettling blankness. A void where his certainty used to be. He had seen it all. He had seen Izuku not fight him, but contain him. He had seen him run toward danger when everyone else fled. He had seen him break a zero-pointer not by overpowering it, but by outthinking it, by sacrificing his own body to alter its course. He had seen the heart of a hero in action, and it had not come from him. Their eyes met across the ruined street. Bakugo's crimson gaze held Izuku's for 3 endless seconds. Then, without a word, without a single spark, he turned and walked away. Disappearing into the crowd, his shoulders stiff, his pride in ruins. Izuku felt no triumph, only a deep, weary sadness, and a flicker of pity. The medical bot finished its work. "Can you stand?" With the girl's help, her name was Okako Uraraka, she told him in a rushed, grateful whisper. He got to his feet. The world tilted, but he locked his knees. They were ushered out of the battle center with the other examinees, loaded onto different buses for the ride to the main campus for post-exam processing and first aid. The ride was a haze of pain and muffled conversation. Everyone was talking about the zero-pointer, about the crazy green-haired kid who'd stood up to it. Izuku tuned it out. He leaned his head against the cool bus window, his broken arm cradled in a sling. He replayed the exam in his mind. The points he'd earned, maybe 15, 20 at most. Pitiful compared to what Bakugo or the engine-legged boy must have racked up. But he'd saved a life. Or simulated one. He'd protected other examinees from Bakugo's blast. He'd done what a hero should do. Was it enough? The photo in his pocket felt heavy. You have already won. Did that mean winning didn't require passing? Did it mean the victory was in the attempt, in the change he'd wrought upon himself? He didn't know. The uncertainty was a new kind of agony. At UA's infirmary, recovery girl, the youthful heroine herself, clicked her tongue at the sight of him. Another one who doesn't know his own limits, she chided, but her eyes were kind. She gave him a firm kiss on the forehead. A wave of profound, cellular exhaustion washed over him, followed by a deep, itchy warmth in his broken arm as the bones knitted together at an accelerated rate. The relief was immediate and dizzying. The arm will be tender for a few days, she said, handing him a packet of gummies. Your quirk exhaustion is the real issue. You pushed your system to its absolute brink, young man. You're running on fumes. Sleep, eat, no quirk use for at least a week, understood? He nodded, too tired to speak. He was given a clean bill of health and a slip of paper. The results, it said, would be delivered by mail within a week. The walk out of UA's gates felt like walking out of a dream. The sun was lower in the sky now. The world outside seemed too bright, too loud, too normal. He took the train home in a daze. He didn't see Uraraka again. He didn't see Bakugo. He arrived at his apartment building as the streetlights were flickering on. He stood at the bottom of the stairs, looking up at the window of his home. The warm, yellow light was on. He had left that morning a hopeful applicant. He was returning a broken, exhausted boy who had faced down a giant and his personal demon, and had no idea if either battle had been won. He climbed the stairs, each step an effort. He opened the door. His mother was in the hallway, having clearly been pacing. She took one look at him, the sling, the exhaustion etched into every line of his face. The dust still in his hair, and her hands flew to her mouth. Her eyes filled with tears, but they didn't fall. Izuku, I'm okay, Mom, he said, his voice rough. Really, it's just a little broken. It's already mostly healed. She didn't ask about the exam. She just rushed forward and wrapped him in a careful, gentle hug, avoiding his arm. She held him for a long time, her own silent tears soaking into his shoulder. Later, after a silent dinner where she watched him like he might shatter, he retreated to his room. He took off the sling. His arm was bruised a spectacular purple and yellow, but it was straight, and it moved when he told it to. A miracle from a heroine's kiss. He sat at his desk. The sealed envelope from All Might was gone, used. In its place, he opened his notebook. For the future number, 14. He turned to a fresh page. His hand, though tired, was steady. He wrote the date. Then, he began to analyze. Not the robots, not the tactics. He wrote about the fear in Uraraka's eyes, and the calm that had settled over him when he saw it. He wrote about the calculus of deflecting the zero-pointer, s-foot, angles of force, dissipation of energy. The acceptable threshold of personal injury. He wrote about the look on Bakugo's face, not as a victory, but as a data point. The moment an unchanging variable had finally been forced to compute a new equation. He wrote until his eyes burned and his hand cramped. Then, at the bottom of the page, he wrote a single line, not in his analytical script, but in plain, clear letters. Asterisk, I did my best. That has to be enough. Asterisk. He closed the notebook. He walked to the window, looking out at the night. The city glittered, indifferent. Somewhere out there, a letter was being prepared, a decision was being made about his future. He touched his chest, where the photograph was tucked away. You have already won. Asterisk. He thought of the cleared sand. The dismantled boat. The broken arm that had saved a girl. Maybe winning wasn't about the letter. Maybe it was about the boy who had left this room 10 months ago, and the young man who had returned tonight. He had faced the crucible of the exam. He had been broken and remade in its heat. Now, he had to wait to see what shape he had taken. Chapter 11. The Waiting and the Whisper. The week that followed was a strange, hollow limbo. Time, which had been a frantic river during his training, now became a stagnant pond. Each day stretched, thin and transparent, with nothing to fill it but the ghost of exertion and the quiet echo of the exam's final, seismic boom. Izuku's body, so recently a finely tuned instrument of will, rebelled against the stillness. His muscles ached with a phantom urgency. His hands, healed but tender, itched to summon the familiar green shimmer or feel the prickle of building heat. Recovery Girl's orders were absolute. No quirk use. He felt like a musician forbidden from touching his instrument, the music trapped inside him, humming against his bones. He tried to return to a normal rhythm. He went to school. The atmosphere at Aldera was a bizarre inversion. Bakugo's tempestuous silence had deepened into something arctic. He moved through the halls like a walking tomb, his presence radiating a cold so intense it seemed to frost the lockers. The teachers tiptoed around him, their previous reverence now tinged with a nervous uncertainty. The golden child had returned from UA not with triumphant boasts, but with a silence that was more terrifying than any explosion. No one asked Izuku about the exam. His sling was gone after 2 days, thanks to Recovery Girl's power, leaving only faint yellow bruises. He was a non-entity again, but of a different kind. Not a victim, but a question mark that had drifted out of their orbit. His transformation was now just a fact, unexplained and largely ignored in the shadow of Bakugo's ominous quiet. He filled the empty hours with mundane tasks. He reorganized his hero analysis notebooks, a bittersweet activity that felt like visiting the graves of old dreams. He took long, quirkless walks, his mind replaying the exam on a loop. The efficiency of his takedowns. The calculation of the zero-pointer deflection. The void in Bakugo's eyes. Had it been enough? The question was a constant, low-grade fever in his blood. He checked the mail the moment he got home each day. His heart a trapped bird against his ribs. Nothing. On the 4th day, his phone buzzed with a number he didn't recognize. Not Tokyo. Local. He answered, a knot of pointless hope tightening in his throat. Hello, Midoriya. It's Okako Uraraka. The voice was bright, warm, and utterly unexpected. It threw him completely. Oh Uraraka, how did you get this number? I asked at the infirmary. I hope that's okay. I wanted to thank you again. Properly. And to see if you were okay. Your arm. It's healed, he said, too quickly. UA's Recovery Girl fixed it. Ah. Are you alright? Just a sprain. All better. Her cheer was like sunlight in the stagnant gloom of his room. Listen, I was thinking. Waiting for these results is driving me crazy. Would you, maybe want to meet up? Get a coffee or something. Talk to someone who isn't staring at you like you're a ghost or a time bomb. She'd noticed Bakugo too. The description was painfully apt. Izuku hesitated. Socializing wasn't a skill he'd cultivated. His life had been notebooks, analysis, and 10 months of solitary, back-breaking labor. The idea of sitting across from someone, making casual conversation, was more daunting than a three-pointer. But she sounded so genuine. And she was the only person from that day who looked at him without pity, contempt, or blank confusion. She looked at him like he'd done something good. Sure, he heard himself say. That sounds nice. They met at a quiet cafe near the train station 2 days later. Uraraka was waiting outside, dressed in a cheerful pink sweater. She waved vigorously, a smile splitting her face. Seeing her upright, unharmed, so full of life, was a visceral relief. It made the pain of his broken arm feel worth something tangible. Midoriya, you look better, she said as they found a table. You too, he replied, managing a small, real smile. Over overly sweet lattes, the awkwardness quickly melted. Uraraka was an open book, bright, determined, and hilariously pragmatic about her motivation for being a hero, the money. My family's construction business. Let's just say it's not booming. She talked about her quirk, zero gravity, with a proud, practiced ease that Izuku envied. She asked about his quirk, her eyes curious but not probing. That green force field thing. And the way you heated up that rubble to cut it. It was amazing. Is it, like, hard light generation and thermal manipulation? Or is it one multifaceted emitter type? Her technical interest disarmed him. This wasn't idle curiosity. It was an analyst's question. He gave the rehearsed answer, the one he'd crafted with all might. It's complicated. I call it crucible. It's a new manifestation. I can generate and shape force fields with certain properties, and manipulate thermal energy. They can interact. It was vague, but true on the surface. Crucible, she repeated, testing the word. Like for melting metals. That's so cool. It suits you. You were so precise. Like a surgeon with superpowers. No one had ever described him that way. Precise was a far cry from useless or reckless. It was a word from his own notebooks, applied to him. They talked about the exam. She'd done well, she thought, focusing on mobility and using her quirk to make the robots float and crash them into each other. She'd seen the engine-legged boy, Ida Tenya. She'd learned his name, tear through the arena like a living bullet train. And she'd seen Bakugo, that boy from your school, she said, her cheer dimming a little. The explosive one. He was intense. I saw what he tried to do to you right before the zero-pointer showed up. She looked down at her cup. That wasn't hero work. That was just a fight. He has his own way of seeing things, Izuku said, the old automatic defense rising, hollow now. It's a bad way, Uraraka said firmly, then flushed, as if surprised by her own bluntness. Sorry, it's just, you were there to save people. He was there to win. There's a difference. Hearing it stated so plainly by someone who'd been there, who'd seen both of them in the crucible, was a validation that seeped into the cracks of his doubt. She saw the difference. Maybe the judges would too. The conversation shifted, lightened. They talked about mundane things. Favorite heroes, hers was Gunhead, for his practical, martial focus, awful school lunches. The agony of waiting for mail. For a few hours, Izuku wasn't the boy with the stolen quirks or the decade-long torment. He was just a kid having coffee with a friend. As they left the cafe, the late afternoon sun casting long shadows, Uraraka turned to him. Whatever happens with the results, Midoriya, I'm glad I met you. You're a real hero. He stood on the sidewalk, stunned into silence as she gave a final, bright wave and headed for her train. Her words echoed in the space she left behind, warmer than any praise from All Might, because they came from someone who owed him nothing. He walked home feeling lighter than he had in days. The waiting was still an agony, but he was no longer waiting alone. Asterisk. The letter arrived on the 7th day. It was a plain, thick envelope, but the seal was unmistakable, the UA emblem. It lay on the small table in the Genkan like a sleeping serpent. His mother stood beside him, her hands clasped so tightly her knuckles were white. She didn't speak. She just looked at him, her love and fear a tangible force in the quiet hall. Izuku picked up the envelope. It was heavier than he'd expected. His name was printed in crisp, official lettering. This was it, the verdict. He carried it to his room like a holy relic, or a bomb. He sat at his desk, the envelope before him. The cheerful buzz from his afternoon with Uraraka was gone, replaced by the old, familiar, gut-churning terror. He'd faced down villains and zero-pointers. This piece of paper was somehow worse. With trembling fingers, he broke the seal. Inside was a letter, and a small, metallic disc. He unfolded the letter. Dear Mr. Midoriya, thank you for your application to UA High School's hero course. His eyes skipped over the formalities, hunting for the verdict. Careful review of your written examination, which placed you in the top 5% of all applicants. Good. That was good. Analysis of your practical examination performance has yielded the following results. His heart stopped. Combat points, 37. Asterisk, 37. It was more than he'd thought. The efficient takedowns had added up. But in an arena with people like Bakugo and Ida, it was respectable. But not stellar, not enough on its own. Then his eyes found the next line. Rescue points, 58. Asterisk. The air left his lungs. Rescue points. The rumored secondary metric, 58. Asterisk. Total points, 95. Asterisk. Based on this score, you have been ranked 7th amongst all applicants for this year's hero course. Asterisk. 7th. 7th. The words swam on the page. He read them again, and again. He was in, not just in. He'd placed 7th. He'd outscored who knew how many powerful, flashy quirk users. Because he hadn't just fought. He'd saved. A choked sound escaped him, half sob, half laugh. The metallic disc on his desk suddenly projected a light. A holographic screen flickered to life above it. And there he was, not in his skeletal form. In the full, glorious, larger-than-life powered form of All Might, dressed in a garish yellow pinstripe suit, sitting behind a UA desk. I am here. The projection boomed, then immediately coughed into its fist, the gesture oddly humanizing. As a projection, young Midoriya, congratulations. Izuku could only stare, his vision blurring. Your written exam was exceptional. All Might continued, his grin widened, for the first time Izuku had seen. Entirely unburdened. Your practical was a masterclass in heroic prioritization. You displayed not just power, but judgment, ingenuity, self-sacrifice. The rescue points are awarded by a panel of judges. And let me tell you, they were very impressed. The image switched to video clips from the exam. Izuku saw himself from multiple angles, using the force field to trap the one-pointer, cutting the two-pointer's arm, splitting the rubble with heat and force to free Uraraka. And then, the final sequence. Him standing before the zero-pointer's foot, the green lens forming, the deflection. The crash. Watching it from the outside was surreal. He looked competent, focused. He looked like a hero. The image switched back to All Might. Combating villains is important, but what is a hero's true purpose? To save those in need. You demonstrated that core principle under extreme duress. That is why, young Midoriya, you have earned not just a passing score, but a place amongst the top 10. Welcome to your hero academia. The projection ended. The disc went dark. Silence. A profound, ringing, beautiful silence. He was in UA. The dream. Not by cheating, not by stealing, by saving, by thinking, by being precise. The door to his room opened softly. His mother stood there, having heard the projection. She took one look at his face, the tears streaming down his cheeks, the trembling, disbelieving smile. And she knew. She didn't ask. She just ran forward and swept him into a hug, laughing and crying all at once. You did it, she whispered, over and over. My boy, you did it. He hugged her back, the solid, wonderful truth of it settling into his bones. He had done it. Later, after the tears and the calls to distant relatives, his mother's side, always supportive. After the quiet, disbelieving celebration, Izuku sat alone again in his room. The acceptance letter lay before him, a passport to a new world. His joy was deep, but it was not simple. It was layered with the memory of broken concrete and a girl's grateful smile. With the ghost of Bakugo's hollow stare. With the weight of the two echoes inside him, which had earned him this. But which were also a secret he had to carry into the hallowed halls of UA. He had passed the first gate. But he was not entering as a normal student. He was entering as a living crucible, carrying stolen fire and borrowed fluidity. With a name that was both a promise and a warning. He looked out his window at the night, at the same view he'd stared at for years with nothing but longing. Now, it was a launching pad. Somewhere in the city, Bakugo would have received his own letter. First place, no doubt. A victory that would taste like ash in his mouth, because the boy he'd sworn was beneath him had placed 7th. Had beaten him in the only way that truly mattered to the judges. The peace of the night felt fragile, a calm before a storm of a different kind. Izuku Midoriya was going to UA, and his real training was about to begin. Chapter 12. The first forge fire. The uniform felt like someone else's skin. The dark green Gakuran jacket was stiff, the trousers a crisp, unfamiliar weight against his legs. Izuku stood before his mirror, adjusting the tie for the 10th time, his fingers clumsy. The UA crest over his heart was a tiny, potent sun, burning with promise and dread. It was real. He was here. The morning train to UA was a different universe from the exam day. The carriage was quieter, the air thick with a focused intensity. He recognized faces from the exam. The stern, bespectacled boy with engine legs, Ida Tenya, sat ramrod straight, his eyes fixed ahead as if on a sacred mission. A few seats down, a blond boy with a black lightning bolt in his hair slouched, looking supremely bored. Izuku didn't see Uraraka. He didn't see Bakugo. He got off at the station, his feet carrying him automatically toward the towering gates. The sheer scale of the in building was even more imposing when you weren't fleeing for your life. It was a monument to the systematic production of heroes. He felt impossibly small. He found Class 1A's room, a massive door that seemed to swallow the hallway. He took a deep, steadying breath, feeling the dual hum of crucible inside him, a steady, reassuring presence. He was not the same boy who had walked into the exam. He had been forged in that fire. He could handle a classroom. He slid the door open. Chaos. It wasn't the chaos of battle. It was the loud, vibrant, egotistical chaos of 20 teenagers who had just been told they were the best of the best. A boy with spiky red hair and sharp teeth was loudly challenging a stoic, multi-armed student to an arm wrestling match. A girl with pink skin and horns as enthusiastically showing off what looked like acid secretion from her palms to a horrified-looking boy with a bird head. A tall, elegant girl with a ponytail was already reprimanding the red-haired boy for putting his feet on a desk. And in the back corner, near the window, sat Katsuki Bakugo. He was the eye of the storm. He sat perfectly still, his feet on the floor, his hands in his lap, tying at the surface of his desk as if it held the secrets of the universe. The noise of the room flowed around him, not touching him. He was an island of absolute, simmering silence. Izuku felt the temperature drop just looking at him. Midoriya, the cheerful voice snapped him out of his paralysis. Uraraka bounded over, her brown bob bouncing, a huge smile on her face. She was in uniform too, and it looked natural on her. Like she'd been born for it. You made it. I knew it. I just got my letter yesterday. I squeaked in at 38th place, but I'm here. Her joy was infectious, a warm breeze in the tense room. Congratulations, Izuku said, returning her smile. You deserve it. We both do. She leaned in, lowering her voice. Have you seen the board outside? The rankings. You were 7th. That's incredible. Before he could respond, a booming voice cut through the chatter. If you're here to socialize, then get out. A yellow caterpillar was slumped in the doorway. No. A man in a full-body sleeping bag. Unzipping it to reveal a haggard, unshaven face with perpetually tired eyes and long, tangled black hair. He held a juice pouch in one hand. The room fell silent. It took 8 seconds for you to quiet down. The man droned, his voice flat and devoid of energy. Time is a precious resource. You lot are illogical. He straightened up, stepping out of the sleeping bag to reveal a simple black outfit. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa, also known as the pro-hero Eraserhead. A ripple of surprise went through the class. Eraserhead was an underground legend, known for his brutal efficiency and his quirk-erasing gaze. Today, we'll be doing a quirk apprehension test, Aizawa continued, as if announcing a pop quiz. A murmur of confusion. What about the entrance ceremony? The guidance sessions? The ponytail girl asked. UA is proud of its freeform style, Aizawa said, his dead eyes sweeping over them. That includes the teachers. Standardized tests are illogical for gauging your true potential. We need to see what you can do with your quirks in practical applications. He produced a softball from his pocket. Bakugo, you scored first in the practical exam. What was your best distance throw in junior high? Bakugo didn't look up. 67 meters. Right. Step into the circle. Aizawa pointed to a painted circle on the ground outside the window. On a field that served as their PE ground. Throw it with your quirk. Don't hold back. Bakugo stood, his movements stiff. He walked out without looking at anyone. The class followed, a buzzing, curious swarm. Bakugo took the ball. He stepped into the circle. He wound up, and with a snarl of effort and a crackling boom asterisk, he launched the ball into the sky with a monumental explosion. It became a dot, then vanished. Aizawa held up a device. Asterisk 705.3 meters. The class erupted in awed whispers. 700 meters. Aizawa's face didn't change. You need to grasp your full potential. This test will help us see where you stand. And where you need to go. His tired eyes scanned the group, landing briefly, pointedly, on Izuku. The student who places last in these 8 tests will be judged to have 0 potential, and will be expelled. A collective gasp of horror. Expulsion. On the first day. It's illogical to hold back, Aizawa said, a faint, merciless smile touching his lips. Welcome to the UA Hero course. Panic set in, sharp and immediate. This wasn't a celebration. It was a culling. The tests began. A 50-meter dash. The engine-legged boy, Ida, blazed across in a blur, scoring 3.04 seconds. A girl with earphone jacks used them like pistons to propel herself. Bakugo used his explosions for a rocket-assisted launch, scoring an easy 4.13 seconds. Izuku's turn. He stood at the line. His mind racing. He couldn't use an explosive boost. It was too close to Bakugo's, and Aizawa's quirk-erasing gaze was a terrifying unknown. Could it nullify Crucible entirely? Or just one echo at a time? He couldn't risk it. He focused on the sludge field. Not for lifting, But for repulsion, he envisioned a dense, concussive wave emanating from his feet, pushing against the ground. He'd practiced similar concepts on the beach for mobility. The starting beep sounded. Izuku pushed off, and from the soles of his feet, a localized, shimmering green shockwave erupted. It wasn't an explosion, it was a focused kinetic pulse. It launched him forward in a stumbling, uncontrolled surge. He wasn't graceful, he nearly face-planted, but he crossed the line in *5.71 seconds. Respectable, unremarkable, it didn't look like anyone else's power. It looked like a force field kick. Aizawa watched, his expression unreadable. The grip strength test was next. Izuku had a subtle reinforcement of the sludge field around his hand, increasing his grip without visible effect. He scored above average. The standing long jump. Everyone with a mobility quirk cleared the sandbox easily. Izuku used another repulsive pulse from his feet, arcing over the pit in a clumsy but effective jump. The repeated side steps. He used small, rapid pulses to change direction, a Tekken. Eek that made him look like he was glitching but kept him agile. He was holding his own, staying in the middle of the pack. He was being careful, creative, but not exceptional. He was trying not to be seen. Then came the ball throw. It was Bakugo's turn again, though he'd already set the benchmark. He didn't bother with another massive blast. He just hurled it with a minor pop, scoring a strong but human 86 meters. He was conserving energy, or maybe he just didn't see the point. His eyes were distant, his mind elsewhere. Others took their turns. Uraraka cheated infinity by making the ball weightless and tapping it into the stratosphere, earning an infinity on the scoreboard and a proud grin. The pink-skinned girl, Ashido, used her acid to create a slippery launch pad. The boy with the tail, Ojiro, used his for extra torque. Then it was Izuku's turn. He stepped into the circle, the ball heavy in his hand. He needed distance. A good score. He could use a concussive blast, but again, the similarity to Bakugo. He had a different idea. A more crucible idea. He focused on the sludge field, wrapping it tightly around the ball, bonding to its surface. Then, he called on the explosive echo. Not for ignition outside, but for a rapid, contained expansion of heated air inside the field, like building pressure in a chamber. He wound up and through. As the ball left his hand, he triggered the reaction. The green field around the ball pulsed, then shot forward like a rocket nozzle, a sustained, short-lived jet of concussive force and superheated air propelling the ball with a distinctive whoosh crack that was sharper, cleaner than an explosion. The ball shot into the distance. Aizawa's device beeped. *312.4 meters. A good score. Very good. Unique. He heard a low murmur from the class. Whoa, what was that? Like a railgun made of light. He allowed himself a small breath of relief. He was blending in, just another student with a versatile, interesting quirk. He turned to walk back to the group, and found himself face to face with Shota Aizawa. The teacher was suddenly just there, having moved with a silent, unsettling speed. His long hair was floating, defying gravity. His eyes, now glowing a fierce, hungry red, were locked on Izuku's. A strange, nullifying static washed over Izuku's senses. It felt like a part of him, a vital, humming part, had been suddenly unplugged. The world went quiet inside him. The cold, fluid presence of the sludge echo vanished. The hot, sharp readiness of the explosive echo died. He was hollow, empty, quirkless. A Razorhead's quirk was active, and it had a raised crucible. Interesting, Aizawa said, his voice a low monotone that cut through Izuku's rising panic. That last throw, the propulsion method, it was precise, calculated, but the energy signature, his head tilted slightly. It had a familiar resonance. A faint echo of another quirk I saw today. Izuku's blood turned to ice. He couldn't speak. He could only stare into those glowing red eyes, feeling naked, exposed, a thief caught with his hands in the vault. Tell me, Midoriya, Aizawa continued, his voice dropping so only Izuku could hear. The rest of the class watched, frozen, sensing the sudden, intense gravity between student and teacher. Your quirk registration says, Crucible. A new manifestation. Versatile. But I've been doing this a long time. I've seen a lot of quirks. And what I just saw, it wasn't one power cleverly used. It was two distinct energy patterns working in tandem. One with binding, telekinetic properties. The other a controlled exothermic reaction. He leaned in closer. The nullifying static intensified. Izuku felt dizzy, disconnected from his own body. Here's what I think, Izuku whispered, the words surgical blades. I think you have a power copying quirk. And I think you used it during the entrance exam. I reviewed the footage. The force field you used to contain Bakugo's blast had a viscosity and resonance that perfectly matched the sludge villain's quirk from the incident in Musutafu last spring. A villain you were recorded as having direct contact with. Izuku's knees threatened to buckle. He'd been so careful with the appearance, but Izuku had seen through to the fundamental frequency. He'd connected the dots across months. And the thermal cutting, the precise concussive pops. Izuku's eyes didn't blink. Bakugo Katsuki's explosion quirk has a very distinctive energy fingerprint. Yours is different, muted, adapted, but the underlying harmonic, it's there. Like a cover of a song in a different key. He straightened up slightly, though his hair still floated, his eyes still burned. You didn't just develop a versatile quirk, Midoriya. You collected them. You have the sludge villain's quirk. And you have a derivative of Bakugo's. How many others are in there? The world was collapsing. His secret, the foundation of his fragile new life, was being dissected in front of him on the first day. I don't know what you're talking about, Izuku forced out, his voice a dry rasp. Don't lie to me, Izuku said, and the threat in his voice was absolute. I am here to make you into heroes. Or to weed out the ones who can't be. A power like yours, it's a Pandora's box. It invites corruption, the temptation to take, to collect, to become a predator rather than a protector. So here is your first, and most important, lesson. He finally blinked. The red glow died. His hair fell. The static vanished, and the two echoes came rushing back into Izuku's awareness with a dizzying, relief-soaked flood. You will not use your quirk to copy another person's power while you are a student at UA, Izuku stated, his voice now carrying to the rapt, confused class. Not without their explicit, informed consent. And not without faculty supervision and a damned good heroic reason. Is that clear? The class buzzed with confused whispers. Copy Quirk. What's he talking about? Asterisk. Izuku could only nod, numb. Your crucible is what you have now, Izuku said. The tools currently in your workshop. You will train them. You will master them. You will prove to me that you can be a hero with the power you have already acquired, without feeling the need to steal more. His tired eyes held a challenge that was more frightening than any villain. Because if I see a new P.O. appear in your arsenal without explanation, I will expel you on the spot for dishonesty and profound ethical violation. Do you understand? The words were a sentence. A life sentence. He was trapped with the two ghosts he carried. Forbidden from seeking more. I understand, Izuku whispered. Good. Izuku turned to address the class, as if the world-shattering interrogation had never happened. Now, finish the tests. We have a last place to determine. He walked away, leaving Izuku standing alone in the circle, the weight of his teacher's gaze and his own secret crushing him into the earth. He looked across the field. Bakugo was staring at him now. The distant void in his eyes was gone, replaced by a dawning, volcanic comprehension. He had heard every word. He had connected the dots Izuku had laid out. The derivative of Bakugo's quirk. The cover of his song. The truth, or a version of it, was now in the one mind Izuku most feared. Bakugo's hands, at his sides, slowly curled into fists. Tiny, angry sparks danced across his knuckles. His face was a mask of pure, unadulterated betrayal, deeper and more personal than anything that had come before. He didn't just think Izuku had lied about having a quirk. He now knew Izuku had stolen his. The first day of school was over before it had even begun. And Izuku stood in the circle, the forged hero, already exposed, already hunted. With the fires of his first crucible now blazing out in the open for all to see. Chapter 13. The Unforged Blade. The rest of the quirk apprehension test passed in a haze of static for Izuku. He went through the motions, the seated toe touch, the distance run, his body performing on autopilot while his mind reeled in a locked room of panic. Izuku's words were a cage being welded around him. No more copies. Ever. His quirk's fundamental nature, its terrifying potential, had been identified and shackled on day one. And Bakugo knew. That truth was a cold knife twisting in his gut. Every time he glanced across the field, Bakugo was watching him. Not with the old, familiar rage, but with something new, a cold, calculating hatred that had moved past personal insult into the realm of existential threat. Izuku wasn't just a rival or a fraud anymore. He was a thief who had violated the sanctity of Bakugo's very identity. There would be no forgiveness. Only a reckoning. The final test ended. The student placed last, a boy with a rather unimpressive quirk that let him extend his belly button tape, was not, to everyone's shock, expelled. Izuku announced it had been a logical ruse, to ensure they gave their all. The collective sigh of relief was audible. But for Izuku, the ruse had been the prelude to a very real, very personal sentence. Dismissed, Izuku said, his energy seemingly spent. Syllabi are on your desks. Be prepared for hero basic training tomorrow. It will be instructive. His eyes lingered on Izuku for a fraction of a second longer than Anyo. Any else before he turned and shuffled away, looking more like a man headed for a nap than the one who had just dismantled Izuku's world. The class broke apart, buzzing with the day's drama. Some kids chatted excitedly about their quirks. Others shot furtive, curious glances at Izuku. The Copy Quirk revelation had spread like wildfire. Uraraka approached him, her usual cheer subdued. Midoriya, are you okay? That was intense. I'm fine, he lied, his voice flat. Just a lot. Ida Tenya marched over, chopping his hand through the air with precise, mechanical motions. Midoriya, while Izuku-sensei's methods were unorthodox, his emphasis on quirk ethics is paramount. A copying ability carries immense responsibility. You must adhere strictly to his guidelines. His tone was more lecture than comfort, but it wasn't unkind. Izuku just nodded, unable to form a coherent response. He needed to get out. He needed air that wasn't thick with judgment and stolen glances. He gathered his things and headed for the gate, moving with his head down, a ghost in the bustling hallway. He'd almost made it to the entrance when a hand clamped onto his shoulder, fingers digging in like talons. He didn't need to turn to know who it was. The smell of nitroglycerin was faint but unmistakable. We need to talk. Bakugo's voice was low, a gravelly whisper inches from his ear. It held none of its usual explosive volume. That made it worse. Now, not here. He steered Izuku, none too gently, down a side corridor and through a heavy fire door that led to a secluded, concrete-walled courtyard used for storage. The door swung shut behind them, muffling the sounds of the school. Bakugo released him and took a step back. He didn't look angry. He looked pale. His eyes were wide, the pupils contracted to pinpricks. It was the look of someone who had just discovered a fundamental law of his universe was a lie. He was right, Bakugo said, the words sounding ripped from him. Eraserhead, you copied my quirk. It wasn't a question. Izuku's mouth was dry. Denial was useless. Izuku had all but confirmed it in front of everyone. It's not exactly the same. It's a version. I didn't mean to. When? The whisper cracked, becoming a ragged shout that echoed off the concrete walls. When did you touch me? The question was horrifying in its intimacy. I didn't. I never touched you, Kaken, I swear. Liar. Bakugo took a step forward, a single, dangerous spark popping in his palm. He said contact. You have to touch to copy. So when? Was it on the roof? Did you grab me when I wasn't looking? Or before? Were you saving samples all these years? You sick? It was the roof. Izuku blurted out, desperation overriding caution. But I didn't touch you. Your explosion, the big one you tried to kill me with, I was close. My quirk, it resonated with it. It took an echo. Bakugo stared at him, his mind visibly working, processing this new, impossible information. An echo, he repeated, the word foreign and disgusting on his tongue. You're telling me you didn't even have to lay a finger on me. You just absorbed my power from the air. It's not your power, it's a reflection. My body makes its own version. Izuku was pleading now, but he didn't know what for. Understanding, mercy, there was none to be found in Bakugo's face. You stole a piece of me, Bakugo said, his voice dropping back to that terrifying, hollow whisper. You reached into the heart of what I am and you took it. For your collection, to make your pathetic little crucible stronger. A sick, humorless smile twisted his lips. That's why you were at the beach. Practicing. Learning to use my fire. It's not like that. What's it like, then? Bakugo roared, the sound bouncing off the walls. You have the sludge villain's crap and you have my explosion. What's next, Deku? Gonna copy Ida's engines. Eraserhead's eyes. Take a little piece of everyone until you're the ultimate freak. He took another step, backing Izuku against the cold concrete wall. You're not a hero. You're a vulture, a parasite, and Aizawa knows it. He's got your number. One wrong move and you're gone. He leaned in, his breath hot on Izuku's face. But I'm not gonna wait for him. You have something of mine. And I want it back. I'm going to prove, in front of everyone, that my fire is mine. That your cheap copy is worthless. And when I break you, when I shatter every bone in that thief's body of yours, they'll see the truth. They'll see the weak, pathetic, quirkless fraud you really are underneath all the stolen power. He shoved off the wall, turning his back on Izuku as if he were already irrelevant. Stay out of my way until then. Looking at you makes me sick. He slammed through the fire door and was gone. Izuku slid down the wall until he was sitting on the cold ground, his head in his hands. The confrontation had left him shaking, not with fear, but with a profound, soul-deep weariness. Bakugo saw him as a monster. Aizawa saw him as a walking ethical violation. His classmates saw him as a curiosity, or a threat. Who was he, really? The boy who saved Uraraka? Or the thief who stole fire? He didn't know anymore. He didn't know how long he sat there before the fire door opened again, much more quietly this time. He looked up, expecting Bakugo to have returned for a final physical punctuation. It wasn't Bakugo. It was Shota Aizawa. He stood in the doorway, his hands in his pockets, looking even more exhausted than usual. He glanced at Izuku slumped against the wall, then let the door swing shut behind him. He found you, then, Aizawa stated. Izuku just nodded, unable to muster words. Aizawa walked over and leaned against the opposite wall, regarding him with those heavy-lidded eyes. Bakugo's reaction was predictable. His quirk is core to his identity. The idea that someone could replicate it, even imperfectly, is an existential insult. He paused. You should know, I didn't tell him. He connected the dots himself. He's smarter than he acts. And more observant. Why did you do it? Izuku's voice was a raw scrape. Why expose me like that? In front of everyone. To establish boundaries, Aizawa said simply. Fire is a useful tool. It can cook food, warm a home, forge steel. Uncontrolled, it burns down forests. Your quirk is the most volatile fire I have ever seen in a first year. Possibly in any hero. He pushed off the wall and took a step closer. You were not wrong to use what you had to survive, Midoriya. The sludge villain was trying to kill you. Bakugo's attack on the roof was attempted murder. Your quirk reacted to preserve your life. I can understand that. He crouched down so he was on Izuku's level. His gaze level and unblinking. But understanding is not permission. UA is not a life or death struggle. It is a controlled environment designed to teach control, judgment, ethics. Here, you have a choice. Every day, the choice to use the power you have, or to covet the power of others. The choice to be a hero who solves problems, or a collector who accumulates tools. He pointed a finger at Izuku's chest. You have two quirks, two incredibly versatile, powerful quirks that you have barely begun to explore in combination. You placed 7th in the national exam with rudimentary, panicked use of them. Imagine what you could do if you mastered just those two. If you dove so deep into their synergy that you forgot you ever wanted a third. His words were a lifeline, thrown into a stormy sea. They didn't erase the shame or the fear, but they offered a direction. A purpose that wasn't about theft, but about depth. Bakugo will come for you, Aizawa continued, standing up. He sees you as a crime that needs to be punished. That is his problem to work through. Yours is to become so proficient with what you have that when he does, he finds not a thief to be exposed, but a hero to be challenged. He turned to leave. Your crucible is not a collection. It is a forge. Start forging, with the metal you already have. He left Izuku alone in the courtyard. The words swirled in the quiet. A forge, not a collection. Asterisk. He thought of the container on the beach, dismantled with precision. Of the 0-pointer, S foot, deflected with ingenuity. He hadn't needed a third quirk for those. He'd needed a deeper understanding of the two he held. He pushed himself to his feet. His legs were steady. The walk home was long and quiet. The uniform felt less like a costume now, and more like a workman's apron. He had a job to do. A very hard, very specific job. That night, in his room, he opened for the future number 14. He turned past the analyses of his stolen powers. He started a new section. Crucible. Synergy Studies. He began to diagram, not the individual echoes, but the space between them. The sludge field's binding frequency interacting with the explosive echo's thermal harmonics. Could he create a field that superheated the air within it? A containment sphere that was also an oven? Could he use micro-ignitions to vibrate a sludge field, creating a destructive resonance like he had with the ceramic sink? The possibilities were not endless. They were constrained by his two tools. But within those constraints, they were vast. He had been thinking like a collector, always looking for the next shiny power. Izuku was forcing him to think like an engineer, an artist, a master. He worked late into the night, the fear of exposure slowly being replaced by the fierce, focused heat of a new kind of determination. He was not a thief. He was a smith, and he had a lot of forging to do. Chapter 14. The Trial by Fire and Friendship. The hero. Basic training costume was a shock of cold reality. Izuku stood in the locker room, surrounded by the rustle of fabric and the low hum of anticipation, staring at the folded green bundle in his hands. He'd submitted a simple, functional design, reinforced gloves and boots for impact, a flexible bodysuit with minimal plating to allow for freedom of movement, and a mask with a small respirator filter, a nod to the sludge villain incident. And a practical concern. It was unassuming. It wasn't flashy. He changed, the material snug against his newly muscled frame. The mask felt strange against his face, a barrier between him and the world. When he looked in the full-length mirror, he saw a stranger, a hero in green and black, with determined eyes peering out from a blank, white visor. It wasn't All Might. It wasn't anyone. It was him. Crucible. A snort of derision came from his left. Bakugo was already suited up. His costume was a masterpiece of aggressive design. Black and orange, grenade-shaped gauntlets on his arms, a fierce, jagged mask. He looked like a walking arsenal, a declaration of war. He caught Izuku's eye in the mirror and his lip curled behind his mask before he turned and stalked out without a word. Izuku took a steadying breath and followed the stream of students to training ground beta, another fake cityscape, this one under a bright, cloudless sky. Their instructor for the day was not Izuku. It was All Might himself. The symbol of peace stood at the center of the plaza, his Silver Age costume gleaming in the sun, his smile wide and brilliant. "I am here," he boomed, striking a pose that sent a ripple of excited gasps through the class. To conduct basic battle training. The contrast with Izuku's dour, pragmatic style couldn't be starker. The energy in the air crackled. This was what they'd all dreamed of. All Might explained the exercise. 2-on-2 indoor battles. One team as heroes, one as villains. The heroes had to either capture the villains with capture tape or secure a mock nuclear weapon in the villain's custody. The villains had to capture the heroes or protect the weapon until time expired. "Now, let's draw lots to decide the teams," All Might proclaimed, producing a box. Izuku's heart hammered. The random chance of the draw was a new kind of terror. He reached into the box, his fingers closing around a cold ball. He pulled it out. Letter D. He looked around, searching for his partner. His eyes landed on a girl with short, dark hair and a wide, frog-like smile. Tsuyu Asui. Her costume was a sleek, green jumpsuit. She caught his eye and gave a small, deliberate blink. "Ribbit. Looks like we're a team, Midoriya-chan." Relief, mild but tangible, washed over him. Asui had been quiet, observant. She didn't seem prone to dramatics. He could work with that. Then All Might announced the first match. Team A will be the heroes. Team D will be the villains, defending the nuclear device in the building. Izuku's blood ran cold. Team A was Katsuki Bakugo and Ida Tenya. It wasn't random. It couldn't be. The universe, or All Might's twisted sense of narrative, had thrown him into the crucible on the very first practical exercise. Against the two highest scorers from the exam. Against the person who wanted to break him more than anything in the world. He saw Bakugo's head snap toward him, a predatory gleam visible even through his mask. This was it, the proving ground he'd promised. Asui tilted her head. This is bad, Ribbit. Bakugo is going to come straight for you. I know, Izuku said, his voice surprisingly steady. The panic was there, a fluttering bird in his chest, but beneath it was a layer of cold, hard resolve. Aizawa's words echoed. Become so proficient with what you have that when he does, he finds not a thief to be challenged. Asterisk. He wasn't ready, but he had no choice. They were given 5 minutes to prepare inside the building, a 4-story structure with a labyrinth of rooms and the central atrium where the fake weapon, a large, cartoonish bomb, was placed on the top floor. Plan? Asui asked simply, her large eyes assessing him. Izuku's mind raced, the analyst taking over. Bakugo will come for me. He'll ignore the objective, ignore you. He'll want a direct confrontation. Ida will go for the bomb. He's fast, logical. He'll see separating us as the optimal strategy. So we split up. Asui said. That seems like playing into their hands, Ribbit. Not exactly, Izuku said, a plan forming, fragile but clear. We use their predictability. You're agile, Suyu. You have wall crawling, a long tongue. Camouflage. Your job is to delay Ida. Not fight him. Harass him. Slow him down. Be a nuisance he can't ignore. The building is your element. Asui nodded slowly. And you? I'll draw Bakugo away from the bomb. Lead him on a chase. Buy you time to wear Ida down. If I can incapacitate Bakugo, I'll come help you. If not, I'll keep him occupied as long as I can. It was a terrible plan. It hinged on him surviving a direct assault from Bakugo, but it was the only one that acknowledged the reality. This wasn't a normal exercise. It was a grudge match. You're sacrificing yourself, Asui noted. Not judging, just stating fact. I'm using the tools I have, Izuku corrected. And right now, the main tool I have is that Bakugo hates me more than he wants to win. Asui gave another slow blink. Okay, Ribbit, let's do it. The 5-minute preparation time ended. A buzzer sounded. The battle was live. Izuku positioned himself on the 3rd floor, in a wide, open room with multiple exits. A perfect arena. He took a deep breath, feeling the 2 echoes inside him, the cool sludge, the hot spark. He was not going to copy. He was going to create. He didn't have to wait long. The door on the far side of the room exploded inward in a shower of splinters and smoke. Katsuki Bakugo stood in the wreckage, his gauntlets smoking, his posture coiled like a spring. Found you, he growled. His voice muffled by the mask but dripping with venom. No running this time, thief. No teachers to hide behind. Just you and me. Izuku settled into a fighting stance, his hands coming up. Green light shimmered faintly around his right fist. I'm not running, Kaken. Bakugo didn't waste time on banter. He lunged, a human missile propelled by a crackling blast from his palm. It was a straightforward, brutal tackle, meant to close distance and overwhelm. Izuku didn't try to match force with force. He sidestepped, and as Bakugo shot past, he extended his left hand. From his palm erupted not a blast, but a wide, shimmering sheet of the sludge field, not to block, but to adhere. A giant, sticky flytrap of force. Bakugo, expecting a dodge or a counter-punch, couldn't adjust in midair. He plowed into the field. It didn't stop him, but it clung, dragging at his momentum, sapping the kinetic energy of his charge. He stumbled, snarling in frustration, tearing himself free with a violent twist that dissipated the green energy. Cheap tricks, he roared, whirling and unleashing a sweeping blast from his right gauntlet. The explosion filled the room with fire and concussion. Izuku dropped low, slamming his hands on the floor. A disk of solidified force erupted beneath him, angled like a shield. The blast wave hit it and was deflected upward, blasting a hole in the ceiling. Dust and debris rained down. He was using the sludge power defensively, creatively. Not as a weapon, but as a tool to control the battlefield, to mitigate Bakugo's overwhelming offense. Bakugo saw it, saw him refusing to fight fire with fire, saw him using that stolen understanding of force and viscosity against him. It was the ultimate insult. Fight me, Bakugo screamed, launching a relentless barrage. He was a whirlwind of explosions, each one designed to corner, to maim. He used his blasts to propel himself in unpredictable arcs, to shatter the floor under Izuku's feet, to fill the air with smoke and confusion. Izuku moved like water. He used small, repulsive pulses from his feet to change direction erratically, making himself a hard target. He read barriers not to stop the explosions, but to redirect them, to use Bakugo's own power to destroy the environment, creating obstacles and hazards. He was thinking 3 moves ahead, turning the room into a chaotic, treacherous maze. He couldn't land a hit. He was entirely on the defensive, but he was surviving, and he was making Bakugo work for every inch. On the comms in their ears, EY could hear snippets from the observation room where the class and All Might watched. He's not attacking at all. He's just running. No, look, he's controlling the space. Bakugo can't pin him down. All Might's voice boomed. Analytical. Young Midoriya is employing a containment and harassment strategy, using his emitter-type quirk for area denial and mobility. A logical, if risky, approach against a close-range powerhouse. Logical. The word from Aizawa. It steadied him. Bakugo, infuriated by the commentary and Izuku's elusive tactics, changed his approach. He stopped chasing. He planted his feet in the center of the ravaged room, his gauntlets glowing with a dangerous, building light. You wanna play keep away? Bakugo's voice was a deadly calm. Fine, let's see how you dodge this. He aimed both gauntlets, not at Izuku, but at the support pillars in the room. He fired. Twin, concentrated beams of explosive force slammed into the pillars. The concrete shattered. The ceiling above groaned, a web of cracks spreading across it. He was going to bring the room down on top of them. Izuku's eyes went wide. This wasn't about capture anymore. This was demolition. The ceiling buckled. Chunks of concrete the size of desks began to fall. Izuku's survival instinct screamed at him to run, to get out. But he couldn't. If the room collapsed, the structural integrity of the whole floor could be compromised. It could affect the battle above, where Asui was fighting Ida. It was reckless, villainous. He saw Bakugo smirking, ready to blast his way clear of the falling debris, leaving Izuku to be buried. See the problem. The problem was a collapsing ceiling, and a rival who saw property damage as an acceptable tactic. Provide the solution. The solution wasn't to catch the ceiling. It was to redefine the collapse. Izuku didn't run. He sprinted toward the center of the room, toward Bakugo and the reigning death. He raised both hands above his head. He fused the echoes, not in a grenade, but in a canopy. From his hands erupted a vast, shimmering, green-gold latticework of force. It was the sludge field, woven into a net, but each intersection of the net was a tiny, stabilized point of contained explosive energy, not to detonate, but to repel. It was an energy diffusion matrix. The falling debris hit the canopy. Instead of crashing through, it struck the repulsive nodes. Chunks of concrete were deflected, shunted to the sides, their force dissipated harmlessly into the air and against the still-standing walls. It was like rain hitting an angled windshield. The effort was immense. Izuku screamed with the strain, his arms trembling, veins standing out on his neck. He was holding up a conceptual umbrella against a landslide. Bakugo stared, his smirk frozen, then melting into pure, uncomprehending shock. He was seeing a quirk used not to attack, not even to defend passively, but to perform a large-scale, delicate, architectural function. It was hero work of a kind he had never considered. The last chunk of ceiling bounced away. The dust settled. Izuku dropped his arms, the canopy vanishing. He was panting, sweat pouring down his face inside his mask. His entire body shaking from quirk overuse. He looked at Bakugo, who was just standing there, his gauntlets still raised but silent. You. Bakugo whispered, the word barely audible. You saved the room. Quote, he didn't say, you saved me. He wouldn't, but the implication hung in the dusty air. Bakugo's reckless attack would have buried them both if not for Izuku's intervention. The moment of stunned silence was shattered by All Might's voice over the comms. Hero team wins. What? Izuku and Bakugo both looked up, confused. All Might's explanation came. While you two were occupied, young Ida managed to slip past young Asui's harassment and secure the weapon. Well done, heroes. They'd lost, technically, but in the ruined room, something else had been decided. Bakugo lowered his gauntlets. The furious fire in his eyes was gone, replaced by a turbulent, confused storm. He looked at Izuku, really looked at him, not as a thief or a fraud, but as the person who had just used a stolen, bastardized version of his power to perform an act of pure, self-sacrificing protection. An act Bakugo himself would never have conceived of. It didn't compute. It broke his worldview. He turned without a word and walked out of the room, his footsteps loud in the sudden quiet. Izuku stood alone in the wreckage, his body screaming in protest, his mind reeling. He had lost the exercise. But he had faced Bakugo. He had survived. And he had shown him, and everyone watching, that Crucible was not about theft. It was about building shelters in the storm. The door opened. Tsuyu Asui hopped in, looking a little worse for wear but unharmed. Ida got past me, Ribbit. He's very fast. She looked around at the devastated room, at the clear space in the center where Izuku stood. Her large eyes took it all in. You held him off. And you did this. I tried, Izuku said, his voice hoarse. You did more than try, Asui said simply. You were a good partner, Midoriya-chan. Even if we lost. As they walked out to face the class's judgment, Izuku felt a strange, fragile sense of peace. The first trial by fire was over. He was bruised, exhausted, and defeated on the scoreboard. But the forge inside him felt hotter, cleaner, than ever before. He had worked with the metal he had. And it had held. Chapter 15. The Weight of a Promise. The walk back to the observation room was a march through a gauntlet of Izuku's own fatigue. Every muscle protested, a deep ache that had settled into his bones. His mind replayed the battle on a loop, the sticky fields, the deflected blasts. The crushing weight of the canopy holding back the ceiling. The image of Bakugo's stunned, furious face as the dust settled was burned onto the back of his eyelids. The class's reaction was a wave of noise that broke over him as he entered. Whispers, pointed fingers, wide eyes. They'd all seen it. The relentless, brutal assault. The clever, desperate defense. The moment the room started to come down. And the green gold lattice that had held it up. Dude, that force field net thing was insane. He didn't even try to fight back. Bakugo was gonna bring the whole building down. Is that even legal in an exercise? All Might's voice cut through the chatter. Settle down, everyone. A fine first display. Both teams showed tremendous spirit. Young Bakugo, overwhelming offensive power. Young Midoriya, remarkable defensive innovation and crisis management. And young Ida, excellent tactical focus on the primary objective. Ida stood rigidly, chopping a hand. Thank you, sir, though I must question the propriety of Bakugo's structural damage. As a hero, collateral must be minimized. Bakugo, who had entered just before Izuku, didn't respond. He stood apart, his arms crossed, his gaze fixed on a point on the floor. He was a statue of simmering, silent turmoil. He didn't look at Izuku. He didn't look at anyone. All Might's booming praise washed over Izuku, but it felt distant. He'd lost. He'd been purely reactive. He hadn't landed a single offensive move. Yet, the teacher was praising his crisis management. It was a validation that felt bittersweet. He'd saved the simulation from catastrophic failure, but he hadn't won. The other matches proceeded, a blur of colorful quirks and shouted strategies. Izuku watched, but his analyst's brain was fogged by exhaustion. He saw Uraraka and a boy named Aoyama, who could fire a laser from his navel, lose to a team featuring the stoic, multi-armed Shoji and the loud, acid-wielding Ashido. He saw the boy with the tail, Ojiro, and the bird-headed Tokiyami work in quiet tandem to secure a victory. Through it all, he was aware of Bakugo's silence. It was a different silence than before. Not the cold, focused hatred of the morning, or the volcanic rage of the courtyard. This was the quiet of a shaken foundation. Izuku had done the one thing Bakugo could not comprehend. He had used power, in the middle of a fight. Not to destroy, but to preserve. And he had used a derivative of Bakugo's own destructive force to do it. The contradiction was clearly eating him alive. The final bell rang, signaling the end of the grueling day. As the class began to disperse back to the locker rooms, All Might's large hand landed gently on Izuku's shoulder. A word, young Midoriya. In my office. Izuku's stomach clenched. Was this about the battle? About his quirk use? He followed the hulking hero through the halls, the sound of his own footsteps loud in the sudden quiet. All Might's, Offie. See, At UA was more of a glorified supply closet with a desk, a temporary space for the part-time teacher. He gestured for Izuku to sit in the single, slightly too small chair, then closed the door. The moment it clicked shut, his massive frame seemed to deflate. Steam hissed from his body, and in a heartbeat, the symbol of peace was gone, replaced by the gaunt, skeletal form of Toshinori Yagi. He sank into his own chair with a groan that spoke of deep, perpetual pain. Today was instructive, Toshinori began, his voice its familiar, raspy whisper. I lost, Izuku said, the words blunt. I didn't even try to capture him. I just survived. You adapted, Toshinori corrected. Against an opponent whose sole purpose was your obliteration, you prioritized survival and mitigation of collateral damage. That is not a loss. That is a difficult, heroic choice. He leaned forward, his sharp elbows on the desk. But that is not why I asked you here. I saw the way you used your power. The lattice, the canopy. Izuku's breath hitched. I was just trying to stop the ceiling from falling. You fused the two echoes, Toshinori said, his blue eyes intense. Not in a destructive synergy, but in a constructive one. You created a new application. One I had not foreseen. He paused, his expression grave. Aizawa spoke to me about his restrictions. Izuku nodded, a lump forming in his throat. They are necessary, Toshinori said, not unkindly. For your safety, and for the safety of everyone around you. Your crucible is a power that invites temptation. Aizawa's wall is there to force you to dig wells, rather than skim puddles. He steepled his bony fingers. But walls can also become prisons. Your performance today showed me you are beginning to look inward, to the depth of your own forge. That is good. That is essential. He unlocked a drawer in his desk and pulled out a simple, unmarked manila folder. He slid it across to Izuku. Open it. With trembling hands, Izuku did. Inside were not documents, but photographs. Grainy, black and white surveillance stills. They showed a figure, blurred and distant, in various urban settings. In one, the figure was reaching out, touching a fleeing villain, whose visible ice generation quirk seemed to flicker and die. In another, the figure was surrounded by three unconscious pro-heroes, their quirks visibly inactive. This, Toshinori said, his voice dropping even lower, is why Aizawa is afraid. And why I am concerned. Izuku stared at the photos, a new kind of cold seeping into his veins. Who is that? We don't know. He, or she, or it, has no name. Only a label the intelligence community has given him. The silencer. Toshinori tapped a photo where the figure's hand was extended. His quirk appears to be a form of permanent, tactile quirk erasure. He doesn't copy. He nullifies. He touches a person, and their power is gone. Forever. The horror of it was absolute. To a hero or villain, their quirk was their soul, their identity. To have it ripped away, it was a fate worse than death. He's a villain, Izuku whispered. An extremist. He believes quirks are a corruption, a disease on humanity. That TR. Peace can only come from a world without them. He targets flashy heroes and violent villains alike. He's been operating on the fringe for years, but his activities are increasing. He is the nightmare your power could become, if it were twisted in the opposite direction. Not a crucible to forge, but a sponge to erase. The message was clear. The world already had a monster who took quirks. The last thing it needed was another, even if his method was different. My power doesn't erase, Izuku said, but the protest sounded weak. No, it archives. It consumes. The effect on the original user is still unknown. Toshinori's gaze was piercing, but the potential for harm, for creating a society that fears your touch, it is a path you must never walk. Aizawa's rule is your first, best defense against that path. He took the folder back, locking it away. I show you this not to frighten you, but to arm you with knowledge. The world is not just robots and rescue points. There are shadows, young Midoriya. And in some of those shadows, there are those who would see your power as the ultimate weapon, or the ultimate threat. Izuku sat back, the weight of it all pressing down on him, the restriction, the responsibility. The spectral threat of the silencer, a dark mirror to his own ability. What do I do? He asked, the old refrain, but now layered with a new dread. You continue, Toshinori said firmly. You train. You master the two echoes you have. You become a hero so brilliant, so necessary *, that the nature of your power becomes an afterthought to the good you do. He stood, a little unsteady. The beach was your first forge. UA is your second, and it is a far more dangerous fire. But you have the heart for it. I have seen it. Today, you proved it again. He walked Izuku to the door. As Izuku stepped out into the hallway, Toshinori placed a hand on his shoulder one last time. Remember your name, young Midoriya. Crucible. It is not a curse. It is a purpose. Now go. Forge yourself into something the shadows cannot touch. The door closed softly behind him. Izuku stood in the empty hallway, the late afternoon sun casting long, lonely shadows. The exhaustion was still there, but it was now mixed with a cold, sobering clarity. His journey was not just about becoming strong. It was about walking a razor's edge between salvation and damnation, with teachers watching from one side and a phantom from the shadows watching from the other. He changed out of his costume in the now empty locker room, the silence echoing. As he shouldered his bag and headed for the gates, he saw a figure leaning against the wall outside, waiting. Not Bakugo, Shoto Todoroki, the boy with the striking red and white hair, the son of the number 2 hero, Endeavor. He had been quiet during training. His power, half ice, half fire, demonstrated with a chilling, effortless control. He was an island of absolute, frosty calm. As Izuku passed, Todoroki spoke, his voice as cool and level as his left side. Midoriya, quote. Izuku stopped. Todoroki didn't look at him. He stared straight ahead, at the setting sun. Your quirk, Crucible. He finally turned his heterochromatic eyes, one gray, one blue, toward Izuku. It's not just a versatile emitter type, is it? Aizawa wasn't just making a point about ethics. The directness was startling. Izuku's guard shot up. What do you mean? I watched your fight, Todoroki said. The way you mitigated the explosions. The frequency of your barriers. They didn't just block. They resonated. They understood the force they were containing. He took a step closer. His gaze analytical, dissecting. You didn't copy Bakugo's power. But you understand it on a fundamental level. You speak its language. Izuku's mouth went dry. Todoroki was frighteningly observant. I have a theory, Todoroki continued, his voice devoid of emotion. I think you can do more than just make force fields and heat. I think you can learn the language of other quirks. And once you learn it, you can speak it back. He finally made eye contact, and his gaze was like being pierced by twin icicles. My father is Endeavor. He has spent my entire life trying to forge me into a tool to surpass all might. He believes power is everything. That the right quirk, pushed to its absolute limit, is the only path to the top. He looked away, a flicker of something, pain, resentment, crossing his otherwise impassive face. I am here to reject that. To reject his fire. I will become the number 1 hero using only my ice. To spite him. To prove his entire philosophy is wrong. He turned his full attention back to Izuku. You are the opposite. You are a collection of possibilities. A rejection of the idea that one power defines you. You are living proof that a hero can be more than a single, brutal note. The analysis was so acute, so personal, it left Izuku speechless. I am telling you this, Todoroki said, his tone final, so you understand where I stand. I will not be a part of anyone's collection. Do not try to learn my language. Do not look at my fire with that understanding in your eyes. My fight is my own. Keep your crucible away from me. He pushed off the wall and walked away, leaving Izuku standing in the twilight, his words hanging in the cool air like a promise and a threat. First Bakugo, who saw him as a thief. Then Aizawa, who saw him as a regulated hazard. Then All Might, who showed him a dark reflection. And now Todoroki, who saw him as a philosophical counterpoint, and wanted no part of it. Everyone saw a different facet of the crucible. No one saw the whole. No one saw the boy trying desperately to hold it all together. He walked home in the gathering dark, the weight of the day, the battle, the lecture, the warning. The cold request, settling on his shoulders like a mantle of lead. He was forging himself in UA's fire, but he was starting to wonder if the heat would purify him, or simply burn him away to nothing. Chapter 16. The Echo in the Library. The weekend provided no respite. It was a void between battles, filled only with the phantom aches of overused muscles and the relentless echo of Todoroki's cold warning. Izuku spent Saturday in a fugue state, mechanically going through the recommended stretches and light exercises from Recovery Girl's pamphlets. His mind, however, was a battleground. He couldn't stop thinking about the silencer. The image of that blurred figure, reaching out to steal not a copy, but the very essence of a quirk, haunted him. It was the ultimate violation. A permanent theft. Was his own power just a slower, more polite version of that? He took a blueprint, left the original, but did he leave it intact? He still didn't know. The sludge villain had felt thinner. What if, over time, repeated echoes from the same person could degrade the source? The idea was a sickness in his soul. He was a thief who didn't know if he was also a vandal. Sunday morning, he found himself drawn not to the beach, but to the Musutafu Central Library. It was an old, solemn building of stone and quiet, a temple to a different kind of knowledge. He needed answers, not about quirks, but about the law, the ethics, the history of powers like his own. He spent hours in the dusty genetics and meta-law sections, a solitary figure hunched under a green-shaded lamp. He found little. Power-copying quirks were the stuff of urban legend and paranoid government reports. A few documented cases existed, but they were always limited, copying one quirk at a time, with severe drawbacks like migraines or temporary memory loss. None described a permanent archive. None described a hunger. The closest he found was a scholarly article on quirk resonance theory, AF. Ringe hypothesis that all quirks emitted a unique metaphysical frequency. The article speculated that under extraordinary circumstances, one frequency could tune another, causing temporary mimicry or even permanent alteration. It was dry, theoretical, and offered no practical guidance. But the word resonance jumped out at him. That's what it felt like. A tuning fork struck against his hollow core. Frustrated, he moved to the public records terminal. He hesitated, his fingers hovering over the keyboard. Then, driven by a morbid, fearful curiosity, he typed a name. Katsuki Bakugo. The screen populated with basic, public information. Birth record, school registrations, a single, notable entry, asterisk involved party, sludge villain incident, downtown Musutafu. That was it. No medical records. No quirk registry details beyond the standard explosion, emitter type. He shouldn't do this. It was a violation. But he had to know. He had to see if his theft had left a mark. He pulled out his phone, his heart hammering. He had one number that wasn't a teacher or a classmate. He dialed. It rang 3 times before a familiar, raspy voice answered. This is a secure line, young Midoriya. This had better be important. All Might, Izuku whispered, cupping his hand around the phone. I need to know. The sludge villain. After the garage. What happened to his quirk? A long silence stretched over the line, filled with the hum of distant traffic from All Might's end. Why are you asking this now? Because I have to know what I am, Izuku said, the words raw. Does it weaken them? Does it hurt them? Another pause. Then, a sigh. The villain was processed by Tartarus intake. Standard meta ability assessment was performed. His quirk was registered as sludge body, transformation type. No noted degradation from his previous police file from 5 years prior. The reading was normal. Relief, sharp and dizzying, flooded Izuku. He hadn't crippled the man. He'd just learned from him. But All Might's voice was grave. That is one data point. Against a low-tier, frequently used quirk. We have no idea about the long-term effects on a more complex power. Or what repeated, echoing, from the same source might do. This is unknown territory, Izuku. That is why the caution. That is why the walls. The relief curdled, mixing back into the fear. One data point. An experiment with a single subject. Thank you, Izuku said quietly. Do not let this fear paralyze you, All Might said, his tone shifting to something firmer. Use it to guide you. To rem in you that the power you wield is not a toy. It is a responsibility with consequences you do not yet fully understand. Now, put the books away. You have classes tomorrow. Focus on what is in front of you. The line went dead. Izuku sat back in the hard library chair, the musty smell of old paper in his nose. He hadn't found the answers he wanted. He'd only found more questions, framed by the stark warning of the silencer. He was about to leave when a flash of movement in the peripheral of the terminal screen caught his eye. The public record search was still open. Below Bakugo's entry, related incidents algorithm had generated a link. Incident: Takoba Municipal Beach. Unauthorized meta ability usage. Status: closed. No charges filed. His own incident. The night he'd first used Crucible to save himself. It was there, in the cold, impersonal city database. A mark, a footnote in his secret history. He quickly logged out, a prickle of paranoia on his neck. As he stood to leave, he almost bumped into someone. Oh, sorry. It was a girl, about his age, with long, dark green hair tied in a messy bun and large, rectangular glasses that magnified her earnest eyes. She was holding a towering stack of books on advanced biochemistry. She looked vaguely familiar. It's okay, Izuku mumbled, stepping aside. She adjusted her glasses, peering at him. You're Midoriya, right? From 1A. He froze. Yes. A brilliant, slightly frazzled smile lit up her face. I'm Mei Hatsume. Support course, 1H. I saw your fight on the monitors yesterday. That force field net thingy. The energy dispersion was fascinating. Totally inefficient, though. The lattice structure wasted like 40% of the output on harmonic cancellation. You need a focal array, or maybe a refractive. She launched into a rapid-fire technical analysis, her words tumbling over each other. Izuku could only blink, his social circuits overloaded. And the thermal signature from your left hand during the initial charge dispersal suggests a separate exothermic ability, right? Do they share a biological catalyst? Is it a dual emitter situation, or a single source with polymorphic expression? Her quest irons were the kind he asked in his notebooks. Sharp, specific, and utterly devoid of the fear or judgment he'd faced from everyone else. She saw a puzzle, not a monster. It's complicated, he managed. Everything's complicated until you take it apart, Hatsume said, her eyes gleaming behind her lenses. Hey, you want to come to the support lab sometime? I've got ideas. I could build you a focusing bracker, or a kinetic redistribution harness. We could triple your efficiency. The offer was so sudden, so purely enthusiastic about the mechanics of his power, it was disarming. I'm not sure I'm allowed. My teacher, Aizawa, he's very strict about PFFT, Aizawa-sensei. She waved a dismissive hand, almost toppling her book tower. He's all about logic, right? It's logical to use every tool at your disposal to improve, including brilliant support tech. Just think about it. She juggled her books, fished a slightly greasy business card from a pocket, and shoved it into his hand. It read, HATSUME May, future CEO of HATSUME Industries. If it can be built, I can build it better. Gotta run. Prototype to blow up. See you around, Midoriya. And with that, she bounded off, her stack of books miraculously stable. Izuku stared at the card. Support gear. A way to enhance what he had, to work within Aizawa's rules but push their limits. It was a lifeline he hadn't considered. A path forward that wasn't about taking more, but about refining what he already held. The walk home was lighter. The encounter with Hatsume had been a spark in the gloom. Someone saw potential in Crucible, not just peril. As he turned onto his street, the feeling evaporated. Leaning against the wall beside his apartment building's entrance, was Katsuki Bakugo. He wasn't in his uniform. He wore a dark hoodie, the hood up, casting his face in shadow. He was just waiting. Izuku's steps slowed. His hand tightened on the strap of his bag. This wasn't school ground. There were no teachers, no rules. Bakugo pushed off the wall as Izuku approached. He didn't speak. He just fell into step beside him, matching his pace as they entered the building and started up the stairs. The silence was thick, pressurized. They reached Izuku's floor. Bakugo followed him to his door. Izuku turned, his key in his hand. What do you want, Kaken? Bakugo finally looked at him. His eyes were red-rimmed, shadowed. He looked exhausted, but the fury was banked, replaced by something harder to define. A desperate, grim resolve. The old beach, Bakugo said, his voice rough. Tomorrow, before school, be there. It wasn't a request. It was a summons. Why? Izuku asked, his heart thudding. Because I have to see it, Bakugo said, his gaze boring into Izuku's. I have to see you use it. My fire. Your echo. I have to understand what you stole. And I have to know if I can take it back. He wasn't threatening a fight. He was demanding a demonstration. An audit. Aizawa said I can't. I don't give a damn what Eraserhead said. Bakugo hissed, keeping his voice low. This is between us. This is about what you did. You owe me this. You owe me a look at the ghost you made of my power. The word, ghost, struck a chord. That's what the echoes were. Ghosts in his shell. Izuku thought of the library. Of the single data point. Of not knowing the consequences. Bakugo was offering himself as a second data point. A terrible, dangerous opportunity to see the effect up close. And a part of Izuku, the desperate analyst, wanted to know too. Okay, he heard himself say, the word leaving his lips before his better judgment could stop it. Bakugo gave a single, sharp nod. Sunrise. Then he turned and walked back down the stairs, his footsteps echoing in the silent stairwell. Izuku unlocked his door and stepped into the warm, safe familiarity of his home. He leaned back against the closed door, the business card from Hatsune crumpled in one sweaty palm, the ghost of Bakugo's demand hanging in the air. Tomorrow, before the sun was fully up, he would meet his oldest enemy on the cleared sand of his personal forge. And he would show him the stolen fire. It was a terrible idea. It was a breach of every rule. But it felt, in some dark, inevitable way, like the next step. The crucible was about to be tested not by teachers or robots, but by the original flame itself. And he had no idea if he, or his power, would emerge intact. Chapter 17. The Jewel of Dawn. Sleep was a distant country. Izuku spent the night staring at his ceiling, watching the play of moonlight and street lamp shadows. Feeling the two echoes inside him like restless coals. The cold sludge, the hot spark. They felt aware, as if they knew their source was coming. He slipped out of bed an hour before his alarm, moving silently so as not to wake his mother. He dressed in simple training clothes, the fabric familiar against his skin. He didn't pack a bag. He didn't need notes for this. The city in the pre-dawn was a monochrome sketch, all grays and deep blues. The air was cold and damp, carrying the scent of wet concrete and distant salt. His footsteps were the only sound as he made his way to Takoba Beach. The cleared expanse of sand greeted him, a pale, smooth scar in the gloom. The remaining piles of trash were dark silhouettes against the gradually lightening sky. The ocean was a sheet of lead, whispering secrets to the shore. This was his place, his proving ground. And now, it was about to become something else. He didn't have to wait long. Bakugo arrived not from the boardwalk, but from the south, along the waterline. He moved with a predator's silent grace, his hood up, his hands shoved deep in the pockets of his jacket. He stopped a dozen meters away, his face in shadow. No greetings, no curses. The time for words was past. Bakugo shrugged off his jacket, letting it fall to the sand. He was wearing a tight black tank top and training pants. He cracked his neck, a series of sharp pops that echoed in the quiet. "Show me," he said, his voice flat, stripped of all its usual heat. Izuku took a deep breath, the cold air filling his lungs. He focused inward, finding the hot, sharp echo, the ghost of Bakugo's own power. He held out his right hand, palm up. He willed a single droplet of his variant sweat to form. It beaded on his skin, clear and glistening in the faint light. He focused on the ignition, the precise chemical snap. Fizz pop, asterisk. A tiny, controlled eruption, no bigger than a bottle cap, flared in his palm. It was weak, muted, a polite version of the cataclysm Bakugo could unleash. Bakugo watched, his expression unreadable. Pathetic. The insult was automatic, but it lacked conviction. He was studying it. The fuel. What is it? My body makes it, Izuku said quietly. It's not nitroglycerin. It's mine. But the reaction principle is the same. Show me the yield. Izuku closed his fist. He concentrated, drawing more of the volatile substance, focusing the energy not outward, but into a dense, building pressure within his clenched hand. He then pointed his fist at a nearby, waterlogged tire half buried in the sand. He released. A sharp, concussive crack split the dawn air. Not a fiery explosion, but a focused blast of kinetic force and heat. The tire jerked violently, sand exploding around it, but it didn't shatter or burn. It was pushed, dented. It was power, but it was clean. Surgical. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. He'd seen this during the exam. The precise pops, the cutting jets. Seeing it here, isolated, was different. It was a dissection of his own artistry. A cover song played on a different instrument. You dampen the heat, Bakugo observed, his tone that of a dispassionate engineer. Focus on concussive force. Why? Control, Izuku answered. And it's what my body does. It adapted the blueprint, made it efficient for something other than destruction. The word hung between them. Destruction. Bakugo's entire philosophy, laid bare and found wanting by his own stolen reflection. A muscle twitched in Bakugo's jaw. You think that makes it better. A neutered version. I think it makes it mine, Izuku said. A flicker of defiance in his voice. And it can do things yours can't. Like what? Bakugo challenged, taking a step forward. Hold up a ceiling. Big deal. Any Diot with a strength quirk could do that. It's not about strength, Izuku shot back, the analyst in him rising to the bait. It's about application. You see a wall, you blow it up. I see a wall, I can ask it to be a door. Or a shield. Or a lens. He demonstrated. He called the sludge echo, the cold, fluid understanding. He formed a simple, shimmering green disk of force in the air between them. Then, he infused it with a whisper of the explosive echo, not to detonate, but to set the field vibrating at a specific, high frequency. The disk hummed, a low, dangerous note. Izuku picked up a rusted tin can from the sand and tossed it at the disk. The can didn't bounce off. As it touched the vibrating field, the metal resonated. In an instant, the rust flaked away, and the thin steel of the can warped. Then tore itself apart into a neat, spiraling strip of metal, which fell to the sand with a soft clink. It wasn't cut. It was unmade asterisk by its own structure. Bakugo stared at the twisted metal strip. His breath fogged in the cold air. For the first time, Izuku saw something other than anger or contempt in his eyes. He saw a dawning, horrified comprehension. He was witnessing his own power, intertwined with another stolen one, creating a third, entirely new effect. An effect that had nothing to do with raw power and everything to do with profound, terrifying understanding. You combined them, Bakugo whispered. They combine whether I want them to or not, Izuku admitted. They're not separate tools in a box. They're ingredients, and they react. Bakugo was silent for a long moment, staring at the sand. At the strip of metal, at nothing. The first sliver of sun broke the horizon, painting the waves with a thin line of gold. When you used it on the roof, Bakugo said. His voice so low Izuku had to strain to hear it. When you pushed my blast. Did it feel like me? The question was shockingly vulnerable. He was asking if his essence, his signature, was in the echo. Izuku considered it. No, he said honestly. It felt like the idea of an explosion. The physics of it, the pressure wave, the heat transfer. It was data, a schematic, not your anger, not your will. Bakugo absorbed this. His stolen power was a photocopy of the technical manual, missing the author's passionate, violent marginalia. He looked up, and his eyes were clear, the confusion burned away by a new, cold fire. Then it's a fake, a hollow shell. It has the shape, but not the heart. And a hollow thing breaks easier. He raised his own right hand, palm out. No sweat formed. His quirk didn't work that way. His ignition was neural, instant. A tiny, perfect sun bloomed in his palm with a sharp crack asterisk, brilliant and violent in the grey dawn. The light painted his face in harsh relief, all sharp angles and fierce determination. This, Bakugo said, the flame dancing in his eyes, is mine. It's not data, it's not an echo, it's my blood, my sweat, my anger, my victory. You have a photograph, I have the living person. He closed his fist, snuffing the flame. So here's what's going to happen. We're going to fight, right now. No rules, no teachers, no points. You use your hollow echo. I use my real fire. And I'm going to shatter your copy into dust. I'm going to prove, once and for all, that a cheap imitation can never beat the original. He dropped into a fighting stance, his body coiling. And when I win, you give it up. You never use that echo again. You lock it away in your little crucible and you forget it exists. That's the price for your theft. The ultimatum hung in the salt-tinged air. The sun was rising, casting their long shadows across the sand toward each other, two dark giants about to clash. Izuku felt a strange calm settle over him. The fear was gone. The uncertainty was gone. This was the crucible, stripped bare. No spectators, no judges, just the truth of power versus its shadow. He wouldn't give up the echo. It was a part of him now. For better or worse. But he would fight. He would show Bakugo that a tool's worth wasn't in its origin, but in the hand that wielded it. He settled into his own stance, the green shimmer gathering around his hands. A cool, steady light against the coming dawn. I'm not giving it up, Kaken, Izuku said, his voice steady. But I'll fight you, and I'll show you what my crucible can really do. Bakugo's lips peeled back in a savage grin. It was the first real emotion he'd shown all morning. Finally, some guts. The world held its breath. Then Bakugo moved. He didn't blast forward. He stalked asterisk, closing the distance with deliberate, measured steps, his eyes locked on Izuku's. The tension was a wire pulled taut. Izuku waited, his senses hyper-alert. He could feel the resonant hum of Bakugo's quirk in the air, a familiar frequency that made his own stolen echo thrum in response. It was a strange, discordant harmony. At 10 meters, Bakugo struck. It wasn't a giant explosion. It was a flick of his wrist, a small, precise detonation at Izuku's feet, designed not to hit him, but to blast sand into his eyes. Izuku flinched, throwing up a forearm to shield his face. In that microsecond of blindness, Bakugo was on him, a left hook aimed at his ribs, crackling with contained fury. Izuku dropped his shielding arm and pivoted, letting the punch graze his side. The impact was like being hit by a truck, the heat searing even through the glancing blow. He gasped, stumbling back. He couldn't match Bakugo's close-quarters brutality. He had to control the space. As Bakugo pressed, launching a rapid combination, Izuku backpedaled, throwing up a series of small, shimmering barriers, not to block, but to deflect. He angled them like shields, sending Bakugo's punches and kicks skidding off course, using the momentum to create distance. Stop running, Bakugo roared, blasting the sand where Izuku's feet had been a moment before. Izuku used the explosion's concussive wave, riding it with a pulse from his own feet to leap backwards, putting 20 feet between them. He landed in a crouch, his heart hammering. He needed to attack, but not with force, with consequence. As Bakugo charged again, Izuku focused. He slammed his palms together, then pulled them apart. Between his hands stretched a shimmering, vibrating wire of green gold. Energy. A fusion of the binding field and the explosive resonance, thrumming like a piano string pulled to breaking. He whipped his hands forward, sending the energy wire snaking across the sand toward Bakugo's ankles. Bakugo saw it, sneered, and tried to blast it apart. But the explosion passed through asterisk the vibrating energy, only making it shiver. The wire wrapped around his left ankle. The moment it made contact, Izuku triggered the resonance. The wire didn't constrict. It sang. A high-frequency vibration, tuned to disrupt muscular feedback and balance, shot up Bakugo's leg. He cried out in surprise and pain. Not from injury, but from sudden, disorienting interference. His leg buckled, and he went down on one knee. Izuku didn't press the advantage. He let the wire dissipate. Bakugo glared up at him, shaking his head to clear it. Tricks, he spat, but there was a new wariness in his eyes. He'd been neutralized not by greater power, but by a clever application of lesser ones. He pushed himself up, his pride clearly wounded more than his body. Fine, you want to play with vibrations. He raised both hands, palms facing each other. Let's vibrate. He began to clap his hands together, not in a normal motion, but in rapid, micro-explosions between his palms. Each tiny blast created a shockwave in the confined space between his hands. The rapid succession built into a sustained, deafening asterisk rap of concussive force, a sonic assault. The sound hammered into Izuku, a physical wave of pressure that made his teeth rattle, his vision blur. It wasn't an attack he could deflect with a barrier. It was the air itself turning against him. He staggered, clapping his hands over his ears, but it was useless. The vibration was in his bones. See the problem. Asterisk. The problem was sound, a resonant frequency shaking him apart. Provide the solution. Asterisk. He couldn't fight the frequency. He had to change it. Gritting his teeth against the disorientation, Izuku focused the sludge echo, not as a wall, but as a membrane around his own head, a dampening field. Then, he pulsed the explosive echo inside that field, not to ignite, but to create a counter-vibration, an anti-sound wave. The two frequencies collided in the space around his ears. Whump! A dull, pressure pop, and the brutal sonic assault cut off, replaced by a ringing silence. The counter-vibration had cancelled out Bakugo's attack, but the feedback sent a lance of pain through Izuku's skull. He tasted blood in his mouth. Bakugo stared, his hands falling to his sides. He'd just seen Izuku use a derivative of his power to create its opposite, to silence his own noise. The rage finally broke through Bakugo's analytical fury. The sheer, galling perversion of it was too much. Enough, he screamed, and this time, he unleashed everything. He rocketed into the air with a twin blast, soaring above Izuku. He angled himself downward, his right gauntlet glowing with a terrifying, sun-bright light. He was aiming not for Izuku, but for the sand around him. A point-blank, area denial blast that would turn the ground to glass and the air to fire. It was the howitzer impact, or something like it, stripped of ceremony and focused purely on annihilation. Izuku looked up at the descending sun. He had no time for clever tricks. No space for subtle resonance. This was power against power. Echo against original. He planted his feet in the sand. He raised both hands to the sky. He reached deep into the crucible, to the very core where the two echoes intertwined. He didn't separate them. He didn't try to dampen or deflect. He welded them. From his hands erupted not a net, not a lens, not a wire. He forged a spear, a lance of concentrated, solidified force, vibrating at a destructive frequency. Sheathed in a corona of rippling, contained explosive energy. It was the sludge field's understanding of cohesion, pushed to its absolute limit and fueled by the explosive echo's raw, catalytic power. It wasn't a copy of an explosion. It was a new thing entirely, a projectile of pure, focused unmaking. He didn't aim it at Bakugo. He aimed it at the space between Bakugo's descending blast and the ground. He threw the spear. It shot upward, a green-gold comet trailing embers of unstable energy. It met the leading edge of Bakugo's apocalyptic blast. The two powers did not explode. They cancelled. In a sphere of silent, blinding white light, the conflicting frequencies and energies tore each other apart at the atomic level. The sound was sucked from the world. The shockwave was inverted, pulling inward before erupting outward in a silent, expanding ring of distorted air that flattened the sand for 50 meters in every direction. The light faded. Bakugo fell from the sky, landing hard on the sand, his gauntlet smoking, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Izuku stood, swaying, his arms hanging uselessly at his sides, numb and scorched. Feedback from forging and throwing the spear had emptied him. He was a husk. Silence, deeper than before, reclaimed the beach. The sun had fully risen now, painting the scene in harsh, honest light. Two boys, kneeling and standing in the wreckage of their clash, surrounded by smooth, glassy craters and patterns of disturbed sand. Bakugo pushed himself up to his knees. He looked at his gauntlet, then at Izuku. His face was smudged with soot, his expression utterly blank. The fury was gone. The hatred was gone. All that was left was a hollow, exhausted truth. He hadn't shattered the copy. The copy had met his original, head-on, and forged something new to stop it. He hadn't won. He hadn't lost. They had, in their violent, desperate way, created a stalemate born of mutual annihilation. Bakugo got to his feet. He didn't speak. He didn't look at Izuku again. He simply turned, picked up his jacket from the sand, and walked away, his steps slow and heavy, following the waterline back the way he'd come. A solitary figure swallowed by the morning light. Izuku remained standing, the heat of the rising sun on his face, the cold of utter exhaustion in his veins. The duel was over. No victor, no vanquished, just two rivals, and the undeniable, terrifying truth that now stood between them, written in fire and silence on the sand. The echo had faced the source, and neither had broken. Chapter 18. The Unspoken Truce. The silence after Bakugo left was a physical presence, heavier than the ocean's roar. Izuku stood in the glassy scar of their confrontation, his body a symphony of aches. his mind a white noise of exhaustion. The sun, now fully above the horizon, felt indecently cheerful, painting the war-torn sand in warm gold. He had done it. He had faced Bakugo, not as a victim or a fugitive, but as a welder of power. He had forged a spear of unmaking and met the sun head-on. And he had survived. More than that, he had forced a draw from the boy who had never accepted anything less than total victory. There was no triumph in it, only a hollow, echoing fatigue, and the chilling knowledge that the line between them was now etched in something far more permanent than schoolyard taunts. He forced his trembling legs to move, trudging back toward the boardwalk. Every step sent fresh jolts of pain through his overtaxed muscles. The feedback from the spear had been like holding onto a live power line. His nerves felt frayed, his quirk sense dulled. He made it home, slipping inside just as his mother was starting breakfast. She took one look at him, pale, sand-crusted, moving like an old man, and her face crumpled with concern. "Izuku, what on earth happened? Were you running on the beach again? You look like you've been in a fight." "Just pushed myself too hard," he mumbled, the lye ash in his mouth. He couldn't meet her eyes. "I'm going to shower." He stood under the scalding water until it ran cold, letting it pound some feeling back into his numb limbs. In the steamy mirror, he saw the faint, lattice-like red marks tracing up his forearms, the phantom scars of the force canopy and the spear. They would fade. The memory wouldn't. He dressed for school mechanically. The green UA uniform felt like a costume for a play he no longer understood. His body moved through the morning rituals, but his mind was back on the beach, watching the silent annihilation of light. Watching Bakugo walk away without a word. School was a surreal pantomime. He walked into class 1A, and the usual morning chatter seemed to dip for a second. Eyes flicked to him, then away. The story of his battle with Bakugo from the day before had clearly spread, colored by All Might's commentary and the whispers of those who'd seen the monitors. He was the defensive innovator, the crisis manager, the guy with the weird, versatile quirk that wasn't quite a copy. And then Bakugo walked in. The temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees. He moved to his desk with a stiff, deliberate gait. He didn't look at anyone. He didn't snap at the boy who accidentally bumped his chair. He just sat down, placed his hands flat on his desk, and stared straight ahead, his face a mask of impenetrable stone. The volatile, explosive anger was gone, replaced by a glacial, focused calm that was somehow more terrifying. He didn't so much as glance in Izuku's direction. Aizawa slithered into the room in his sleeping bag, unzipped it with a sigh, and began homeroom with his usual lethargic menace. He announced they would be choosing class representatives that day, a PR. OSES met with a surprising surge of enthusiasm from everyone except Bakugo and Izuku. As Ida passionately lectured about the duties of the role and Yaoyorozu calmly outlined a democratic process, Izuku's gaze kept drifting to the back of Bakugo's head, the stiff set of his shoulders, the absolute stillness. He was a bomb that had been disarmed, not diffused. The ticking was internal now. The rep was chosen by popular vote, an excited, chaotic affair that ended with Ida becoming class representative and Yaoyorozu his deputy. Izuku received 1 vote, from a blushing Uraraka, he suspected. Bakugo received 0. He didn't seem to notice or care. The morning classes, modern hero art history, English with present mic, passed in a blur. Izuku took notes by rote, his analyst's brain offline. He was running on fumes, physical and emotional. Lunch in the cafeteria was its own special kind of ordeal. He sat with Uraraka and Ida, who were discussing representative strategies with earnest intensity. Izuku pushed his food around his plate, his appetite gone. "You're very quiet today, Midoriya," Ida noted, adjusting his glasses. "Are you still recovering from yesterday's exertions?" "Something like that," Izuku said. Uraraka leaned in, her voice dropping. "Is it about Bakugo? He's been like a zombie all morning. It's creepy." Before Izuku could answer, a sudden, deafening alarm klaxon blared through the entire cafeteria. A sound so loud and shrill it felt like a drill to the skull. Wee-oo-wee-oh-oh-oh-oh. "What's happening?" someone screamed. "Security level 3 has been breached. All students, please evacuate in an orderly fashion to the designated assembly areas." Panic erupted. Level 3 meant an intruder was on campus grounds. Chairs screeched, trays clattered, and a stampede of bodies surged toward the exits. The orderly queue dissolved into a terrified, screaming mob. "Everyone, remain calm," Ida bellowed, standing on a table, his arms chopping. "Form lines. Do not push." His words were swallowed by the chaos. Izuku was swept up in the tide, pressed against the wall by the surging crowd. He saw Uraraka get separated, her panicked face disappearing in the sea of uniforms. He tried to push back, to find space, but it was useless. Then, through the press of bodies, he saw him. Bakugo wasn't trying to flee. He was standing like a rock in the middle of the hallway just outside the cafeteria. His back against a support pillar, his arms crossed. He was watching the panic with a look of utter, disdainful contempt. Students flowed around him like a river around a stone, none daring to touch him. Their eyes met across the chaotic stream of people. In Bakugo's crimson gaze, Izuku saw no fear, no anger, just a cold, clear assessment of the situation. And a silent, unmistakable communication. "This is pathetic." Asterisk. And in that moment, an understanding passed between them, wordless and absolute. The rivalry, the hatred, the stolen fire, it was theirs. It was personal. But this herd mentality, this loss of control in the face of an unknown threat. This was beneath them both. It was an insult to the crucible they had just faced each other in. Without a word, without a signal, they moved. Izuku stopped fighting the current. He planted his feet, turned sideways to the flow, and used his elbows and shoulders to create a pocket of space. He wasn't trying to get out. He was trying to create order. Bakugo, from his position, saw a first year from another class trip and fall. In an instant, he uncrossed his arms, grabbed the back of the boy's collar, and yanked him upright with a rough, effortless motion, shoving him back into the flow before he could be trampled. It wasn't gentle. It wasn't heroic in the traditional sense. It was efficient. It was control. Izuku, seeing a group of younger students getting crushed against a corner, didn't have the raw strength to pull them free. So he used his quirk. A low, wide disc of shim. Erring force materialized horizontally at waist height, creating a sudden, stable platform. The pressed-in students stumbled onto it, finding momentary relief from the crush. He held it for just 5 seconds, long enough for them to catch their breath and find a better angle, before letting it dissipate. They weren't coordinating, they weren't allies, but they were, in that moment of institutional collapse, applying the same ruthless logic they used against each other to a common problem, chaos. Ida, from his perch, saw them, saw Bakugo's brutal efficiency and Izuku's quick, clever intervention. He redoubled his own efforts, his voice cutting through the din with renewed authority, directing traffic like a traffic cop. Slowly, painfully, the stampede began to organize into something resembling a flow. The panic didn't vanish, but the mindless crush lessened. And then, as suddenly as it started, the alarm cut off. A cheerful voice came over the intercom. "False alarm, everyone. Sorry about that. It was just the media getting through the front gate. No intruders. Please return to your classes." "My bad." The tension snapped, leaving behind a wave of sheepish exhaustion and nervous laughter. The crowd began to disperse, muttering complaints and jokes. Izuku sagged against the wall, breathing hard. He looked down the hall. Bakugo was already walking away, not back toward the cafeteria, but toward the classrooms. His hands back in his pockets. He didn't look back. He didn't acknowledge what had just happened. But he had acted, and Izuku had seen it. Ida dropped down from the table, his glasses askew, his face flushed with effort. He marched over to Izuku. "Midoriya, that platform, a brilliant use of your quirk for crowd control. And Bakugo's intervention, while unorthodox, was effective. You both displayed admirable presence of mind." Uraraka found them, looking ruffled but unharmed. "That was scary, but you guys were amazing." Izuku just nodded, his eyes full, lowing the empty space where Bakugo had been. The unspoken truce, forged in the crucible of dawn and tested in the panic of a false alarm, hung in the air, fragile and real. They weren't friends. They would never be friends. But they were no longer just a thief and his victim. They were two forces that had measured each other and found a grim, mutual respect in the calibration. They had seen the worst of each other, the stolen fire, the murderous intent, and in the face of a greater, dumber chaos, they had both instinctively chosen to impose order. The rest of the day passed in a numb haze. During foundational hero studies in the afternoon, they practiced basic rescue carries and first aid. Izuku was paired with the boy with the hardening quirk, Kirishima. Bakugo was paired with the quiet, animal-speaking Koda. They worked on opposite sides of the gymnasium. They didn't interact. But once, when Izuku was struggling to adjust his grip on a practice dummy, he looked up and found Bakugo watching him from across the room. Their eyes held for a second. Bakugo's gaze flicked to Izuku's hands, then back to his face. A micro-expression, a slight tightening of the eyes, that might have been acknowledgement. Or just further analysis. Then he turned back to his own task. It was nothing. It was everything. After school, as Izuku packed his bag, Aizawa's voice, dry as dust, stopped him at the door. Midoriya. A word. He followed the teacher to the now familiar, Spartan office. Aizawa sank into his chair, looking more exhausted than usual. The false alarm today, Aizawa began, steepling his fingers. I saw the feed from the hallway cameras. Izuku's heart sank. Had he broken the rule? Using his quirk without permission. Your use of your force field was appropriate, Aizawa said, surprising him. It was a non-combat, life-saving application. That is the kind of judgment I want to see. He fixed Izuku with his tired gaze. Bakugo's actions were also noted. A surprising display of pragmatic intervention from someone who usually only thinks in terms of destroying obstacles. He leaned forward. I am not foolish enough to think your issues are resolved. But what I saw today was not two enemies. It was two problem solvers, acting independently but effectively in a crisis. That is a start. He paused. How is your control? After the battle training? It's fine, Izuku said. Which wasn't entirely a lie. He was exhausted, but the echoes felt settled, if weary. Good, because your next test is coming. Aizawa pulled out a schedule. In 2 weeks, UA will be holding a joint training exercise with another hero course. Shikatsu High is visiting. A joint exercise. With another school. More eyes. More quirks. You will be expected to participate, Aizawa said, his eyes boring into Izuku's. With the quirks you currently have. This will be a very public stage, Midoriya. The eyes of another elite institution will be upon you. And upon your crucible. He let the word hang. Do not make me regret my leniency. Show them a hero, not a curiosity. He dismissed Izuku with a wave. As Izuku walked home, the weight of the upcoming exercise settled beside the weight of the morning's truce. The world kept turning, presenting new fires to step into. He stopped at a crosswalk, waiting for the light. On the other side of the street, standing at a convenience store, was Bakugo. He was buying a bottle of water, his expression bored. He finished his transaction, turned, and saw Izuku. They stood there, separated by 4 lanes of afternoon traffic, the noisy world rushing between them. No sparks, no glares, no words. Bakugo took a sip of his water, gave one last, unreadable look, then turned and walked away, disappearing into the flow of pedestrians. The light changed. Izuku crossed the street. The war wasn't over, but the battle lines had been redrawn, not in sand or on rooftops, but in the silent, efficient language of controlled power and a grudging, hardened respect. He had a truce. He had a warning. And he had 2 weeks to forge himself into something that could withstand the scrutiny of 2 schools. The crucible's fire was about to be stoked by a new bellows. And he had to be ready. Chapter 19. The Forge of Preparation. The 2-week countdown to the Shikatsu joint exercise became a new kind of gravity, pulling at every moment of Izuku's life. The unspoken truce with Bakugo created a strange, pressurized calm in Class 1A. Bakugo's fury had retreated into a cold, hyper-focused intensity. He trained alone in the designated gyms, his explosions a constant. Distant thunder, a reminder that the volcano was merely dormant, not extinct. He didn't bother Izuku. He didn't even seem to see him. It was as if the Dawn Jewel had established a demilitarized zone. And Bakugo was now fortifying his own side with a grim, silent determination. Izuku, meanwhile, threw himself into his own preparation with a desperation that bordered on obsession. Aizawa's warning echoed in his skull, a very public stage. Show them a hero, not a curiosity. Asterisk. He couldn't copy. He had to create. He had to master the two echoes until they were as natural as breathing. His afternoons were spent in one of UA's many specialized training facilities, a large, padded room with a high ceiling and programmable holographic targets. He'd secured permission from Izuku, who'd given a grunt that might have been approval. The room was his new forge. He started with the basics, drilling the individual echoes until they were reflex. Sludge field manipulation. He created spheres, cubes, sheets, domes. He made them hard as steel, soft as gel, sticky as glue. He practiced forming them at a distance, around moving targets, while he himself was in motion. He learned to make a field so thin it was a cutting wire, and so dense it could stop a simulated bullet, courtesy of the room's projectile launchers. Explosive echo refinement. He worked on the yield, the shape, the duration. He could now produce a sustained, pencil-thin jet of blue-white flame hot enough to cut through an inch of steel. He could create a wide, concussive blast knock targets over without scorching them. He learned to make his variant sweat coat his own skin in a thin, reactive layer that could dissipate impacts, a personal, explosive reactive armor. But the real work was in the synergy. The crucible. He didn't attempt the spear again. The memory of that feedback, of the hollowing emptiness that followed, was a stark warning. That was a last resort, a weapon of absolute, mutually assured cancellation. He needed finesse. He needed tools. He practiced the vibrating field that had unraveled the tin can. He refined it, learning to tune the frequency. He could set it to shatter brittle materials, liquefy certain gels, or simply induce painful, disorienting resonance in a target. He worked on the lens, the deflective field he'd used against Bakugo's howitzer impact. He practiced shaping it, angling it, making it reactive so it could automatically adjust to incoming force vectors. He programmed the holographic enemies to fire projectiles and energy blasts at him. And he spent hours redirecting them into harmless corners of the room. He developed a new technique he called the anchor. He would fire a glob of his explosive sweat, then instantly encapsulate it in a dense, telekinetic sludge field mid-air. The field would hold the volatile payload in stasis until he triggered it remotely, creating a floating landmine or a delayed action trap. He was building a toolbox. Each tool was a unique alloy of his two base materials. One afternoon, a week into his solitary training, the door to his facility hissed open. He expected Izuku, coming to check on his progress. It was Mei Hatsume. She bounced in, a toolbox in one hand and a bulky metal contraption draped over her shoulder. Her goggles were pushed up on her forehead, her pink eyes gleaming with manic energy. "Found you," she announced, as if he'd been hiding. "Your energy signatures are all over the campus grid. So much wasted harmonic feedback. It's like listening to a symphony played through a broken speaker. I can't take it anymore." Izuku lowered his hands, letting a half-formed force disk dissipate. "Hatsume, what are you doing here?" "I'm here to fix you," she declared, dropping her toolbox with a clatter. She hefted the contraption. It looked like a high-tech backpack with articulated mechanical arms ending in glowing lenses. Behold, the Hatsume Hyper, Synergistic Output Regulator and Focus Array, or the baby number 37. She started toward him, the mechanical arms whirring. "Now hold still, I need to get a baseline reading of your bioresonance peaks." "Whoa, wait," Izuku took a step back. "I can't just use support gear. I have to get approval. My teacher, Izuku, has already been notified via formal request," Hatsume said, not stopping. She pulled a crumpled piece of paper from her pocket and thrust it at him. It was indeed a UA form, stamped with Izuku's personal seal and a single, scrawled word, "Approved." Below it, in even messier handwriting, "If it explodes, you're both expelled." Asterisk. Izuku stared at the form, stunned. Izuku was allowing this, encouraging it. "He's logical, right?" Hatsume said, as if reading his mind. She was already circling him, a handheld scanner beeping. "Logical to maximize the efficiency of the tools you have, rather than letting you waste energy and potentially do something stupid to get more. Now, the baby number 37 works by reading the unique energy signature of your quirk, both frequencies, and providing a focusing matrix to reduce harmonic cancellation and channel the output through these emitter lenses." She tapped one of the mechanical arms. "It should increase your effective range by 300% and your energy efficiency by at least 45%. In theory, it was everything he needed. A way to be better, stronger, without breaking the rules. Without stealing. Why are you doing this? He asked, as she began attaching sensor pads to his arms and temples. 3 reasons, Hatsume said, her voice slightly muffled as she tightened a strap. 1. Your quirk is the most fascinating puzzle I've seen all year. 2. If my gear works for someone as weirdly resonant as you, it'll work for anyone. And 3. She leaned in, her eyes serious behind her goggles for a fleeting second. I saw the feed from your battle trial. The way you held up that ceiling. That wasn't just power. That was beautiful engineering. I want to help make more of that. Her reasons were pure, in their own chaotic way. She wasn't afraid of him. She wanted to improve him. For the next 2 hours, Hatsume worked with a frantic, joyful precision. She calibrated the baby number 37, had him run through his techniques while she took readings, made adjustments with a soldering iron that seemed to appear from nowhere. The gear was heavy, but surprisingly balanced. The mechanical arms moved with a mind of their own, their lenses glowing a soft blue-green. Finally, she stepped back. Okay, try the lens thingy. The deflector. Izuku focused. He called the sludge field and the explosive echo, willing them to combine into the wide, angled lens. Normally, it took tremendous concentration to form and hold. This time, the baby number 37 hummed on his back. The mechanical arms swiveled, the lenses glowing brighter. The 2 echoes inside him resonated with the gear, their frequencies aligning, amplifying. The lens snapped into existence before him, larger, more stable. And with a fraction of the mental strain. It shimmered with a cleaner, sharper light. Whoa, he breathed. Now a projectile, Hatsume yelled, tapping a control on her wrist. A holographic cannon appeared on the far wall and fired a simulated energy blast. Izuku angled the lens. The blast hit it and ricocheted perfectly, slamming into a designated target zone with pinpoint accuracy. The lens didn't even shudder. He spent the rest of the afternoon testing. The vibrating field was tighter, more focused. The anchor traps could be set from farther away and held their stability longer. Even his individual echoes felt crisper, more responsive. It wasn't more power, it was control, precision. The support gear was like a master craftsman's set of fine chisels. Where before he'd been working with a rock and a harder rock. As the sun set, Hatsume packed up her tools, looking immensely pleased with herself. We'll need more tuning. Your resonance shifts when you're tired or stressed. I'll need to install adaptive algorithms. But for a first test. Not bad, Midoriya, not bad at all. She left him in the training room, the baby number 37 still humming comfortingly on his back. He felt a surge of something he hadn't felt in a long time. Hope. A path forward that was his own. Asterisk. The week leading up to the joint exercise was a whirlwind of final preparations. Class 1A's normal curriculum was interspersed with strategy sessions and briefings on Shikatsu's known teaching methods and the specialties of the top students. Shikatsu was known for its discipline, its militaristic precision, and a focus on team-based tactics over individual flash. Rumors flew. Their top first year was a boy named Inasa Yoarashi, a wind user of prodigious power and overwhelming enthusiasm. By all accounts, there were others, a girl who could create and control smoke, a boy with magnetic powers. The exercise would be a series of 4vs4 capture the flag matches in a large, mixed-terrain arena. The teams would be mixed between the 2 schools. The goal was to foster inter-school cooperation and showcase adaptable heroics. The night before Shikatsu's arrival, Izuku sat in his room, performing maintenance on the baby number 37 as Hatsume had shown him. His door creaked open. His mother stood there, a small tray with tea and cookies in her hands. She'd been giving him space, but the worry in her eyes was a constant, gentle pressure. You've been working so hard, Izuku, she said softly, setting the tray on his desk. This big exercise tomorrow, are you ready? He looked at the support gear, at his calloused hands. I've done everything I can, Mom. She nodded, her gaze falling on the sleek, mechanical arms of the backpack. It's very technical. It helps me control it better, he said. My quirk. Inko's eyes grew damp. She reached out and brushed a strand of hair from his forehead, a gesture from his childhood. I want you to be safe. And happy. I will be, he said. And for the first time, He almost believed it. Not because it would be easy, but because he was learning to carry the weight. She kissed his forehead and left him to his preparations. He finished with the gear, then opened his notebook. He didn't write about new quirks to copy. He wrote about synergies to attempt, tactical applications for his anchor traps, ways to use his lens to protect teammates he didn't yet know. He was thinking like a hero, not a collector. He closed the notebook and looked out at the night. Somewhere in the city, Bakugo was doubtless also preparing, stewing in his own fierce, solitary way. And across town, the students of Shikatsu were readying themselves, a unified front coming to test UA's individuality. Tomorrow, the crucible would be placed on a public anvil. The fire would be hotter, the hammers wielded by strangers. He wasn't the boy on the beach anymore, dragging a tire. He was something else, something forged. He turned off the light and lay in the dark, listening to the hum of the city and the quieter, steadier hum of the baby number 37 in its charging cradle. He was ready. Or, he was as ready as he would ever be. The forge was prepared. All that was left was to step into the fire. Chapter 20. The Crucible and the Gale. The morning of the joint exercise dawned with a crisp, ceremonial tension. UA's main plaza, usually bustling with the chaotic energy of its own students, was arranged with a sterile precision. Rows of seats were set up for observers, faculty from both schools, a few selected second years, and representatives from the Hero Public Safety Commission. Cameras on discrete tripods whirred, ready to broadcast the matches to monitors throughout both campuses. Standing at rigid attention, on one side of the plaza were the students of Shikatsu High. They wore the distinctive military-style uniforms, dark green with high collars and polished buttons, with an almost unnerving uniformity. They stood in perfect, silent rows, their faces serious, their eyes forward. They were a wall of discipline. Class 1A, by contrast, was a splash of color and restless energy. They stood in a loose cluster, some fidgeting, others whispering, a few like Ida trying to impose order. The difference was stark. One school an army, the other a band of talented individuals. Izuku stood near the middle of his class, the baby number 37 a comfortable, humming weight on his back. He kept his eyes on the Shikatsu students, analyzing. He picked out the rumored top first year immediately. Inasa Yoarashi was hard to miss. He was tall and broad-shouldered, with a wild mane of hair and a smile so wide and intense it seemed to take up half his face. Even standing at attention, he vibrated with barely contained energy. The air around him seemed to stir faintly, as if in anticipation. At the front of the gathered crowd stood the principals. UA's Nezu, small, mouse-like, and cheerfully inscrutable, and Shikatsu's principal, a stern, hawk-faced man in an immaculate suit. A warm welcome to our friends from Shikatsu, Nezu chirped, his voice amplified. Today is not a competition, but a celebration of burgeoning heroism and a chance to learn from one another's unique strengths. The teams have been randomized to encourage new partnerships. A large screen lit up, displaying the team assignments. Izuku's heart jumped as he scanned the list. Team 4, Izuku Midoriya, UA. Okiko Uraraka, UA. Inasa Yoarashi, Shikatsu. Kami Atsushimi, Shikatsu. He was teamed with Uraraka, a friendly face, and 2 Shikatsu students. The top first year, and a girl with a lazy, confident smile and bright eyes who waved airily when her name was called. He also saw Bakugo's team. He was paired with Ida, and the 2 Shikatsu students who looked like stone and shadow given human form. Bakugo's expression was a familiar scowl, but it was directed at the proceedings in general, not at any specific teammate. He was in work mode. The exercise is simple, Nezu continued. 4 versus 4 capture the flag. The arena is a 2 square kilometer zone featuring urban, forest, and rocky terrain. Each team has a flag at their base. Capture the enemy flag and return it to your base to win. Or incapacitate all opposing team members. You have 30 minutes. Heroes, plus Ultra. A gong sounded. The teams were ushered to separate preparation rooms adjacent to the massive arena entrance. Izuku's Team 4 room was a bare concrete cube with a tactical map of the arena on a screen. Inasa Yoarashi burst in first, the door practically blowing off its hinges from the gust of wind that accompanied him. "Hello, new comrades," he boomed, his voice like a happy hurricane. He seized Izuku's hand in a crushing grip, then Uraraka's, pumping him vigorously. I am Inasa Yoarashi. I look forward to battling alongside you with all my passion. Uraraka blinked, her hand slightly crumpled. Ah. Nice to meet you. Kami Atsushimi glided in after him. Her movements languid. Sup, she said, her voice a slow drawl. She looked at them with a detached curiosity. You're the UA kids, huh? Your vibes are kinda wild. Right, Izuku said, slightly shell-shocked by the contrast between his two new teammates. I'm Izuku Midoriya. This is Okako Uraraka. We should make a plan. The map. He gestured to the screen. Their base was in a rocky canyon area. The enemy base, Team 7, consisting of 2 Shikatsu students and 2 from UA, the animal speaker Koda and the Sugar Rush hero, Sato, was in a dense forest section. Between them lay a ruined urban zone. Obvious approaches are through the city or skirting the forest edge, Izuku began, his analyst brain kicking in. The city offers cover but is a likely ambush point. The forest edge is more open but longer. A direct assault is most passionate, Inasa declared, pointing a dramatic finger at the city on the map. We meet the enemy head-on and overwhelm them with our combined spirit. Babe, that's a great way to get tagged, Kami said, examining her nails. I say we float. My smokescreen can cover a wide area. We go over the city, drop in behind their base. Easy peasy. Uraraka can make us weightless, Izuku said, considering. Combined with your smokescreen for cover from below, and Yoarashi's wind for propulsion and dispersal, that could work as an insertion. But once we're on the ground, we need a plan for the flag itself. It will be guarded. He was falling into the role naturally, thinking of combinations, of using their quirks together. Not taking, but synthesizing. Inasa's eyes gleamed. You wish to use my gale to carry US. A noble plan. I can create a thermal updraft to lift US, then a directed wind tunnel for speed. And I see. And make confusing illusions in the smoke, Kami added, a sly smile playing on her lips. Make MC stuff that isn't there. Mess with their heads. Uraraka nodded eagerly. I can keep us all weightless for the trip. But once we're there, I'm better at close quarters or making the defenses float away. Izuku looked at him. The passionate powerhouse, the sly trickster, the dependable friend. A strange, potentially brilliant team. Okay. Insertion via aerial stealth. Once we land near their base, Yoarashi and I will create a diversion at the front. Something loud and obvious. Uraraka, you. Use your zero gravity on any physical barriers or traps. Kami, you slip in under cover of your smokescreen and illusions to grab the flag. We'll collapse back and cover your retreat. It was a simple plan, but it played to each of their strengths. It was heroic tactics, not just a brawl. I like it, Inasa roared, clapping a hand on Izuku's back so hard he stumbled. A plan forged in the fires of cooperation. Kami shrugged. Sure, sounds chill. A buzzer sounded. TEAMS, enter the arena. The massive doors to the arena ground open. Team 4 stepped out into the simulated landscape. The air was cool and carried the scent of damp earth and concrete dust. The canyon walls of their base rose around them, their flag a bright blue marker on a pedestal. Ready? Izuku asked, adjusting the straps of the baby number 37. The mechanical arms whirred to life, lenses glowing. Born ready, babe, Kami said, her form already beginning to shimmer and produce wispy gray smoke from her skin. My spirit burns bright, Inasa cried, the air around him beginning to swirl. Uraraka touched each of them in turn. Zero gravity. The familiar lightness took hold. Inasa raised his hands, and with a sound like a roaring jet engine, a powerful thermal updraft erupted beneath them, catching their weightless bodies. They shot upward, Kami's smoke billowing out around them, creating a dense, expanding cloud that hid their ascent. Izuku looked down as the canyon floor shrank away. He could see other teams moving, a blur of engines, Ida, and explosions, Bakugo, heading on a ground assault through the urban zone. His own team was a silent, ascending ghost. Inasa guided the wind, forming it into a tunnel that propelled them swiftly and silently over the ruined cityscape. Below, through breaks in Kami's smoke, Izuku saw glimpses of other teams clashing, flashes of ice, bursts of acid. The exercise was in full swing. They reached the forest edge near the enemy base. Inasa brought them down in a controlled, silent landing behind a thick outcrop of rock, 50 meters from Team 7's flag, which was visible through the trees on a small hillock, guarded by a simple wooden barricade. Phase 2, Izuku whispered. Inasa grinned, a feral, joyful expression. He stepped out from behind the rock, raised his arms, and unleashed a localized hurricane. It wasn't an attack on the base. It was a declaration. Trees at the forest's edge bent violently. Debris and leaves were ripped into a swirling vortex with a sound like a freight train. HELLO, fellow heroes. Inasa's voice boomed over the gale. Let us test our mettle with a passionate exchange. It was the perfect diversion. Loud, attention-grabbing, and clearly emanating from a single, powerful source at the front. As expected, two figures emerged from the forest base to confront the whirlwind. One of the Shikatsu students, a boy whose skin seemed to be made of polished granite, and Rikido Sato, already enlarged and powered up by ingested sugar. Now, Izuku said. Uraraka darted forward, staying low. She reached the wooden barricade and touched it. The entire structure, along with several large rocks placed as traps, lurched and began to float gently upward, clearing the path. Kami, her body now half mist, flowed through the newly opened gap like a ghost. Illusions flickered around her, false images of Uraraka running left, of Izuku charging right. Confusing the remaining defender, the shy coder, who was frantically trying to summon birds and small forest creatures to scout. Izuku moved to support Inasa, not by attacking directly, but by controlling the battlefield. As the granite-skinned Shikatsu student charged Inasa, Izuku threw an anchor trap, a glob of explosive sweat encased in a force field, onto the ground between them. He triggered it as the student stepped over it. A contained, concussive blast erupted at knee height. It didn't break the granite skin, but it knocked the student off balance, his heavy form stumbling. Inasa capitalized instantly, blasting him with a concentrated funnel of wind that sent him skidding back into a tree. Sato, roaring, charged Izuku. Izuku didn't dodge. He raised his hands, and the baby number 37 hummed. He formed a large, concave lens of force directly in Sato's path. Sato's powerful punch, which could crater concrete, hit the lens. The energy was deflected at a sharp angle, slamming into the ground beside Izuku with a ground-shaking thump asterisk, leaving Sato momentarily overextended and confused. Inasa whooped. Excellent synergy. Midoriya. Through his earpiece, Kami's lazy voice drawled. Got the flaggy. Heading back. Izuku looked toward the base. Kami was emerging from the smoke, the red enemy flag in hand. Koda looking bewildered as illusory copies of her seemed to run in every direction. Disengage. Izuku called. Fall back to the rally point. Inasa unleashed one final, wide blast of wind to obscure their retreat, and the three of them, Izuku, Inasa, and Uraraka, melted back into the forest, leaving the two defenders disoriented. They met Kami at the pre-arranged spot. Easy, she said, twirling the flag. A triumph of cooperation. Inasa boomed, his face alight with genuine, unrestrained joy. We flowed like a mighty river. They made their way quickly but carefully back toward their own base. The plan had worked flawlessly. They were a team. As they neared the canyon, however, a new sound reached them, not the distant booms of other battles, but the close, familiar crackle of explosions, mixed with the crash of breaking stone and a strange, deep hum. They crested a ridge overlooking their own base. The scene below was chaos. Team 7, having clearly left their flag lightly guarded, had launched their own daring raid. But they weren't the problem. Another team, Team 2, which included Bakugo and Ida, was already there, engaged in a furious three-way battle with Team 7 over Team 4's blue flag. It was a free-for-all. Bakugo was a blazing demon, fighting both the granite Shikatsu student, who must have recovered and followed, and Sato simultaneously, his explosions carving chunks out of the canyon floor. Ida was a blue blur, trying to outmaneuver the other Shikatsu student, a girl who could create zones of clinging, shadow-like darkness. And in the middle of it all, their flag was still on its pedestal, but the area around it was a war zone. The battle has come to our door, Inasa cried, thrilled. More passionate opponents. Our flag, Uraraka gasped. They had the enemy flag. They just needed to touch their own to win. But getting to it through that melee. Izuku's mind raced. A direct assault would get them caught in the crossfire. They needed to cut through the chaos, just for a second. He saw Bakugo blast the granite student back with a double explosion, creating a momentary gap in the line of scrimmage. Ida was tangled in darkness. The path was open, but closing fast. Kami, smoke screen, right on the flag. Now, Uraraka, be ready to float anything that gets thrown at us. Yoarashi, on my signal, I need the biggest, straight line gust you can make, right down that alley. He pointed to the narrow gap Bakugo had created. Understood. Inasa's eyes narrowed with focus. Kami blew a kiss toward the fray. A massive, dense cloud of gray smoke erupted directly over the flag pedestal, swallowing it and the immediate combatants. Now, Inasa thrust both hands forward. A focused, howling gale shot from his palms, a tunnel of pure force that cut through the canyon like a blade, tearing through Kami's smoke, clearing a temporary, wind-screened corridor straight to the obscured flag. Go, Izuku yelled. He and Uraraka sprinted, propelled by the tailwind of Inasa's gale. They plunged into the smoke-filled corridor. Izuku could hear Bakugo's furious shout, the sound muffled by the wind and fog. Something, a rock, a piece of debris, came flying at them. Uraraka slapped it, sending it floating harmlessly upward. They burst into the clear eye of the storm at the flag pedestal. The flag was there, blue and untouched. Izuku reached out, his fingers inches from the fabric. A shadow fell over him. Bakugo dropped from above, having used an explosion to propel himself over the wind tunnel. He landed between Izuku and the flag, his back to it, his palms crackling, his mask doing little to hide the fierce, challenging gleam in his eyes. He wasn't trying to take the flag. He was blocking it. Not that easy, thief, Bakugo growled, the word devoid of its old venom, now just a statement of fact. This was a game, and he was playing his position. Izuku didn't have time to fight him. He had seconds before the wind tunnel collapsed and the others closed in. He saw the problem. Bakugo. An immovable object in his path. He saw his solution. He didn't attack Bakugo. He didn't try to go around him. He looked past Bakugo, to the flag. He raised his right hand, and from the emitter lens of the baby number 37, he fired a single, precise anchor trap. Not at Bakugo, at the flagpole itself, a meter above Bakugo's head. The small, glowing orb of contained energy stuck to the metal pole. Bakugo's eyes flicked upward, confused for a microsecond. Izuku triggered the anchor. A tiny, focused, concussive blast snapped the flagpole cleanly in two at the point of contact. The blue flag, severed, fluttered down. Uraraka, standing beside Izuku, reacted with instinctive grace. She leapt, tapped the falling flag with all 5 fingers, and sent it shooting upward like a rocket, over Bakugo's head. Over the smoke, into the clear sky above the canyon. Yoarashi. Izuku screamed into his comm. Inasa, from his position on the ridge, saw the flag shoot skyward. With a roar of joyous effort, he swept his arms in a massive, gathering motion. The very air seemed to obey. A new wind, a gentle, guiding current, caught the floating flag and swept it in a wide, fast arc across the canyon, over the battling teams, and deposited it neatly into Kami's waiting hands, who was waiting at the edge of their base zone. Kami, holding both the red enemy flag and now her own blue one, casually tapped them together. A triumphant horn blared across the arena. Team 4 victory. The wind died. The smoke dissipated. The sounds of battle cut off. In the sudden quiet, Izuku stood facing Bakugo, both of them breathing heavily. The flagpole stump was between them. Bakugo looked from the broken pole to Izuku, then up at the ridge where Inasa was whooping in victory and Kami was waving the flags. He looked back at Izuku, and a slow, grudging, almost imperceptible smirk tugged at the corner of his mouth behind his mask. He didn't say, "Well done." He didn't say anything. He just gave a single, short, sharp nod. Then he turned and stalked away, joining a fuming but respectful Ida. Izuku stood in the wreckage of the canyon, his team converging around him, Uraraka laughing with relief. Inasa clapping him on the back hard enough to stagger him, Kami offering a lazy thumbs up. He had done it. He'd led a team of strangers to victory. He'd used his crucible not as a weapon of theft, but as a tool of precise, clever, heroic action. He'd worked with a gale, a smokescreen, and zero gravity to create something greater than the sum of its parts. And in the eyes of his greatest rival, He had earned a nod. The crucible had been tested on a public stage. And it had not broken. It had forged a victory. Chapter 21. The Embers of Aftermath. The sill. Ence after the victory horn was a bubble of surreal calm in the shattered canyon. The adrenaline, a frantic drumbeat in Izuku's veins, began to recede, leaving behind the familiar, bone-deep ache of exertion and the sharp, clean scent of ozone and churned earth. Around him, his team was a collage of triumph. Inasa's booming laughter echoing off the rocks, Uraraka's bright, relieved smile, Kami's anguid satisfaction as she twirled the two flags. Across the clearing, Bakugo was a storm cloud dissipating. He stood with Ida and their Shikatsu teammates, listening to Ida's rapid-fire, chopping, armed analysis of the tactical failures. Bakugo wasn't arguing. He was just staring at the ground, one hand flexing as if testing the memory of an explosion. That single, sharp nod he'd given Izuku felt like a fossilized moment in time, already buried under layers of fresh irritation. A voice, amplified and cheerful, cut through the arena. Excellent work, all teams. Please proceed to the debriefing hall for analysis. The massive doors at the arena's edge groaned open. The students, covered in varying degrees of dust, sweat, and minor scorch marks, began to filter out, the competitive tension of minutes ago softening into the weary camaraderie of a shared ordeal. The walk back to the main campus was a parade of murmurs and sidelong glances. Izuku felt the weight of attention, from his own classmates, from the Shikatsu students whose disciplined ranks had been broken by UA's chaotic ingenuity. He kept his head down, focusing on the steady, supportive hum of the baby number 37 on his back. It had worked. It had held. He hadn't needed to steal, only to synthesize. The debriefing hall was a large auditorium with a central holographic stage. The leaders of both schools sat at a long table at the front, Nezu with his teacup, Shikatsu's stern principal, and several other teachers including Aizawa, who looked like he'd rather be napping in a dumpster. One by one, each match was replayed on the holo stage, dissected by the teachers. The Shikatsu instructors praised discipline, formation, and efficient use of complementary quirks. The UA teachers highlighted adaptability, individual ingenuity, and crisis improvisation. When Team 4's match came up, Izuku held his breath. The playback showed their aerial insertion in stark clarity. The billowing smoke, the wind tunnel, the seamless coordination. It showed Izuku's anchor trap disrupting the granite student, his lens deflecting Sato. It showed the final, frantic scramble at the canyon, ending with the shot of the flagpole snap. Ing and Uraraka sending the flag skyward into Inasa's waiting wind. A textbook example of inter-quirk synergy and adaptive leadership, one of the Shikatsu teachers said, his voice grudgingly impressed. Midoriya's quick thinking to sever the flagpole rather than engage the defender directly showed superior tactical prioritization. Aizawa's voice, dry as sandpaper, cut in. It also showed a reliance on support gear to achieve that precision. His tired eyes found Izuku in the crowd. The focusing array provided by the support course student allowed for a level of control that may not be sustainable without it. A hero must be self-reliant. It was a criticism, but a fair one. Aizawa was reminding him that the tools were only as good as the welder. Nevertheless, Nezu chirped, sipping his tea. The cooperation between students of two different pedagogical philosophies was the true victory today. Well done, all. The debriefing ended. As the students spilled out into the late afternoon sun, the formal barriers between schools began to dissolve. Shikatsu students, their stiffness thawing, mingled with UA kids, comparing techniques, asking about quirks. Izuku was cornered almost immediately. Inasa Yoarashi loomed over him, his wild hair seeming to crackle with residual energy. Midoriya, your spirit in battle is formidable. The way you command the field with your mind, not just your power. It is passionate. He seized Izuku's hand for another crushing shake. We must battle again someday. As allies or rivals. I wish to feel the full force of your crucible. Before Izuku could respond, a quieter, more observant presence joined them. It was one of the Shikatsu students from another team, a boy with sharp eyes and hair the color of cold ash. Your quirk, the boy said, his voice low and analytical. The force generation and thermal manipulation. They aren't separate, are they? They resonate on a shared harmonic. I could see the feedback patterns in the energy readouts. He offered a slight, formal bow. Shishikara Seiji, your control is notable. Izuku was taken aback. Shishikara had seen through the performance to the underlying mechanics, just as Todoroki had. Thank you, he managed. It's a work in progress. See that it remains controlled, Shishikara said, his tone not unfriendly, but carrying the weight of Shikatsu's disciplined ethos. Power without order is mere catastrophe. He moved away, leaving Izuku with the lingering sense that he'd been both complimented and warned. He's fun, Kami drawled, appearing at Izuku's elbow. She'd hanged out of her gym clothes into her Shikatsu uniform, looking effortlessly cool. Your whole vibe, Midori babe. It's like focused chaos. I dig it. If you're ever in the neighborhood, look me up. We could cause some interesting trouble. She winked and sauntered off to join her classmates. Uraraka bounced over, her eyes shining. We did it, Midoriya. That was amazing. Your plan was perfect. We all did it, Izuku corrected. Smiling, I couldn't have done any of it without you. Or them. As the crowd began to disperse for the farewell ceremonies, Izuku felt a tap on his shoulder. He turned. Toshinori Yagi, in his skeletal form, stood there dressed in a simple UA staff tracksuit. A word, young Midoriya. Somewhere quiet, they slipped away from the thinning crowd, finding a secluded bench in a courtyard garden behind the main building. The setting sun painted the leaves in hues of orange and red. Toshinori sat with a soft groan. The support gear, he began without preamble. Hatsume's device. You used it well. Aizawa-sensei said I'm relying on it too much, Izuku admitted. Aizawa is right to push you toward self-reliance, Toshinori said, nodding. But he also approved it. Do you know why? Izuku shook his head. Because it forces you to work within a framework, Toshinori explained. It channels your power, gives it a grammar. Right now, your crucible is a language of raw potential. The support gear is like learning proper syntax. It teaches you discipline. Eventually, you will internalize that syntax, and you won't need the external focus. He looked at Izuku, his blue eyes serious. What you did today, young Midoriya, you led. You saw the pieces, a gale, a smokescreen, zero gravity, and you arranged them into a strategy. You didn't try to become the gale. You used it. That is the path, not accumulation, orchestration. The words settled in Izuku's chest, warm and solid. It was the confirmation he hadn't known he needed. And Bakugo? Toshinori asked, his tone knowing. Izuku thought of the nod. I think he sees me as a rival now. A real one, not a victim or a fraud. Good, Toshinori said, a faint smile touching his lips. A forge needs a worthy anvil. He will push you to be stronger, smarter. And you will do the same for him, whether he likes it or not. He stood, his joints popping. Remember this feeling, the feeling of a plan coming together, of strangers becoming a team. This is the heart of hero work. Now, go, your classmates are waiting. Izuku rejoined the group as the official farewells were made. The Shikatsu students formed up into the precise ranks once more, gave a final, synchronized bow, and marched out towards their buses with a discipline that was almost eerie after the afternoon's chaos. As the buses pulled away, the UA students erupted into the relieved, giddy chatter of survivors. Dude, that wind guy was insane. Did you see Bakugo's face when the flag went flying? Midoriya, that move with the pole was slick. Izuku accepted the praise with a shy nod, his mind already turning over the lessons of the day. He was about to head for the locker rooms when a hand clamped onto his bicep, not with Bakugo's violent grip, but with a firm, deliberate pressure. He turned. It was Tenya Ida, his glasses gleaming in the sunset. Midoriya, Ida said, his voice formal. Your conduct today was exemplary. Your quick adaptation to unfamiliar teammates, your strategic sacrifice of the flagpole to secure victory. It was the mark of a true leader. I must apologize. Izuku blinked. Apologize. I initially believed your quirk's nature to be a complication, Ida said, chopping his hand slightly. A potential source of ethical difficulty. Today, you demonstrated that power is not defined by its origin, but by its application. You wielded your crucible with honor and intelligence. I was mistaken to prejudge. I look forward to learning from your example. With that, he gave a sharp, perfect bow, turned on his heel, and strode away. Izuku was left speechless. Ida's approval was a medal forged from pure, unwavering principle. It meant more than any shouted praise from Inasa. He nged and was heading for the gate when a shadow fell across his path. Not a tall, explosive shadow. A long, lean one. Shoto Todoroki stood there, his hands in his pockets, his heterochromatic gaze assessing. You didn't try to copy him, Todoroki said quietly. The wind user, or the smoke girl. It wasn't a question, it was an observation. No, Izuku said. Why? Because I didn't need to, Izuku answered honestly. And because it's not who I want to be. Todoroki studied him for a long moment, his face as inscrutable as ever. Then he gave a single, slow nod, almost a mirror of Bakugo's but devoid of any competitive heat. It was simply acknowledgement. Good, Todoroki said. And then he walked away, leaving Izuku alone in the lengthening twilight. The walk home was quiet, filled with the echoes of the day, the roar of wind, the crackle of explosions, the snap of a flagpole, the quiet words of teachers and rivals. He felt different, not stronger in a raw, physical sense, but solidified. The crucible had been a secret, then a curse, then a restriction. Today, it had been a tool, a set of principles he could apply. He arrived at his apartment building. As he reached for the door, a voice from the shadows of the adjacent alley made him freeze. Not bad, Deku. Katsuki Bakugo leaned against the wall, still in his gym clothes, a duffel bag slung over his shoulder. He must have taken a different route home. Izuku turned to face him. The old fear didn't rise. Just a wary readiness. Bakugo pushed off the wall and walked closer, stopping an arm's length away. He wasn't smiling, but he wasn't snarling either. That trick with the pole, Bakugo said, his crimson eyes boring into Izuku's. It was a cheap shot. It worked, Izuku said, holding his gaze. A flick, of something that might have been amusement, or just acknowledgement of a good move, crossed Bakugo's face. Yeah, it did. He looked away, scanning the empty street. That wind freak, and the smoky girl, you used them. You didn't try to be them. I had a job to do, Izuku said simply. Bakugo was silent for a beat. My team lost because Four Eyes and I didn't use the Stone and Shadow Kids right. We just plowed ahead. We were two separate units. Not a team. He said it like it was a personal failing, a tactical error to be corrected. He looked back at Izuku. You made a team out of nothing in 5 minutes. That's not useless. Quote, the closest thing to a compliment Izuku would ever get from him. It was like being handed a lump of raw, hot iron, unrefined, potentially dangerous, but undeniably valuable. Your fire is still yours, Kaken, Izuku said quietly. What I have is just an echo. But it's mine to use. And I'm going to use it to win. Bakugo's eyes narrowed, but the old fury didn't ignite. Instead, a fierce, competitive grin split his face, all teeth and promise. You can try, but I'm going to be so far ahead, you'll never hear anything but the echo of my victory. He shouldered his bag and walked past Izuku, heading down the street without a backward glance. Izuku watched him go, the embers of their old war banked, but the coals still glowing hot, ready to be stoked by the next challenge. He finally went inside, the warmth of his home enveloping him. He was exhausted, he was bruised, but for the first time since the sludge, since the rooftop, since the terrifying awakening of his power, he felt a sense of rightness, of place. He had a long way to go. The crucible was far from mastered. The specter of the silencer loomed. Aizawa's restrictions were a permanent cage. Bakugo was a perpetual storm on the horizon. But he had tools. He had a path. He had, against all odds, the beginnings of respect, from a rival, from a strict classmate, from a tired teacher, and even from a visiting Gale. He sat at his desk, not to analyze new quirks to covet, but to jot down notes on synergy, on team dynamics, on the precise frequency needed to snap a metal pole. He was not a thief. He was a student, a strategist, a welder of strange fires. He was Izuku Midoriya, and he was just getting started. Chapter 22, The Calm Before. The week following the joint exercise settled into a new, more stable rhythm. The high-stakes tension of the Shikatsu visit bled away, leaving behind the familiar, grinding routine of UA's hero course. But something had shifted. The air in Class 1A was different. Izuku was no longer just the quiet kid with the weird, possibly copying quirk. He was the strategist who'd led a mixed team to victory. The one who'd outmaneuvered Bakugo not with brute force, but with a clever snap of a flagpole. The whispers had changed tone. Less suspicious, more curious, occasionally tinged with respect. Bakugo, true to his word, didn't regress into petty harassment. He was a focused, silent tempest, pouring his energy into his own training with a ferocity that seemed to have doubled. He was a rival honing his blade, not a bully looking for a target. Their interactions were limited to the occasional, searing glare across the classroom or a grunted acknowledgement during partnered drills, a language of mutual, hostile recognition. Aizawa's lessons grew more complex. He began drilling them on disaster response, on triage in multi-casualty scenarios, on coordinating with unfamiliar heroes and civilian authorities. It was less about flashy quirk use and more about the grim, unglamorous logistics of saving lives. Izuku thrived in it. His analyst's mind loved the puzzles, and his crucible offered subtle, non-destructive solutions. Force field shoring for collapsed structures, precise thermal cutting to free trapped limbs, vibrating fields to locate buried survivors by the resonance of their heartbeat. He practiced with the baby number 37 every day after school. Internalizing Hatsume's syntax, he learned to form his barriers faster, with less mental strain. He could now create 3 separate, small anchors and hold them in stasis simultaneously. His control was becoming muscle memory. One afternoon, as he was packing up, Aizawa's voice, dry as ever, stopped him. "Midoriya, the support gear. You're relying less on the auto-stabilizers. Good, your own control is improving." It was high praise from Aizawa. Izuku just nodded. "Don't get complacent," Aizawa continued, his eyes heavy-lidded. "Real villains won't give you time to set up your little traps. They won't fight fair, and they won't care about your ethical restrictions." He paused, then added, almost as an afterthought, "The sports festival is in a month." The words landed like a depth charge. The UA Sports Festival, the single biggest public showcase for aspiring heroes in the country. Broadcast nationwide, a chance to be seen by every top hero agency, by the public, by the world. It was the ultimate stage. And the ultimate crucible. "I know you can't copy new powers," Aizawa said, his gaze piercing. "So you'll have to win with what you have. And everyone will be watching to see exactly what that is. Every nuance of your crucible will be analyzed by friends and enemies alike. Be ready." The warning was clear. The festival would be a magnification of everything: his strengths, his limitations, the unique, synthesized nature of his power. There would be no hiding. The pressure should have been crushing. But as Izuku walked home that day, a strange calm settled over him. The endless, frantic anxiety of his first weeks at UA, the fear of exposure, of being a fraud, had burned away in the smaller fires of battle trials and joint exercises. What remained was a core of hardened determination. He had a goal. He had tools. He had a path. He spent the weekend not in frantic, additional training, but in study. He reviewed footage of past sports festivals, analyzing the types of events, the chaotic obstacle race, the team-based cavalry battle, the one-on-one tournament finals. He brainstormed applications for his existing toolkit. How could a vibrating field help in a race? How could an anchor trap be used in the cavalry battle without harming teammates? What were the limits of his lens against pure strength or speed types? He was thinking like a hero, like a contender. On Sunday evening, his phone buzzed. It was a text from an unknown number. "Hey Midori babe. Kami, got your digits from Round Face. Fest is coming up. Your vibe is gonna be wild on TV. Try not to look so constipated." Winking face. He stared at the message, a surprised laugh bubbling up. Even the aloof Shikatsu illusionist was watching. The world was indeed paying attention. He was about to reply when another message came in. This one was from Toshinori. "Meet me at Takoba. 1 hour. Come alone." Asterisk. The tone was uncharacteristically terse. A prickle of unease replaced his calm. An hour later, under a sky stained purple and orange by the setting sun, Izuku stood on the clean, hard-packed sand of his old training ground. The beach was almost fully clear now, dew saint a few final piles waiting for removal. It was a monument to his old struggle, a symbol of foundation. All Might was already there, but not in his skeletal form. He stood in his full, powered-up glory, his back to the ocean. His silhouette dark against the dying light. He wasn't smiling. "Young Midoriya, he said, his voice lacking its usual booming warmth. It was somber. We need to talk about the festival. And about what comes after. Izuku approached, the sand crunching under his feet. What's wrong? All Might turned. Even in the gloom, Izuku could see the deep lines of stress around his eyes. The festival is an opportunity for you. But it is also a risk. Your performance against Shikatsu was noted. By more than just schools. The Silencer. The name rose in Izuku's mind, cold and sharp. There are elements in the underworld, and in certain corners of society, that take an interest in unique quirks, All Might continued. Yours, with its potential for infinite growth and adaptation, would be a prize beyond measure for many, or a threat to be eliminated. He took a step closer. By performing on national television, you will be painting a target on your back. You will be declaring to every villain with ambition, and to every paranoid extremist, that you exist. The weight of it settled on Izuku's shoulders. He'd been so focused on proving himself to the heroes, he hadn't considered the monsters in the shadows. I cannot tell you not to participate, All Might said, his voice firming. That would be hiding, and a true hero does not hide from the consequences of standing up. But you must go in with your eyes open. And you must be prepared for what may come after. What do I do? Izuku asked, the old question, but now with a new, graver meaning. You win, All Might said simply. You show such strength, such control, such undeniable heroism that the wolves think twice. You make them see not a juicy target, but a fortress. You make the public see a future symbol. That is your best defense. He placed a massive hand on Izuku's shoulder. But to do that, you must push your crucible further than you ever have. You must forge something on that stage that leaves no doubt. He released him and turned back to the ocean. Aizawa's restriction stands. No new echoes. But within the two you have, there are depths you have not yet plumbed. Synergies you have not dared. The spear you used against Bakugo was a blunt instrument. You need a scalpel. 100 different scalpels. He looked over his shoulder, his blue eyes glowing faintly in the dusk. For the next month, your training changes. No more basic control. We work on applications, specific, scenario-based techniques for the festival events. And we work on your body. Your stamina must be iron. The festival is a marathon of battles. It was a new kind of challenge. Not just to be strong, but to be versatile. To have an answer for every possible challenge with only two fundamental powers. I'm ready, Izuku said. And he meant it. Good. All Might finally smiled, but it was a warrior's smile, tight and fierce. Then we begin now. The training that followed was the most intense of Izuku's life. All Might, despite his time limit, pushed him relentlessly. They used the remaining trash piles as obstacles, simulating the chaos of the obstacle race. All Might would hurl debris, and Izuku had to clear a path, not by blowing it up, but by using vibrating fields to break it apart, or lenses to deflect it, or anchors to trigger controlled collapses. They practiced the cavalry battle in the empty sand, with All Might playing the role of a monstrously powerful rider, trying to steal a headband, a strip of cloth, from Izuku, who had to defend using only non-lethal, area denial techniques. He learned to create low, humming force field walls to trip pursuers, to lay anchor traps that released blasts of concussive air to disrupt balance, to use his lens to reflect grabs and tackles. For the one-on-one tournaments, All Might became a brutal, relentless opponent. He didn't use one for all's full power, but his speed and experience were overwhelming. He forced Izuku to think 3 moves ahead, to use his environment, to make every bit of energy count. Izuku learned to create reactive shields on his own body to parry blows, to use the sand at his feet, superheating it into glass or vibrating it into quicksand, to control the terrain. It was exhausting, mind-bending work. He went home each night feeling hollowed out, his brain buzzing with new formations and tactics. His body a map of fresh bruises. But he was learning, evolving. The crucible was no longer a workshop with 2 tools. It was becoming a laboratory where he experimented with chemical reactions between 2 volatile substances. A week into this new regimen, Hatsune ambushed him in the hall, her goggles askew. Your resonance spikes are off the charts. The baby number 37 is collecting amazing data. The adaptive algorithms are learning. I've built a secondary module. Call it the toddler number 42. It's a predictive matrix. It reads muscle tension and eye movement to anticipate your next synergy and pre-charge the focusing lenses. She shoved a new, smaller pack into his arms. Try it. It'll shave milliseconds off your reaction time. Milliseconds win battles. Izuku incorporated the new module. It was disorienting at first. The gear seemed to hum a half-second before he even decided to act, priming the emitters. But soon, it felt like an extension of his own nervous system. The crucible and the support tech were merging, a human-machine synergy that made his 2-echo arsenal feel like 20. He didn't see much of his classmates outside of drills. Everyone was in their own preparation bubbles. Uraraka was practicing her close combat with Gunhead's martial arts tutorials. Ida was doing sprint drills that shook the ground. Todoroki was a solitary glacier, freezing and melting entire sections of a training ground with stoic focus. And Bakugo's explosions grew louder, more controlled, more terrifyingly precise. He was a one-man arms race. The calm before the storm was not peaceful. It was a pressurized, humming quiet, like the moment before a lightning strike. Every student in UA's hero course was a coil of potential energy, winding tighter and tighter. 3 days before the festival, Izuku gathered them for a final briefing. The festival is a chance to leap ahead, he said, his dead eyes sweeping over them. Or to fall behind forever. The world will be watching. Your future employers will be watching. And I** will be watching. His gaze lingered on Izuku for a heartbeat longer than the others. Remember why you are here. Not for glory. To learn to save people. Whatever you do out there, do it as a hero. Now get out of my sight. You have final preparations to make. As the class filed out, buzzing with nervous energy, Izuku felt a hand on his arm. It was Uraraka. Hey, she said, her usual cheer tempered by seriousness. No matter what happens out there, you're gonna be amazing, Midoriya. I know it. He gave her a grateful smile. You too, Uraraka. We all will. He walked home that night under a clear, starry sky. The city seemed to hold its breath. He could feel the festival looming, a gravitational pull on his future. He stopped at his usual crosswalk. And, as seemed to be their strange, silent tradition lately, he saw Bakugo on the other side, buying a drink from a vending machine. Bakugo took a long swig, crushed the can in his hand with a sharp crack asterisk, and tossed it perfectly into a recycling bin. He looked across the traffic, his eyes meeting Izuku's. No words, no nods this time, just a look of pure, unadulterated challenge. A promise written in fire and resolve. The light changed. They crossed the street, passing each other in the middle without a glance, 2 stars on collision courses, pulled into the same inner vitable orbit by the gravity of the coming storm. Izuku reached his apartment. He didn't open his notebooks. He didn't train. He just stood on his small balcony, looking out at the glittering city. In 1 month, he had gone from a terrified boy with a stolen secret to a UA student with a name, a purpose, and a forge inside him that was finally, truly, his own. The calm was over. The storm of the sports festival was about to begin, and he was ready to step into the eye of it. Chapter 23. The thunderous start. The morning of the UA Sports Festival dawned not with sunlight, but with a collective, city-wide inhalation. The air itself seemed charged, thick with anticipation and the hum of countless media drones hovering like metallic insects over the UA stadium. The streets around the school were a river of people, families, fans, scouts in sharp suits, heroes in casual wear trying to blend in. It was a national holiday dedicated to the future. Inside the cavernous, silent locker room, the noise was a distant, muffled roar. Izuku sat on a bench, methodically checking the straps and charge levels of the baby number 37 and its predictive toddler module. The gear hummed a quiet, steady song against his back, a familiar comfort. Around him, his classmates were portraits of pre-battle focus. Ida polished his glasses with robotic precision. Uraraka did slow, controlled breathing exercises. Tokiyami sat in a corner. Dark shadow coiled around him like a living shroud. Todoroki leaned against a wall, staring at his left hand as if it held the answers to the universe. And Bakugo was doing dynamic stretches. His movements sharp, explosive even in their simplicity. He was a spring wound to its absolute limit. No one spoke. The time for words was past. A screen on the wall flickered to life, showing the interior of the stadium, a sea of over 100,000 faces, a cacophony of color and sound. The voice of the festival's flamboyant commentator, the pro-hero present mic, boomed through the locker room speakers, rattling the benches. Are you ready, Japan? Let's hear it for the stars of tomorrow, the first-year hero course of UA High. The roar that answered was tectonic. It's time, Ida said, standing abruptly, his voice cutting through the tension. We must proceed to the tunnel in an orderly fashion. Remember, we represent UA. They filed out, a line of green and white and black. A procession of nervous power. The tunnel leading to the stadium floor was long and dark, a throat swallowing them whole. The roar grew louder with every step, vibrating up through the concrete into their bones. Izuku's heart was a frantic bird in his chest, but his mind was clear. He had a plan. He had his tools. He had his crucible. They emerged into blinding light and deafening sound. The stadium was a sun-drenched coliseum. The grass of the infield was impossibly green. The stands were a swirling mosaic of humanity. Cameras on robotic arms swooped and dove, capturing every wide-eyed, determined face. Here they come. Class 1A, folks. The kids WHO survived a villain attack and have been turning heads ever since. Izuku squinted against the glare, king his place in the loose formation with his class. He saw the other courses, general studies, support, business, arrayed around them, but all eyes, all cameras, were on the heroes. The opening ceremonies were a blur, speeches from Principal Nezu and the HPSC chairman, the oath from a third-year representative. Izuku's blood was pounding in his ears, muting the words. His gaze swept the competitor stands, landing on familiar faces from Shikatsu in the visitor section. Inasa Yoarashi was waving both arms wildly, a beacon of enthusiasm. Kami gave a lazy finger gun in his direction. Then, present Mike's voice cut through again. And now, for the first event. It's a UA classic, an obstacle course that'll separate the heroes from the hopefuls. A massive holographic display flickered to life above the field, showing a map. The course wound through the stadium's underbelly, out into a fabricated cityscape built on the grounds, and back. It was miles long, littered with pitfalls, robots, and who knew what else. All first-year competitors, take your places at the starting gate. They were herded into a narrow, arched tunnel exit, thousands of students packed shoulder to shoulder. Izuku found himself pressed between a support course kid with jet boots and a general studies boy who was muttering prayers. Up ahead, he could see the backs of Ida, Bakugo, and Todoroki at the very front of the pack. The starting line was a strip of light on the ground just outside the tunnel mouth. The silence in the tunnel was absolute, a vacuum before the bang. The starting alarm was a physical shockwave. The dam broke. A tidal wave of bodies surged forward, a roaring, shoving, quirk-fueled stampede. Izuku was carried along, his feet barely touching the ground. He saw Ida's engines ignite, propelling him into an immediate lead in a streak of blue. Bakugo blasted forward with twin explosions, a screaming orange comet. Todoroki simply raised his left foot and brought it down, and a wave of ice 50 feet wide erupted from the ground, flash freezing the path ahead and the first 100 competitors behind him in a glistening, immobilized wave. Chaos. Beautiful, terrifying chaos. Izuku didn't try to match their raw speed. He couldn't. He had to be smarter. As the crowd bottlenecked at the tunnel exit, tripping over Todoroki's ice and each other, Izuku activated the baby number 37. He didn't push forward. He pushed up. From the emitters on his shoulders, two wide, flat discs of shimmering force materialized at an angle above his head, like ramps. He jumped, landed on the first, and used a small concussive pop from his feet to propel himself up onto the second, now 5 feet above the struggling crowd. He ran along the top of the panicked mob, using the force discs as stepping stones, each one forming a half-second before his foot landed and dissipating after. He was a ghost skimming the surface of a raging river. Whoa, check out the green kid from 1A. He's walking on air. Like force field parkour. He reached the edge of the frozen wave. Todoroki's ice stretched ahead, a slick, treacherous highway. Others were trying to navigate it, some with cleats, some melting it, some just sliding and falling. Izuku didn't break stride. He changed the frequency of the force discs. Instead of solid platforms, he made them into vibrating, textured pads that bit into the ice. He sprinted across the frozen plain, his path a trail of green, shivering light, gaining rapidly on the leaders who were now dealing with the first obstacle. A horde of the same one-pointer robots from the entrance exam, a seething metal tide, blocked the narrow entrance to the fabricated city. Bakugo was already among them, a whirlwind of detonations, turning robots to shrapnel. Ida was kicking through them like a racing bullet. Todoroki simply encased whole clusters in ice and kept running. Izuku assessed. Fighting through would waste time and energy. He needed a path. He formed a single, large anchor trap in his hand, pouring more energy into it than he ever had before. He hurled it not at the robots, but at the ground 10 feet in front of the densest part of the horde. He triggered it. It wasn't an explosion. It was a resonant implosion. The force field collapsed inward on the explosive core, then rebounded outward in a perfect, hemispherical shockwave tuned to a specific, shattering frequency. The ground erupted. The one-pointers in a 20-foot radius didn't blow apart. Their structural integrity failed. Joints sheared, limbs popped off, torsos cracked open like eggs. It left a clean, mangled clearing in the horde. Izuku dashed through the gap, leaping over twitching metal limbs. He was in the fabricated city now, a maze of narrow streets and tall buildings. Ahead, he saw Bakugo and Todoroki neck and neck, with Ida close behind. Others were filtering through behind him, a girl from 1B creating crystal slides, a boy with stretchy arms swinging from lampposts. The next obstacle appeared, a bottomless chasm spanned by tightropes, swinging ropes, and a few unstable-looking platforms. A test of balance and nerve. Todoroki didn't hesitate. He flash froze a bridge of ice straight across and ran. Bakugo used controlled blasts to rocket from rope to platform, uncaring of the dizzying drop. Izuku stopped at the edge. The tightropes were too slow. The platforms too risky. He looked at the buildings on either side of the chasm. He had an idea. A stupid, brilliant idea. He backed up a dozen paces, took a running start, and leapt into the open air over the abyss. As he began to fall, he twisted his body and fired a concussive blast from his right foot, not to propel himself forward, but to spin himself. At the same time, he unleashed the sludge field from his left hand, forming it into a wide, hooked claw. He was aiming for the corner of a building on the far side. The claw of force thunked into the concrete and brick, anchoring. Izuku's body swung in a wild, gut-lurching arc across the chasm. At the peak of the swing, he released the field, used another foot blast to adjust his trajectory, and formed another force claw on his other hand. Hooking a lower windowsill, he was essentially grappling hooking his way across the gap using his own quirk, a frantic, terrifying pendulum ride. The crowd gasped. Present Mike screamed, "Are you seeing this? Midoriya's making his own zipline. That's not parkour, that's insanity." He landed on the far side, rolling to absorb the impact, his heart hammering against his ribs. He'd lost ground to the top 3, but he was ahead of the main pack. The final stretch was a straight, minefield leading back into the stadium tunnel. The ground was dotted with visor, and invisible pressure plates that would trigger explosions or pits. Todoroki was weaving through with impossible, ice-guided grace. Bakugo was simply blasting over them, the concussive waves his explosions triggering the mines harmlessly behind him. Ida was zigzagging with superhuman reflexes. Izuku didn't have that kind of speed or precision, but he had a different kind of precision. He activated the toddler module's predictive matrix. The gear hummed, reading the subtle shifts in the ground, the faint thermal signatures of buried mechanisms. It projected a shimmering, green grid onto his visor, highlighting safe paths in real time. He ran, not with blinding speed, but with absolute, unerring confidence, following the glowing grid. He stepped where it said to step, jumped where it said to jump. He was a ghost dancing through a minefield. He burst out of the tunnel and back onto the stadium infield, the roar of the crowd a physical wall of sound. The finish line was a strip of light 100 meters ahead. Todoroki crossed first, a plume of frost trailing him. Bakugo was a half-second behind, skidding across with a final, furious explosion. Ida crossed third, his engines smoking. Izuku poured on the last of his speed, his lungs burning. He saw a flash of pink. Ashido, using her acid to slide, gaining on him from the side. He wasn't going to make fourth. See the problem. He was 2 steps behind. He needed a boost, a non-destructive, legal boost. Provide the solution. Asterisk. He didn't have jets. He had physics. 3 steps from the line, Izuku dropped into a slide. As he did, he slapped both hands on the ground behind him and activated the crucible in a way he'd never tried before. He created 2 focused, repulsive pulses, not explosions, but pure kinetic energy, directly into the earth. The reaction force, like firing a rocket downwards, shot him forward on his knees like a human bullet. He crossed the line a microsecond before Ashido's acid-slicked feet. He tumbled, skidding to a stop on the grass, gasping for air. The stadium screens flashed. 4th place, Izuku Midoriya. 4th. He'd made the top 4. He was through to the next round. He pushed himself to his knees, his body screaming. He looked up at the giant screen, at his name in lights. He saw Bakugo glaring at the scoreboard, furious at not being first. He saw Todoroki, already cooling down, his expression unreadable. He'd done it. With no new powers, with only cleverness and control, he'd beaten 1,000 other students. Present Mike's voice was ecstatic. Incredible. Todoroki takes first with icy cool. Bakugo a close second with explosive fire. Iida with relentless speed. And Midoriya in 4th with sheer, unbelievable ingenuity. What a start, folks. As the other qualifiers finished and gathered on the field, the top 42 would advance. Izuku felt a hand clap his shoulder. It was Kirishima, his red hair spiky with effort, grinning. That was manly as hell, Midoriya. The way you swung across that gap. Uraraka ran up, beaming. You were amazing. Even Ida gave him a sharp nod of respect. But Izuku's eyes were drawn to the sidelines, where the eliminated students were dispersing. He saw the looks on their faces: disappointment, envy, determination. He saw the sheer scale of what he'd just done. He wasn't just a student anymore. He was a contender. On national TV, he looked toward the competitor stands, at the section reserved for heroes and scouts. He couldn't pick out individuals in the sea of faces, but he could feel their eyes on him. Analyzing, assessing his crucible. The first event was over. He had passed the first test. But as the adrenaline faded, the reality set in. The easy part was done. The next event was the cavalry battle, a team event, where he would have to work with others, protect a target, and face the combined wrath of everyone who now saw him as a threat. And leading the pack, with a mountain of points as the first-place target, was Shoto Todoroki. The storm wasn't over. It had just changed direction. And it was coming straight for him. Chapter 24. The Cavalry and the King. The infield was a cacophony of frantic calculation. The top 42 finishers milled about, breathless and buzzing, as the rules for the second event scrolled across the giant screens. Cavalry battle. Form teams of 2 to 4 students. Asterisk. Each player is assigned a point value based on their placement in the obstacle race. Asterisk. The point values increase exponentially toward the top. Asterisk. First place, 10 million points. Asterisk. A collective gasp swept the stadium. 10 million. Todoroki's score was a golden crown, making him not just a target, but the target. The entire game would revolve around him. Teams have 15 minutes to form. The goal: accumulate points by stealing headbands from other teams. Your own headband, with your team's total points, must be worn by the rider. The top 4 teams advanced to the final tournament. Asterisk. Chaos erupted. It was a mad dash of negotiation and alliance forming. Powerful students were suddenly the most popular kids in school. Quick, agile students were sought after as potential riders. It was a stock market of egos and quirks. Izuku's mind, still thrumming from the race, shifted into overdrive. He had 205 points for his 4th place finish. A respectable sum, but not a king's ransom. He wasn't a primary target, but he wasn't safe either. He needed a team, a good one. He saw Uraraka making a beeline for him, relief on her face. Midoriya, team up. Absolutely, he said, his eyes already scanning the crowd. They needed more. They needed a balanced team. Defense, mobility, offense. He saw Ida being swarmed by petitioners. Too obvious, too big a target. His gaze landed on a shock of spiky red hair. Eijiro Kirishima was standing with his arms crossed, his hardening quirk on full display as he assessed the chaos. He was strong, durable, a perfect frontline defender. And beside him, looking lost but determined, was Hunter Zero. His tape quirk offered mobility, binding, and versatility. They were not the flashiest. They were solid, dependable, and they were looking for a team. "Come on," Izuku said to Uraraka, and they pushed through the crowd. "Kirishima, Zero," Izuku called out. Kirishima turned, a sharp-toothed grin spreading across his face. "Midoriya, hell of a run, man. You looking for some cavalry?" "Yes, you two, me, and Uraraka. We'd have a balanced team. You're our defense and power. Zero is our mobility and capture. Uraraka can lighten us for speed or make threats float away. And he tapped the humming pack on his back. I can control the field. Create barriers, traps, disruptors." Kirishima and Zero exchanged a look. They'd seen his performance. They knew he wasn't just talk. "I'm in," Kirishima said. "Sounds manly as hell. Tape at your service," Zero added, giving a thumbs up. They huddled quickly. Izuku, as the strategist and with the support gear for defense, would be the rider. The headband with the combined 735 points would be on his forehead. Kirishima would be the front horse, Zero the left, Uraraka the right. They practiced a quick formation, getting a feel for each other's balance. Around them, other teams coalesced. Todoroki had formed a fortress of power around himself, the ice user himself as the rider, the super strong Sato as the front horse, the electrifying Kaminari on one side, and the creation Queen Yaoyorozu on the other. A terrifying combination of raw power, area denial, and strategic versatility. Bakugo's team was a reflection of himself, pure, aggressive offense. He was the rider, with the explosive speed of himself, through his teammates' efforts, the acid mobility of Ashido, ranged pinning of the long-ranged shooter, and the sturdy tail of Ojiro. A spear aimed at the heart of the competition. Other dangerous teams formed. A 1B team centered around its own powerhouse, a mixed team of fast, tricky students from general studies. 15 minutes are up. Present Mike screamed. "Mount up, heroes." The teams scrambled into position. Izuku settled onto the interlocked hands of his teammates, the headband tight across his brow. The baby number 37 hummed, its predictive matrix scanning the forming battlefield, tagging threats. Todoroki's team glowed a cold blue on his visor. Bakugo's a furious orange. "Our strategy," Izuku said quickly to his team. "We're not the biggest target. We play defensively at first. Let the big teams clash. We pick off stragglers, protect our points. Zero, you're our lifeline. Use your tape to snag headbands from a distance or swing us out of trouble. Kirishima, you're the wall. Nothing gets through you. Uraraka, on my mark, lighten us for a quick reposition. We only go on the offensive if we see a clean, safe opportunity." "Got it," they chorused. A gong sounded. The cavalry battle began. It was instantaneous, beautiful chaos. Todoroki's team moved as a glacier, Yaoyorozu creating a literal shield for them while Todoroki laid down a spreading field of ice that trapped the legs of slower teams. Bakugo's team shot forward like a missile, Ashido's acid creating a slick path, Bakugo himself roaring challenges. Teams clashed in the center in a whirlwind of quirks, tangles of tape, blasts of sound, waves of darkness. Headbands flashed through the air. Izuku's team hung back, near the edge of the infield. They were ignored initially, as the Titans went for each other. Izuku used the time to set up a defensive perimeter. He placed small, almost invisible anchor traps in a loose circle around them, tuned to release concussive air blasts to disrupt anyone charging in. He had a low, shimmering force wall ready to snap up from the ground on Kirishima's side. "Incoming," Zero yelled. A team from General Studies, built for speed, was darting around the edges, looking for easy prey. They saw Izuku's modest point total and zeroed in. The rider, a girl with extendable claws, led a charge. "Kirishima, brace," Izuku ordered. "Uraraka, lighten Zero on my mark." The claw girl leapt from her formation, aiming for Izuku's headband. Kirishima hardened, taking the impact on his shoulders with a grunt, stopping the charge cold. "Now, Uraraka." Uraraka touched Zero. At the same instant, Izuku formed a small, angled force disc under Zero's leading foot. Zero, now weightless and with a launching pad, shot forward like a rocket. He spun, and tape shot from his elbows, not at the rider, but at the legs of the front two horses of the attacking team. He yanked. The team's formation collapsed, their horses tangled. The Claw Girl rider tumbled. In the confusion, Sero's tape lashed out again, a sticky tendril that snapped the enemy team's 150-point headband from the rider's forehead before she hit the ground. Sero reeled the tape back, the headband fluttering into Izuku's waiting hand. He slapped it onto his own forehead, over their existing band. Team Midoriya, 885 points. A clean, efficient take. No major energy expenditure. Nice, Kirishima whooped. They reset, Izuku quickly redistributing his anchors. The skirmish had drawn a few eyes. They were no longer invisible. The battle in the center reached a fever pitch. Bakugo's team had engaged Todoroki's. It was a cataclysm. Explosions meeting glaciers, acid sizzling against ice. Lightning crackling against a created metal shield. They were tearing each other apart, and other teams were being caught in the crossfire or seizing the chance to steal from the distracted giants. Izuku saw an opportunity. A1B team, sporting around 600 points, had been sideswiped by a wave of Todoroki's ice and was struggling to regroup, their formation loose. Sero, swing us left. 30 degrees. Uraraka, get ready to lighten Kirishima. Izuku's voice was calm, commanding. The toddler module projected a green path through the chaos. Sero's tape shot out, anchoring to a light post at the field's edge, and he swung their entire formation in a wide, fast arc, bypassing the worst of the central melee. They landed neatly behind the disorganized 1B team. Kirishima, charge, straight through the middle. Don't stop. My pleasure, Kirishima roared, hardening and surging forward. Uraraka touched him, making him weightless, and Izuku gave him a concussive boost from behind with a focused pop. Kirishima became a living, unstoppable, weightless battering ram. He plowed through the gap in the 1B team's formation. The horses scattered, crying out in surprise. The rider, a boy with a zoom quirk, frantically tried to backpedal, his hands going to his headband. Izuku didn't go for the headband. He raised a hand, and from the baby #37's emitter, a thin, vibrating wire of force shot out. It didn't strike the rider. It wrapped around the wrist of the boy going for his own headband. A high-frequency jolt, just enough to spasm the muscles. The rider's hand jerked away. In that split-second opening, Sero's tape, already in motion, whipped forward like a frog's tongue and snatched the 1B headband clean away. Another smooth take. Team Midoriya, 1,485 points. They were climbing. They were a shadow, moving on the edges, striking with surgical precision while the titans bled each other dry. But shadows attract notice. A blast of fire and ice shattered nearby, shaking the ground. The clash between Todoroki and Bakugo had reached a new intensity. Bakugo had broken through Todoroki's ice defenses with a series of pinpoint explosions, and was now in close grappling with Sato while Kaminari tried to electrocute Ashido. And in the chaos, Todoroki's gaze, cold, calculating, swept the field. It landed on Izuku's team. On the growing point total. He said something to Yaoyorozu. She nodded, and from her back, she created a large, metallic device, a loudspeaker. Her voice, amplified, cut across the din. Team Todoroki proposes a temporary truce to Team Bakugo. The upstart team with the Green Rider is amassing points unchecked. Let us remove the opportunistic threat, then settle our duel. It was a brilliant, ruthless move. Turn the two biggest rivals against a common, rising threat. Bakugo, his face a mask of fury, looked from Todoroki to Izuku. His pride warred with his tactical brain. He hated truces. He hated being told what to do. But he also hated the idea of Deku slipping past while he was busy. His crimson eyes locked onto Izuku's across the field. The message was clear. You're not hiding anymore. Bakugo's thinking about it. Izuku muttered. We have maybe 30 seconds before they both come for us. What do we do? Uraraka asked, her voice tight. We can't fight them both, Kirishima said, stating the obvious. We don't fight, Izuku said, his mind racing faster than the predictive matrix. We run, we hide, and we make one last, desperate play. Where can we hide? Sero asked, looking at the open infield. Izuku looked up, at the stadium structure itself. The scaffolding, the camera rails, the giant screen supports. Up, Team Bakugo agrees. Present Mike shouted, commentating on the shocking alliance. The Titans unite against the Dark Horse. The two massive teams disengaged from each other and turned, as one, toward Izuku's team. A glacier and a volcano, moving in concert. Now, Izuku yelled. Uraraka touched all three of her teammates at once. Zero gravity. Weightlessness took them. At the same instant, Zero fired his tape not at the ground, but high up. At the understructure of the stadium's second-level seating. Izuku added a massive, concussive blast from all his emitters at once, directed at the ground. The combined force, the lift of zero gravity, the pull of the tape. The rocket-like thrust of the blast, shot him upward like a cork from a bottle. They soared, a tangle of limbs and tape, 20, 30, 40 feet into the air, leaving the converging titans behind on the ground. The crowd gasped, then roared in disbelief. They landed clumsily on a wide service gantry running beneath the seats, hidden from the main field by the lip of the stadium bowl. They were in the shadows, clinging to metal beams, the sounds of the battle below now muffled. They can't follow us up here easily, Izuku panted, peering over the edge. Todoroki's team was staring up, calculating. Bakugo was screaming in pure, unfiltered rage, blasting at the air as if he could fly. But they only had a minute, maybe two, before someone with a mobility quirk figured out a way up. We're trapped, Kirishima said. We can't stay here, and we can't go down. We're not trapped, Izuku said, his eyes fixed not on the furious teams below, but on the giant screen above the field. The scoreboard. It listed the top teams in real time. Todoroki's team still had over 9 million points. Bakugo's had around 2 million from steals. Their own team was in third place with 1.5 million. Fourth place was a 1B team with 800,000. They didn't need to steal from the Titans. They just needed to stay in the top 4. And there was 1 minute left on the clock. We have enough points, Izuku said. We just have to keep them. For 60 seconds. They'll come for us, Zero said. Then we make this ledge a fortress, Izuku said, a fierce grin spreading across his face. He'd been saving his energy. Now was the time to spend it. He began to work faster than he ever had. He planted anchor traps not on the ground, but on the gantry itself, on the support beams, tuned to dislodge anyone trying to climb. He created a web of vibrating force wires across the most likely approach paths, a painful, disorienting barrier. He formed a large, semi-translucent dome of force over their section of the gantry. Not solid enough to stop a determined assault, but enough to slow it, to obscure their exact position. Below, they saw movement. Todoroki's team was falling back, guarding their own points, calculating that holding their lead was safer than a risky climb. Bakugo, however, was beyond reason. With Ashido's acid, he'd started melting handholds in the stadium wall, beginning a furious, clumsy climb directly toward them, his team scrambling to follow. He's coming, Uraraka whispered. Let him, Izuku said, his hands glowing with green-gold energy. He was pouring everything into the final defense. The baby number 37 whined with the strain. Bakugo reached the lip of the stadium bowl, his gauntleted hands gripping concrete. He looked up, his eyes burning with apocalyptic intent. He saw the shimmering dome, the web of wires. Dekuuu. He screamed, and launched himself upward, a human missile. He hit the force dome. It bowed inward, cracks spiderwebbing through it. Bakugo's fist, crackling with a building howitzer-level blast, was inches from punching through. Izuku didn't try to reinforce the dome. He knew it would shatter. Instead, as the dome broke, he performed his final, desperate maneuver. He dropped the dome entirely. As Bakugo surged through the collapsing energy, off balance for a fraction of a second, Izuku unleashed not an attack, but a distortion. He fused the echoes one last time, creating a wide field, low-power resonance that didn't hurt, didn't push. It simply scrambled depth perception and balance. The air around Bakugo warped like a funhouse mirror. Bakugo's perfectly aimed punch went wide, smashing into the gantry rail beside Izuku's head. His other hand, going for the headband, clutched at empty, distorted space. And in that moment of disorientation, Zero acted. Not with an attack, but with a rescue. His tape shot out, not at Bakugo, but at Bakugo's own teammates who were just reaching the ledge. He wrapped the tape around their intertwined arms and yanked *, pulling their formation off balance. Bakugo, already disoriented, felt the support of his team vanish from beneath him. He teetered on the edge of the gantry. The final buzzer blared across the stadium. Time's up. Bakugo snarled, catching himself on the railing at the last second. He glared up at Izuku, who was panting, his forehead headband still securely in place. They had done it. They had held. Present Mike's voice was hysterical with excitement. Unbelievable. Team Midoriyahelds on by the skin of their teeth. The final 4 teams advancing to the tournament are Team Todoroki, Team Bakugo, Team Midoriya, and Team Shiozaki from Class 1B. The stadium erupted. On the gantry, Kirishima whooped, lifting Uraraka in a weightless spin. Sero collapsed against a beam, laughing breathlessly. Izuku looked down at the infield, at the furious, defeated teams, at the cheering crowd, at the giant screen that now displayed his name in the final 4. He had survived the cavalry battle, not by being the strongest, but by being the cleverest, by using his crucible not as a cannon, but as a lockpick, a shield, a maze. He met Bakugo's furious gaze from a few feet away. Bakugo didn't say anything. He just pushed himself back onto the gantry, his shoulders heaving, and turned to climb back down, his team following in sullen silence. The message was clear. The truce was over. The temporary alliance was forgotten. They were in the final tournament now. And in the one-on-one fights, there would be nowhere to run, no team to hide behind. It would be Crucible against Explosion. Forger against Destroyer. Izuku took a deep, shuddering breath of the cool stadium air. The storm was here, and he was standing right in the middle of it. Chapter 25. The Forge and the Anvil. The break before the tournament finals was a mere 20 minutes, a fleeting island of quiet in the roaring sea of the stadium. The advancing students were shepherded into a private, dimly lit waiting area beneath the stands. The air was thick with the scent of sweat, anticipation, and the faint, metallic tang of overworked quirks. Izuku sat on a bench, gulping water from a bottle, his body humming with a strange mixture of exhaustion and electric alertness. The baby number 37 and toddler module were detached and being frantically recalibrated by a support course technician under Hatsume's shrieking supervision. His normal gym clothes were damp with sweat. 4th in the race, 3rd in the cavalry battle. He was in the final 16. The top 4 teams meant 16 individual fighters moving on to the one-on-one tournament bracket. The bracket was displayed on a screen on the wall. It was a simple, brutal tree. His heart gave a sickening lurch as he saw it. Round 1. Izuku Midoriya vs. Katsuki Bakugo. Of course, the universe, or UA's sadistic randomization, had a sense of poetic inevitability. Their first official, sanctioned match. No teams, no distractions, just the 2 of them, in a ring, with all of Japan watching. Across the room, Bakugo stood against a wall, arms crossed, staring at the same bracket. A slow, feral grin was spreading across his face. It was the smile of a predator who'd finally cornered its prey in the open. No more tricks, no more hiding, no more teams. Midoriya. Izuku turned. Shoto Todoroki stood before him, his expression as unreadable as marble. The left side of his uniform was lightly frosted. "You've done well," Todoroki said, his voice flat. "You've proven your method has merit. It wasn't congratulations. It was an assessment. But the tournament is different," Todoroki continued, his heterochromatic eyes holding Izuku's. "It's raw, personal. My father is out there, watching. He's waiting to see his creation, his perfect blend of fire and ice, dominate." A flicker of something icy and bitter crossed his face. "I told you before, my fight is my own. Do not look at my fire with your understanding. Do not try to speak its language. In there, I am not a puzzle for your crucible to solve. I am a force of nature you must simply survive." He gave a curt nod and walked away, leaving Izuku with the chill of his warning. Todoroki saw him as a theorist, an analyst who reduced power to equations. In the ring, he would offer no data to analyze. Only cold, hard, overwhelming reality. "Midoriya, your gear." Hatsume bounded over, shoving the reassembled support pack into his arms. "I boosted the predictive matrix by 18%. It'll read micro expressions now." He twitches an eyebrow. You'll know which way he's gonna blow. Probably. Thanks, Hatsume, Izuku said, slipping the pack on. It settled with a familiar, comforting weight. Kick his explodey butt, she yelled before darting off. Uraraka and Ida approached. Uraraka's face was pale but determined. You can do this, Midoriya. Do not let his provocations cloud your judgment, Ida advised, chopping a hand. Stick to your strategy. Use your environment. Izuku nodded, their words washing over him. His mind was already in the ring, playing out scenarios, running calculations. Bakugo would come at him with everything. No holding back. It would be a hurricane of concussive force and searing heat. Defense alone wouldn't win. He had to have an answer. A real answer. He closed his eyes, reaching inward to the crucible. The cold sludge, the hot spark. They hummed, restless. They knew their source was waiting. He didn't need a new echo. He needed a new idea. An idea born from the beach, from the container, from the zero-pointer, from the flagpole. The idea of not fighting force with force, but of redirecting asterisk, of understanding asterisk, of redefining the problem. He opened his eyes as the call came over the speaker. Contestants for the first match, please proceed to Tunnel A. He stood. Across the room, Bakugo did the same. Their eyes met, a silent current of pure challenge arcing between them. No words were needed. Everything had been said on a rooftop, on a beach, in a silent nod after a battle. They walked down separate corridors that converged at the mouth of the tunnel leading to the arena. The roar of the crowd was a living thing, vibrating the concrete beneath their feet. The light at the end of the tunnel was blinding. Present Mike's voice, distorted by the tunnel's acoustics, washed over them. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the tournament finals. First up, a match that's been brewing since day one. From the hero course, the strategist with the mysterious crucible, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku stepped out into the light. The noise was a physical blow. He squinted, raising a hand against the glare of the sun and the countless camera flashes. The arena was simpler now, just a large, circular cement stage, maybe 60 meters across, bounded by a white line. And his opponent, the explosive powerhouse with a point to prove, Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo emerged from the opposite tunnel, striding forward with a cocky, rolling gait, his hands already sparking. The crowd's cheers for him were louder, more primal, a roar for raw, uncomplicated power. They reached the center of the stage, standing 5 meters apart. The referee, the pro hero Midnight, stood between them, her whip coiled at her side. The rules are simple, she announced, her voice carrying. Force your opponent out of bounds, or render them unable to continue. Try not to kill each other. Ready. Bakugo's grin was all teeth. Izuku just gave a tight nod, settling into his stance, the baby number 37 humming to life. Its lenses glowing a soft, ready green. Begin. Bakugo didn't move. He just stood there, his grin widening. No running this time, Deku, he said, his voice low but carrying over the sudden hush of the crowd. No ceilings to hold up. No teammates to hide behind. Just you, me, and this ring. He cracked his neck. I'm gonna break every one of your clever little tricks. And then I'm gonna break you. Izuku said nothing. He just watched, his entire being focused on the minute shifts in Bakugo's posture, the gathering heat in his palms, the predictive matrix on high. Visor painting a dozen possible attack vectors in glowing green lines. Bakugo moved. It wasn't a blast. It was a feint, a sharp step forward, his right hand flashing out in a grab. Izuku sidestepped, but Bakugo's left palm was already there, a point-blank explosion detonating not at Izuku, but at the ground between them. The cement shattered, a cloud of dust and debris erupting. Izuku threw up a forearm, blinking against the grit. In that instant, Bakugo was through the cloud, a roundhouse kick aimed at his head, the foot sheathed in crackling fire. Izuku dropped, the kick whistling over his hair. He swept a leg at Bakugo's standing foot, but Bakugo used a tiny blast from his other heel to pivot away, already unleashing a rapid-fire barrage of palm-sized explosions from both hands, a storm of concussive pellets. Izuku backpedaled, hands up. He didn't try to block them all. He formed small, shimmering discs, not to stop the blasts, but to deflect them, angling them harmlessly into the air or the ground around him. It was like playing an insane, high-stakes game of pinball, each deflection requiring perfect timing and angle. The crowd oohed and ahed. It was defense, but it was active, brilliant defense. Bakugo snarled, ceasing the barrage. He saw the pattern. He changed tactics. He lunged, not with an explosion, but with sheer speed, getting inside Izuku's guard. He grabbed for Izuku's support gear harness. Izuku twisted, but Bakugo's grip was iron. With a roar, Bakugo wrenched him off his feet and hurled him across the ring. Izuku tumbled, slamming into the cement with a grunt of pain. He rolled to his feet just as Bakugo was on him again, a massive, two-handed blast building in his clasped palms, the beginnings of a howitzer impact. Izuku couldn't deflect that, not head-on, not in the open. He did the only thing he could. He ran, not away, but towards Bakugo, inside the arc of the building blast. Bakugo's eyes widened in surprise. He released the blast early. The world erupted in fire and sound. Izuku was at the epicenter, but he wasn't trying to shield himself. He was using the baby number 37 to its limit. He formed a lens asterisk, not in front of him, but around himself, a cocoon of angled force fields that caught the expanding shockwave and, using Bakugo's own power as fuel, converted it into pure, directional thrust. The lens cocoon acted like a rocket nozzle. The force of Bakugo's explosion, instead of crushing Izuku, shot him backward at incredible speed, like a human cannonball fired from the blast itself. He shot across the ring, skidding to a stop near the opposite boundary line, his clothes smoking, his ears ringing, but unharmed. Bakugo stared, panting, his arms still outstretched from the blast. He'd just ed his ultimate move, and launched his opponent to safety. The contradiction was maddening. "Stop turning my power against me," Bakugo screamed, the frustration cracking his cool facade. "It's not your power," Izuku shouted back, the first words he'd spoken in the match. "It's physics, and I understand it better than you do." The insult, the idea that Deku, the quirkless fanboy, understood the fundamentals of his awesome power better than he did, was the final straw. Bakugo's control snapped. He erupted, not with a quirk, but with pure, unfiltered rage. He became a blur of motion and detonation, a berserker. He stopped aiming, stopped strategizing. He just attacked, a continuous, overwhelming onslaught meant to drown Izuku in sheer, destructive volume. It was what Izuku had been waiting for. Bakugo was a storm, predictable in his fury. The predictive matrix on Izuku's visor went haywire, then settled, painting Bakugo's chaotic movements in a clear, probabilistic map. He was all instinct now, no thought. Izuku stopped trying to deflect every blast. He started dancing. He weaved, he ducked, he used tiny force pulses under his feet to change direction erratically. He wasn't faster than the explosions, but he was more unpredictable. He let blasts singe his sleeves, let concussive waves buffet him, but he kept moving, a green ghost in a field of fire. He was leading Bakugo, drawing him in, letting him expend energy, burn fuel, let the rage consume his precision. Bakugo, sensing he was being played, let out a final, guttural roar. He planted his feet at the center of the ring, ignoring Izuku's taunting movements. He raised both hands to the sky, his entire body trembling with the strain. He wasn't aiming at Izuku anymore. He was aiming at the ring. "If I can't hit you, I'll destroy the ground you're standing on," he bellowed. Sun-bright energy gathered in his palms, swelling, coalescing into a sphere of apocalyptic light. It was bigger than the howitzer. It was everything he had left. A single, arena-shattering blast that would turn the cement to dust and send Izuku flying out of bounds, broken and beaten. The crowd fell silent, horrified and enthralled. Izuku stopped dancing. He stood still, 20 meters away, facing the gathering sun. He saw the problem, total annihilation of the battlefield. He saw his solution, not to stop it, to contain it. As Bakugo screamed and prepared to unleash the cataclysm, Izuku moved. He didn't run. He didn't defend. He forged. He poured every ounce of his will, every lesson from the beach, every calculation from the support gear, into the crucible. He fused the echoes not into a spear, not into a lens, but into a vessel. From his hands erupted a complex, three-dimensional lattice of green-gold energy. It wasn't a shield. It was a net asterisk, a web asterisk, a cage of interwoven force and resonating harmonics. It flew forward, not to meet the blast, but to envelop Bakugo's gathering sphere of energy at the moment of its birth. The cage snapped shut around Bakugo's hands just as he fired. The resulting detonation was silent. For a heartbeat, there was no sound, only a blinding, untamed light within the green-gold lattice. The cage held, vibrating violently, glowing white-hot. It contained the entire force of Bakugo's ultimate attack, not by blocking it, but by resonating with it. By giving the energy a structure within which to expend itself harmlessly. The air inside the cage superheated, then cooled. The light died. The lattice, having absorbed and dissipated the impossible energy, flashed once and vanished. Bakugo stood in the center of the ring, his arms still raised, smoke curling from his scorched gauntlets. He was panting, his eyes wide with utter, world-shattering shock. He was empty, drained. He had thrown everything he had, and it had been contained by Deku. Izuku, on the other hand, was on his knees. The effort of forging and maintaining the vessel had emptied him completely. The baby number 37 on his back was dark, overheated, spent. His arms hung limply at his sides, trembling. He had nothing left, not a spark, not a shimmer. But Bakugo had nothing left to give either. They stared at each other across the scorched, cracked cement. Bakugo took a stumbling step forward, his pride refusing to let him fall. He raised a trembling, sparkless hand. "I'm not done." He tried to summon one last, pathetic pop. A single flicker died on his palm. Izuku, using the last dregs of his strength, pushed himself to his feet. He couldn't use his quirk. He couldn't fight, but he could still move. He took a step toward Bakugo. Then another. He walked, slow and unsteady, across the ring. Bakugo tried to back away, but his legs wouldn't obey. He could only watch, a statue of defeated fury, as Izuku closed the distance. Izuku didn't punch him. He didn't kick him. He simply placed both hands on Bakugo's chest, and with a final, desp rate heave born of 10 months of hauling tires and dragging engine blocks, he pushed. Bakugo, strengthless and off balance, stumbled back. 1 step, 2, 3. His heel touched the white boundary line. A buzzer blared. Out of bounds. Winner, Izuku Midoriya. The silence that followed was absolute. Then, the stadium erupted. Izuku stood over the kneeling, shattered form of Katsuki Bakugo, who was staring at the line under his heel as if it were a portal to hell. He had won, not by being stronger, not by having a better quirk, by being smarter, by enduring, by understanding the fire so completely he could build a cage for it. He looked down at his oldest tormentor, his greatest rival, and felt no triumph. Only a vast, echoing exhaustion, and a pity so profound it stole his breath. He offered a hand. Bakugo stared at it as if it were a snake. Then he slapped it away with a weak, furious motion, pushed himself up, and turned his back on Izuku, on the crowd, on the victory, and walked stiffly, painfully towards the exit tunnel, his head held high in absolute, crushing defeat. Izuku let his hand fall. He turned to face the screaming crowd, the flashing lights, the reality of what he had just done. He had beaten Bakugo. He was in the quarterfinals. The crucible had been tested against its original flame. And it had held. He walked off the stage on trembling legs, the roar of the world a distant thunder in his ears, already knowing that the next anvil awaiting him was colder, harder, and far more formidable. Chapter 26, The Frost and the Flame. The victory felt hollow. Or maybe it was just the emptiness left by total exhaustion. The moment Izuku stepped into the dim, cool quiet of the competitor's tunnel, the world outside, the roar, the lights, Bakugo silent. Searing defeat, muffled into a distant dream. His body screamed in protest with every step, a symphony of fresh bruises and deep, quirk-drained fatigue. The baby number 37 was a dead weight on his back, its lights dark. Its hum silent. Hatsune would have to work a miracle before his next match, if there was a next match. He barely made it to the recovery waiting area before his legs gave out. He sank onto a bench, head in his hands, his breath coming in ragged, shuddering gasps. The image of Bakugo's back, rigid with a pride that had just been atomized, was burned onto the back of his eyelids. He'd won. He should feel something. Elation, vindication. All he felt was cold, and a deep, aching sorrow for the boy he'd once called Kaken. Here, A bottle of chilled electrolyte drink appeared in his blurred vision. He looked up. Shoto Todoroki stood over him, his expression unreadable. He'd already changed into a fresh uniform, looking as composed as if he'd just finished a light stroll. Izuku took the bottle with a mumbled thanks, the cold plastic a shock against his overheated skin. You contained it, Todoroki stated, his voice flat. You didn't counter. You didn't overpower. You gave his rage a cage and let it burn itself out. He tilted his head, a flicker of that cold, analytical curiosity in his eyes. That is a more profound defeat than simply being knocked down. You didn't just beat him. You made his own power irrelevant. It was a terrifyingly accurate analysis. Izuku just nodded, sipping the drink, the sweet salty liquid doing little to replenish the void inside him. My match is next, Todoroki said, turning to look at the monitor showing the arena. Against that loud boy from 1B. It will not take long. He looked back at Izuku. If you win your quarterfinal, you will face me in the semi-finals. The statement hung in the air, heavy with implication. The warning from before was still there, but now it was a promise. A date. I'll be ready, Izuku croaked. The words feeling absurd even as he said them. Ready with what? A dead support rig and a body running on fumes. Todoroki didn't smile. He just gave that same curt nod and walked away. A prince of ice heading to his coronation. Izuku forced himself to focus. He had one match before a potential showdown with Todoroki. The bracket on the wall showed his quarterfinal opponent, Hitoshi Shinso from General Studies. The boy with the brainwashing quirk. A completely different kind of problem. No explosions, no ice. Just words. A trap for the mind, not the body. He couldn't afford to think about Todoroki yet. He had to survive Shinso first. And to do that, he needed to recover. Fast. He closed his eyes, trying to meditate, to find some center of calm. But his mind was a storm of echoes, the shriek of tearing metal from the cavalry battle, the concussive thump of Bakugo's blasts, the silent, straining hum of the vessel cage. The ghosts in his crucible were restless. A whirlwind of pink and metal announced Hatsume's arrival. She descended upon him with a tool belt clattering. The baby is fried. The toddler is a toddler with a concussion. But Hatsume is here. She didn't ask for permission. She started unhooking the gear from his back, her hands a blur. I have a backup. The adolescent number 55. Less finesse, more raw power conduit. It'll hurt like hell and the feedback might make your teeth buzz. But it'll work, probably. She strapped a new, bulkier pack onto him. It was heavier, less elegant, all exposed wiring and reinforced plating. It felt like wearing a car battery. It bypasses the predictive matrix and just dumps pure energy amplification into your emitter lenses, she explained, tightening a strap. Your control will be sloppy. But your output will be notable. It was a brute force solution. The opposite of everything Aizawa and All Might had been teaching him about precision. But he was out of time and out of options. Thanks, he managed. Don't thank me. Win. My babies need the spotlight. And she was gone. The call for the quarterfinals came too soon. Izuku stood, his body protesting. The adolescent pack hummed with a low, aggressive vibration. Unlike the smooth song of the baby. It felt dangerous, unstable. He walked back into the tunnel mouth. The crowd's roar was a living thing, but it felt different now. Less frenzied, more expectant. They'd seen him cage a son. Now they wanted to see what the cage maker could do next. His opponent, Hitoshi Shinso, was already in the ring. He was tall, with tired-looking eyes and unruly purple hair. He looked bored, almost disdainful of the spectacle, but his eyes, when they locked onto Izuku's, were sharp, intelligent. A hunter's eyes. Midnight gave the signal. Begin. Shinso didn't move. He just stood there, his hands in his pockets. So, he said, his voice carrying a lazy, mocking edge. The talk of the festival. The boy who copies powers. Must be nice, having a quirk that lets you steal other people's hard work. The bait was obvious, crude, but effective on someone exhausted, someone whose entire identity was wrapped up in the shame of that exact accusation. A spike of defensive anger flared in Izuku's gut. He opened his mouth to retort, and froze. Don't. The command came from his own mind, a last-second klaxon of warning. Shinso's quirk was brainwashing through verbal response. He'd studied the roster after the cavalry battle. He knew this. He snapped his jaw shut, pressing his lips into a thin line. Shinso's bored expression flickered with interest. Not falling for it? Ha! Smarter than you look. But it doesn't matter. He started to walk forward, a slow, deliberate pace. You're a one-trick pony who just used his one big trick. You're running on empty. I can see you shaking from here. He was right. Izuku was trembling, the adolescent pack's raw energy buzzing through him, making his nerves jangle. He couldn't afford a protracted fight. He had to end this quickly. Without speaking, Shinso was within 10 meters now. What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? Or are you just too much of a coward to defend yourself? Izuku settled into a stance. He couldn't use complex synergies. His control was shot. He had raw power and basic applications. He raised a hand and fired. Not a concussive blast. A wide, unfocused wave of shimmering force, amplified by the adolescent pack. It was messy, a greenish tsunami of energy that roared across the cement towards Shinso. Shinso's eyes widened. He dove to the side, the force wave, clipping his shoulder and sending him spinning. He wasn't a physical fighter. He wasn't fast. Izuku pressed the advantage. He couldn't speak, so he attacked. Relentlessly, he fired another wave, then another, herding Shinso towards the boundary. It was inelegant, wasteful, but it was working. Shinso scrambled, his cool facade cracking. Running me down like a dog. Is that all your famous crucible is? A blunt instrument. Izuku didn't respond. He closed the distance, his movements stiff. He was 5 meters from Shinso, 3 meters from the boundary line. Shinso, backed into a corner, did the only thing he could. He feinted left, then lunged forward, not to attack, but to get close, to force a reaction, a gasp, a grunt, any sound he could use. Izuku saw it coming. As Shinso lunged, Izuku didn't dodge. He dropped to one knee and slammed his palm onto the cement. From his hand, a localized, high-frequency vibration erupted, tuned to the cement structure. The ground in a 2-meter circle around him didn't crack. It turned to powder, a sudden pit of fine, choking dust. Shinso, mid-lunge, had no purchase. His feet hit the dust and he sank, stumbled, his balance gone. He flailed, a wordless cry of surprise tearing from his throat. It wasn't a response to a question. It was just a sound. But it was enough. Izuku was on him in an instant. He didn't throw a punch. He just seed a hand on Shinso's chest as he floundered in the dust and gave a hard shove. Shinso stumbled back through the cloud, his feet slipping on solid ground again, and crossed the white line. The buzzer sounded. Out of bounds. Winner. IZUKUMIDORIYA. The crowd cheered, but it was a confused, somewhat disappointed sound. It hadn't been a glorious battle. It had been a messy, pragmatic takedown. A victory by silence and dust. Izuku didn't care. He'd won. He was in the semi-finals. He offered a hand to Shinso, who was coughing in the dust. Shinso ignored it, pushing himself up, his face a mask of bitter frustration. He'd been outthought by someone who refused to play his game. You're full of surprises, Shinso muttered, brushing dust from his uniform. But that won't work on the next one. He doesn't need you to talk. He gave Izuku a last, appraising look, then walked away. Izuku left the ring, the adolescent pack humming its aggressive, ugly song. He was in the final 4, the semi-finals, and waiting for him, as promised, was Shoto Todoroki. Back in the recovery area, the atmosphere was different. The other remaining contestants, Todoroki, who had indeed obliterated his 1B opponent with a single massive glacier in under 10 seconds, and the victor of the other bracket, the fierce martial artist from 1B, Itsuka Kendo, radiated a focused, quiet intensity. They were the true elite now. Todoroki was sitting, perfectly still, watching the monitor as Kendo fought a grueling, close-quarters match against the tail-quirked Ojiro. He didn't look at Izuku when he entered. Izuku collapsed onto a bench, his body now a patchwork of overlapping aches. The brief, violent fight with Shinso had drained what little reserves he'd scraped together. The adolescent pack felt like a parasite, sucking at his energy even as it offered power. He watched Todoroki, the son of Endeavor, the boy who had half the power of the number 2 hero and refused to use the other half. The boy who saw fire as a curse, as his father's taint. Izuku thought of his own crucible, of the 2 stolen ghosts inside him. One cold and fluid, born from a villain. One hot and sharp, taken from a rival. He didn't reject them. He tried to understand them, to make them his own, to forge them into something new. Todoroki was doing the opposite. He was walling off half of himself, trying to win with a fractured power. To prove a point to a ghost that haunted him. On screen, Kendo finally won, her giant fist knocking Ojiro just over the line. The final 4 were set: Todoroki, Kendo, the Vict. Or of the other semi-final, the vine-haired Shiozaki from 1B, and Izuku. The bracket updated. Semi-final 1. Todoroki vs. Midoriya. Todoroki finally turned his head. His heterochromatic eyes met Izuku's across the room. There was no animosity there. No rivalry. Just a cold, absolute certainty. And a silent question. Can your understanding cage a glacier? Can your resonance shatter absolute zero? Asterisk. Izuku held his gaze. He had no answer. Not yet. All he had was a broken body, a brutalized support rig, and 2 echoes of powers that were nothing like the elemental force of nature sitting across from him. But he had his name. Crucible. A crucible wasn't meant to contain ice. It was meant to withstand extreme heat and cold, to transform what was inside. He looked at his hands, still trembling. He thought of the vessel. Could he forge something to contain Todoroki's ice? Not by fighting it, by understanding it. Could he resonate with frozen water? Could he heat a localized field without using his explosive echo? Which was too wild, too violent. An idea, fragile and insane, began to form. Not a cage of force. A conversion. A way to turn Todoroki's own strength against him, not by overpowering it, but by changing its state. It was a theory scribbled on the back of a napkin in the middle of a hurricane. It would likely get him frozen solid in 3 seconds. But it was all he had. The call for the semi-finals came. Todoroki stood, smooth and effortless. He walked to the tunnel entrance, not looking back. Izuku pushed himself up, every muscle screaming. The adolescent pack groaned on his back. He followed. They walked down parallel tunnels, 2 paths converging on the same frozen hell. As they stepped out into the arena side by side, the crowd's roar was a pole. A raised thing, cheers for the icy scion of the famous hero, and a louder, more curious roar for the upstart who caged explosions. They took their positions on opposite sides of the ring. The cement was still scarred from earlier matches, littered with patches of ice from Todoroki's previous fight. Midnight raised her whip. Contestants ready. Todoroki nodded, his breath already frosting in the air, his right side beginning to gleam with a creeping layer of hoarfrost. Izuku just clenched his trembling fists, the adolescent pack whining as it powered up, ready to amplify whatever desperate, half-formed idea he could muster. Begin. Todoroki didn't move. He simply raised his right foot and stomped. The world turned white. A wave of ice, taller than a house, wider than the ring, shot across the cement with the speed and silence of a tidal wave. It wasn't an attack. It was an ending. A declaration that the match was over before it began. Izuku had a split second to act. He couldn't dodge. He couldn't block. He could only try to understand. As the glacier reached for him, he didn't summon force. He didn't summon heat. He poured every ounce of his will into the crucible and asked a single, desperate question of the oncoming frost. He asked it to remember. He forged a field, not of power, but of resonant memory a wide, shimmering dome of energy that hummed with the specific frequency of transition. The moment water becomes ice. The latent heat of fusion. The glacier hit the dome. And it didn't stop. But it changed. Where the ice touched Izuku's resonant field, it didn't shatter. It melted. Not from heat, but from a forced, resonant reversal of its own crystallization. The advancing wave turned to a deluge of frigid water that crashed over Izuku, soaking him to the skin. Knocking him off his feet, but not freezing him solid. He rolled in the sudden, ankle-deep slurry, gasping from the shock of the cold. Todoroki, for the first time all day, looked stunned. His perfect, instant wind technique had been turned into a cold shower. Izuku pushed himself up, water dripping from his hair, his teeth chattering. He'd done it. He'd survived the first move, by turning a glacier into a puddle. But Todoroki's surprise lasted only a second. His eyes narrowed, the temperature around him dropping further. The water on the ground began to refreeze, creeping toward Izuku's feet. Interesting, Todoroki said, his voice like cracking ice. You didn't fight it, you conversed with it. He raised his right hand, and from his palm, not a wave, but a spear of jagged ice shot forward. Faster than the eye could follow. Let's see if you can keep up the conversation. The semi-final had begun in earnest, and Izuku was already out of ideas, standing in a freezing puddle. With a boy who could make winter itself obey his will. Chapter 27. The conversation with winter. The ice spear was a blur of deadly white. Izuku's body, battered and cold-soaked, reacted on instinct honed in 100 beachside drills. He threw himself to the side, the spear shattering on the cement where he'd been standing, sending shards of razor-sharp frost spraying through the air. One sliced across his cheek, a line of cold fire. He scrambled to his feet, the water on the ground already crusting into a treacherous skin of ice beneath his shoes. The cold was a living thing, seeping through his soaked clothes, gnawing at his muscles, threatening to lock his joints. Todoroki wasn't just attacking, he was reshaping the entire arena into his frozen domain. You turned my ice to water, Todoroki observed, his voice calm, almost academic, as he took a step forward. Another spear formed in his hand, this one glowing with an inner, pale blue light, supercooled, harder than steel. A clever trick, but water is just ice waiting to happen. He threw the second spear. This one didn't fly straight. It curved in midair, guided by a flick of Todoroki's wrist, aiming for Izuku's flank. Izuku couldn't dodge it. He raised a hand, and from the adolescent pack, a crude, amplified sludge field erupted, a thick, green wall of force. The ice spear struck it and embedded itself halfway through, quivering. Before the field shattered under the impact, the feedback jolting up Izuku's arm. He was using brute force against finesse. It was a losing game. He had to get back to conversation, to resonance, but Todoroki wasn't giving him time to think. He was advancing steadily, a glacier in human form, each step making the air colder. He flicked his left hand, and a spray of needle-like icicles shot from the ground at Izuku's feet. Izuku jumped, using a concussive pop from his soul to propel himself backward. He landed awkwardly on the frozen, uneven surface, his ankle twisting with a painful wrench. He cried out, stumbling. Todoroki didn't press the advantage. He stopped, his head tilted. You're favoring your right leg. The cold is slowing you. Your reactions are dull. He stated facts, not taunts. Your quirk requires concentration, precision. You are losing both. This match is over. He was right. Izuku could feel it. The deep, sapping cold was a cognitive poison. His thoughts were getting sluggish. The adolescent pack's raw power was useless if he couldn't aim it, if he couldn't craft the right resonance. He looked at Todoroki, at the frost creeping up his right side, at the absolute, emotionless certainty in his eyes. This wasn't Bakugo's volcanic rage. This was the implacable patience of winter. You couldn't cage winter. You couldn't outlast it. You could only survive it, or find a way to make it remember it was once something else. Remember, asterisk. The word echoed from his own desperate ploy with the glacier. He'd made the ice remember being water. Could he make Todoroki remember something else? The boy was half ice, half fire, but he was using only the ice. He was fighting with half a soul, a fractured power. Izuku's crucible was all about synthesis, about making wholes from disparate parts. Could he resonate with the absence, with the fire that was there, but locked away? It was an insane gamble. Not a physical resonance, but an emotional, metaphorical one. To use his quirk not on Todoroki's ice, but on the idea of Todoroki's fire. He had no time for sanity. As Todoroki raised his hand to summon another wave, Izuku did the only thing he could think of. He didn't defend. He didn't attack. He spoke. Your fire, Izuku said, his voice shaking from cold and exhaustion, but carrying across the silent, frost-ringed arena. You're not using it. Todoroki's hand paused. His eyes, one gray, one blue, narrowed. This again. My fire is not your concern. It is not a tool for you to analyze. It's not a tool at all for you, is it? Izuku pressed, ignoring the creeping ice near his feet. He was playing Shinso's game, but with truth instead of trickery. It's a chain, a brand. You think using it means giving in to him. To endeavor. A flicker, a microscopic crack in the ice of Todoroki's composure. A tightening around his left eye, the one that was the same gray as his father's. You think rejecting it makes you your own man, Izuku continued, his breath pluming in the air. He took a painful step forward, his injured ankle protesting. But you're not rejecting his power. You're letting it define you. By its absence, you're letting him choose your weapons for you. You're fighting with one hand tied behind your back because he told you that hand was his. Shut up, Todoroki said, his voice losing its cool edge, gaining a sharp, brittle quality. The temperature dropped another few degrees. You don't know anything. I know what it's like to carry something you didn't ask for. Izuku shouted, the words ripped from him. To have a power that feels like a theft, a curse. I have the ghost of a villain's sludge in my veins. I have an echo of my greatest rival's explosions. They're not mine by birth. They're stolen, and for the longest time, I hated them. I was afraid of them. He was close now, within 10 meters of Todoroki. The cold was agony, but he pushed through it. But, a crucible isn't about where the metal comes from. It's about what you make with it. You can let your fire be Endeavor's curse, or you can make it yours. You can let it be the chain that binds you, or you can make it the fuel that forges something he could never even imagine. He was no longer trying to win a match. He was trying to win an argument. To shatter an idea frozen harder than any glacier. Todoroki was staring at him, his face pale. The frost on his right side was creeping toward his left. You're trying to get in my head. Like Shinso. No, Izuku said, his voice dropping, sincere, desperate. I'm trying to show you what's already in mine. My power is to understand, to resonate, and right now, I resonate with you. With the half of you that's screaming to be let out. Not for him, for you. He raised his right hand, not in attack, but in invitation. The adolescent pack whined, but he pushed its raw power into a different shape. Not a weapon, a mirror. He forged a field, thin and wide, that didn't hum with the memory of ice, but with the potential of heat. The latent, suppressed frequency of Todoroki's own left side. A resonant call to the fire that was sleeping, shamed, and locked away. It was a guess, a wild, intuitive leap based on nothing but the pain in another boy's eyes. The shimmering field hung in the air between them, reflecting Todoroki's own icy visage back at him. But with a faint, golden shimmer at its edges, the echo of the heat that wasn't there. Todoroki looked at the field. He looked at his own frost-covered right hand. He looked at his left, perfectly normal, human hand. For a long, suspended second, nothing happened. The crowd was dead silent, breathless, confused by the sudden, psychological jewel in the middle of the frozen ring. Then, a tremor went through Todoroki. A shudder that started in his left shoulder and ran down his arm. On his left side, a wisp of steam escaped his skin. Then another. The frost on his right side began to recede, melting not from external heat, but from an internal battle being lost, or won. It's not his, Todoroki whispered, the words so quiet Izuku almost didn't hear them. He was staring at his left hand as if seeing it for the first time. My power is my own. A small, hesitant flame flickered to life in the center of his left palm. It was weak, guttering, a pale, almost height yellow compared to Endeavor's roaring orange infernos. But it was his. The ice around his feet began to melt in a rapid circle. The oppressive, deadly cold in the arena lifted, replaced by a confusing, fluctuating temperature. Pockets of biting frost and waves of gentle, thawing warmth. Todoroki looked from the flame in his hand to Izuku's resonant field, then back to Izuku. The absolute certainty was gone from his eyes, replaced by a turbulent, painful awakening. You didn't beat my ice. You asked a question it couldn't answer. Izuku lowered his hand, the field dissipating. He was shivering violently, his body pushed past all limits. The match isn't over, he rasped. Todoroki stared at him. The small flame in his hand grew, steadied, casting a warm, dancing light on his face. Thawing the last of the frost from his hair. A slow, complex series of emotions played across his features. Confusion, anger, gratitude, resolve. He closed his left hand, snuffing the flame. The warmth remained in the air. Yes, Todoroki said, his voice firm again, but different. Lighter. It is. He turned to Midnight, who was watching, her whip slack in her hand. I forfeit. The Sillon, See in the stadium was absolute for 3 full seconds. Then an uproar of confusion, shock, and scattered boos erupted. Midnight blinked. Are you certain, Todoroki? Yes. He didn't elaborate. He simply turned and began walking toward the exit tunnel, his steps no longer the measured stride of an icy prince, but something more human, more uncertain. He paused as he passed Izuku. He didn't look at him, but his voice was low. For Izuku's ears only. Thank you. And I'm sorry. You deserved a real fight. Then he was gone, leaving Izuku standing alone in the center of a half-frozen, half-thawed ring, the winner by forfeit. The boy who had talked down Winter. The buzzer sounded, the official announcement a formality over the crowd's bewildered noise. Winner by forfeit, Izuku Midoriya. Izuku didn't move. He couldn't. The cold had seeped too deep. The adrenaline was gone, leaving a void of utter, total depletion. He'd won. He was in the finals. He had just done something no one had ever done. He'd gotten Shoto Todoroki to use his fire, and then to walk away. But it didn't feel like a victory. It felt like he'd performed surgery on someone's soul in the middle of a boxing match. He felt hollow, used up, and profoundly sad. The medical bots zoomed out, their scanners beeping over his hypothermic body and his twisted ankle. They offered a stabilizing spray and a thermal blanket. He numbly accepted. As they helped him limp off the stage, the crowd's confusion slowly turning into a wave of speculative chatter and newfound, intense fascination, Izuku looked up at the bracket on the giant screen. His name was in the final round. He would be fighting for the championship. Against either Itsuka Kendo or the Vine user, Shiozaki. He had maybe 30 minutes to recover, to find some scrap of strength, to somehow mend his body and his spent quirk, to become something resembling a fighter again. He stumbled into the recovery area, which was now just a quiet, tense space for the final 2 contestants. Kendo was there, massaging her giant fists, looking focused and fierce. She gave him a curt, respectful nod. She'd seen his match. She knew he was broken. But she wouldn't take pity. Izuku collapsed onto a bench, the thermal blanket around his shoulders. He closed his eyes, trying to find a quiet place inside the storm of pain and exhaustion. He had reached the finals, the ultimate stage, and he had nothing left to give. The crucible was empty, the fire was out, all that remained was cold, brittle metal, and the distant, echoing cheers of a crowd waiting. NG for a show he didn't know how to perform. Chapter 28, The Empty Crucible. The silence in the finalists' waiting room was a fragile pane of glass, cracked by the distant, throbbing roar of the stadium. Izuku sat hunched on the bench, the thin thermal blanket doing little to chase the deep, marrow-deep chill left by Todoroki's ice. His ankle was a swollen, angry knot of pain beneath a quick hardening support cast from the medbot. Every breath felt like shards of ice scraping his lungs. The adolescent pack was a dead, cold weight on his back, its aggressive hum silenced, its power cells utterly drained. Hatsune would need a miracle, and a power plant, to get it running again. Across the small room, Itsuka Kendo stood by a monitor, rewatching clips of her own matches with a critical eye. She was a study in focused readiness. Her giant fists, currently normal-sized, were flexing and relaxing rhythmically. She was bruised, breathing deeply, but she looked whole. Solid. She had won her semi-final against the Vine user Shiozaki with a brutal, close-quarters exchange, outlasting and outpunching the defensive plant growth. She was a martial artist, a brawler with a straightforward, powerful quirk. She didn't have mysteries or tragic backstories. She had fists, and the will to use them. She glanced over at Izuku, her expression unreadable. There was no pity there, but a clear, professional assessment. She saw a broken opponent, a problem to be solved efficiently. Izuku knew what she saw. He felt it. The crucible inside him wasn't just quiet, it was empty. The 2 echoes, the cold sludge, the hot spark, were there, but faint, like the afterimage of a bright light. He could barely sense them. Trying to call on them felt like trying to lift a mountain with a spoon. His body was a drained battery. His mind was fogged with pain and exhaustion. He was in the finals of the UA Sports Festival. And he had nothing. The door hissed open. Not Hatsune with a new invention. Not Recovery Girl with a magical kiss. She was likely overwhelmed with more critical injuries from earlier matches. It was All Might. in his true, skeletal form. He moved with a quiet urgency, his sunken eyes sweeping the room before landing on Izuku. He gave Kendo a brief, respectful nod, which she returned, then crossed to Izuku's bench and sat beside him. "Young Midoriya," he said, his voice a low, raspy whisper meant only for him. "I can't," Izuku whispered back, the words a confession of absolute failure. "I have nothing left. I can't even feel my quirk." "I know," All Might said, his hand coming to rest on Izuku's shoulder. It was bony, but the grip was firm, grounding. "I saw what you did out there with young Todoroki. That was not a battle of quirks. That was a battle of wills. Of ideas. You won a victory far greater than any tournament match." "It doesn't matter," Izuku said, a hot tear of frustration mixing with the cold tracks on his face. "She's out there, Kendo. She's strong, she's ready. And I can't even stand without my ankle screaming." He looked at All Might, desperation in his eyes. "What do I do? I can't forfeit. Not after all of this." "You won't forfeit," All Might said, his voice gaining a steel core. "You will walk out there. You will stand in that ring. Because that is what a hero does. They stand up, even when they have nothing left to give." He leaned closer. "Listen to me. Your body is broken. Your quirk is exhausted. But your crucible, it is not your quirk." Izuku looked at him, confused. "The crucible is you asterisk," All Might said, his blue eyes blazing with intensity. "It is your mind, your heart, your will to understand, to adapt, to forge solutions asterisk when none seem to exist. You have spent 10 months training your body and your power, but your greatest strength has always been here." He tapped a bony finger against Izuku's temple. "And here." He moved the finger to tap over Izuku's heart. "I don't understand." "You don't have to," All Might said. "You just have to remember. Remember the beach, the container you didn't move, you understood. The zero-pointer you didn't fight, you redirected. Bakugo's power you didn't copy, you conversed with. Todoroki's ice you didn't shatter, you asked it a question." He stood up, looking down at Izuku. "You do not need fire or force to win this match. You need an idea. One last, perfect idea. Look at your opponent, not with fear, with curiosity. What is her strength? What is her weakness? Not as a fighter, but as a problem to be solved." And then, he gave Izuku's shoulder a final squeeze. "Forge the solution." He left as quietly as he came, leaving Izuku alone with the echo of his words. "Look at your opponent, not with fear, with curiosity." Asterisk. Izuku turned his head, wincing at the pain in his neck, and looked at Kendo. She was shadow boxing now, her movements sharp, economical. Her quirk, big fist, allowed her to enlarge her hands. It was simple, powerful, direct. She was a close-range powerhouse with enhanced reach and crushing strength. She had no projectiles, no area effects. She had to get in close. His mind, fogged and slow, began to turn over the problem. It was a familiar exercise, like his old hero analyses, but now his own survival depended on the answer. Problem. A close combat specialist with superior strength and reach. My body is immobile, my quirk depleted. Environment. A flat, circular cement stage. Goal. Force opponent out of bounds or render unable to continue. Asterisk. Weakness. She had to touch him. She had no way to attack from a distance. She was likely confident, seeing his state, she would come straight in, no frills, to end it quickly. My assets. A broken body, a dead support rig, a mind that understood resonance, force, heat, but no energy to produce them. The empty echoes inside him. Empty. An idea, so fragile it was almost invisible, began to form. It wasn't about using his power. It was about the absence of it. About the hollow space asterisk the crucible had left behind. What if the emptiness itself could be a tool? The call for the final match came over the speaker, a cheery, booming announcement that felt like a death knell. Kendo stopped her warm-up, took a final, deep breath, and walked to the door. She glanced back at Izuku. "Good luck out there," she said, her tone professional, not unkind. Then she left. Izuku pushed himself to his feet, a groan escaping his lips. The world tilted. He grabbed the wall for support, his ankle shrieking in protest. He took the stiff, awkward brace step the medbot had shown him and began the long, painful hobble toward the tunnel. Each step was agony. Each breath was a battle. The roar of the crowd grew louder, a hungry, eager sound. They wanted a coronation, or a spectacular crash. They would get the latter. He emerged into the blinding sunlight of the stadium. The noise was a physical wall. He squinted, seeing Kendo already standing confidently in the center of the ring. She looked like a champion waiting to be crowned. He looked like a casualty of war who'd stumbled onto the wrong field. Midnight watched him with concern as he painfully made his way to his starting position. Leaning heavily on his good leg. The cement was cold under his single bare foot. He'd lost a shoe somewhere. The adolescent pack hung uselessly, a piece of dead tech. Final match, Midnight announced, her voice struggling against the crowd's din. Itsuka Kendo vs Izuku Midoriya. Contestants ready. Kendo raised her enlarged fists, falling into a classic boxing stance. Ready. Izuku just nodded, his face pale, sweat beading on his brow from the effort of standing. Begin. Kendo didn't rush. She advanced with measured, confident steps, her giant fists held high. She was giving him a chance to do something, to show one last trick. It was almost merciful. Izuku didn't move. He couldn't. He just stood there, swaying slightly, his eyes fixed on her. At 10 meters, she paused. You're not going to even try. She called out. I am trying, Izuku rasped, his voice barely audible. I'm listening. Listening to what? To the silence. Kendo's brow furrowed in confusion. Then she shrugged. If he wanted to be philosophical about his defeat, that was his business. She moved in for the finish. She took 2 more steps, then lunged, a straight, pow. A full jab with her enlarged right fist aimed at his chest, a blow meant to knock the wind out of him and push him over the boundary behind him. Izuku didn't dodge. He couldn't. Instead, as her fist came toward him, he did the only thing he could. He focused every shred of his remaining will, not on his quirk, but on the empty space inside him where his quirk lived. The hollow core of the crucible. He didn't try to fill it. He widened it. He imagined it not as a void, but as a lens made of absence. A focal point for nothing. And he aimed that focal point, that lens of absolute, resonant emptiness, directly at Kendo's incoming fist. He had no power to give, so he asked for some. He asked the air displaced by her punch, the kinetic energy of her movement, the very intent of her attack, to resonate with the hollow space inside him. It was a desperate, insane plea to physics and metaphysics. Kendo's fist connected, but it didn't hit Izuku. It hit the lens of emptiness he had forged from his own depleted spirit. The effect was invisible, silent, and profound. The force of her punch didn't transfer into his body. It was absorbed, not by a barrier, but by the resonant vacuum of his hollow core. The energy, the motion, the impact, flowed into him, into the empty space that was perfectly tuned to receive it. For a split second, Kendo's fist stopped dead in the air, an inch from Izuku's sternum. As if embedded in clear, solid jelly. Her eyes went wide with shock. Then the energy, having nowhere else to go, having been accepted by the crucible's emptiness, did what energy does. It sought equilibrium. It echoed back out, but not as a punch. The crucible didn't understand punch. It understood resonance, frequency. The absorbed kinetic energy was translated, filtered through the hollow core's understanding of vibration and force, and emitted back outward as a sharp, concussive wave of pure, shapeless force. Thump. A sound like a giant bass drum being struck echoed across the stadium. A visible ripple of distorted air exploded outward from the point of Kendo's arrested fist. The wave hit Kendo full in the chest. It didn't hurt her. It wasn't an attack. It was a push. A massive, concussive shove of reflected kinetic energy. She was flung backward as if yanked by a giant's hand. Her feet left the ground. She sailed through the air, her arms flailing. A look of utter bewilderment on her face. She landed hard on her back, skidding across the cement, and came to a stop with her shoulders and head over the white boundary line. Silence. Then, the buzzer. Out of bounds. Winner, and sports festival champion. Izuku Midoriya. The roar that followed was delayed, confused, then absolutely deafening. No one understood what they had just seen. The broken boy hadn't moved, hadn't fought back. He just stood there, and his opponent had flown away as if she'd punched a trampoline made of pure reaction. Izuku didn't hear it. The moment the energy left him, the lens of emptiness collapsed. The hollow core, having served its final, desperate purpose, seemed to sigh and settle into true, final quiet. He had nothing left, not even the emptiness. His eyes rolled back in his head. His body, held upright only by sheer will and the bizarre quantum mechanics of his last stunt, finally surrendered. He crumpled to tea. He cement like a puppet with its strings cut, unconscious before he hit the ground. The celebration, the confusion, the crowning of an unlikely, broken champion, it all happened in a blur of noise and light that Izuku Midoriya did not see or hear. He had forged a victory from nothing, from the empty heart of his own power, and in doing so, he had emptied himself completely. The crucible had held, but the smith had finally fallen beside his anvil, his work done. Chapter 29. The champion's silence. Consciousness returned in fragments, like pieces of a shattered mirror reflecting a world of soft light and muted sound. First, the smell, antiseptic clean, a faint hint of herbs, the sterile scent of a place for healing. Then, sensation, a deep, pervasive ache that seemed to live in the marrow of his bones. And a blessed lack of the sharp, screaming pain from his ankle. He was wrapped in something warm. A blanket, a bed. He opened his eyes. The ceiling of the UA infirmary swam into focus, familiar and comforting in its plain white tiles. The light from the window was the soft, liquid gold of late afternoon. The sports festival was over. He tried to move, and a groan escaped his lips. "Ah, you're awake. Don't try to sit up just yet." Recovery girl bustled into his field of vision, her small form a whirl of efficient motion. She tapped his forehead with her signature kiss, and a fresh wave of cellular exhaustion washed over him, followed by a deeper, soothing warmth. Hypothermia, severe quirk exhaustion, a grade 2 ankle sprain, multiple contusions, and mild concussion, she listed, clicking her tongue. "You are a walking medical textbook of what not to do, young man. But also, a champion." The last word was said with a gentle, approving smile. Champion. The word felt alien, disconnected from the broken boy in the bed. He remembered the final moment, Kendo's fist stopping dead, the silent thump asterisk, her flying backward. He remembered falling. After that, nothing. How? He rasped, his throat dry. "How did you win?" Recovery girl finished, handing him a cup of water with a straw. "By being too stubborn to know when you're beaten, from what I saw on the monitors. And by using your head when your body had nothing left to give. A very All Might-like trait, if you ask me." She winked. "Now, drink. You have visitors, but only for a few minutes." She shuffled out, and the door opened again. His mother was the first through, her face a mosaic of worry, pride, and tears held stubbornly at bay. She rushed to his bedside, her hands fluttering, wanting to hug him but afraid to hurt him. "Izuku, my boy, I'm okay, Mom," he whispered, giving her the best smile he could muster. You were magnificent," she said, her voice breaking. "So brave." Behind her, Toshinori Yagi slipped in, looking even more gaunt than usual, shadows like bruises under his eyes. But his smile was genuine, a sun breaking through storm clouds. "Young Midoriya," he said, his voice a warm rasp. "You did it." "I don't really remember doing it," Izuku admitted. "That's often the way with the best victories," Toshinori said. He moved closer, his expression growing serious. "What you did in that final moment, I have never seen a quirk used in such a way. It wasn't an application of power. It was an application of principle. The principle of the crucible. You didn't use what you had. You used what you were." He placed a hand on Izuku's shoulder. The world saw that. They saw a hero who wins not by being the strongest, but by being the last one standing, by being the smartest person in the ring. The words were a balm. But a question, cold and sharp, rose in Izuku's mind. "Todoroki, he's fine," Toshinori said, understanding. "Physically, he left the stadium after his forfeit. Endeavor was displeased, from what I hear. But young Todoroki made a choice. You helped him see he had one to make. That is a greater gift than any trophy." There was a soft knock at the door. Uraraka and Ida peeked in, their faces bright with excitement they tried to temper for the infirmary setting. "Midoriya, congratulations," Uraraka whispered loudly, beaming. "A stunning, if unorthodox, victory," Ida added, his voice hushed but no less intense. Your final defensive maneuver redefined reactive combat. They didn't stay long, respecting Recovery Girl's orders. But their visit was a burst of normalcy, of friendship, that grounded him. After they left, the room was quiet again. The gold light of afternoon faded into the deep blue of twilight. Izuku lay there, staring at the ceiling, the reality of it all slowly seeping in. He'd won the UA Sports Festival. He, Izuku Midoriya, the quirkless boy, the thief of powers, was the champion. The door opened one last time. It wasn't a friend or a teacher. It was Katsuki Bakugo. He stood in the doorway, still in his gym clothes, his arms crossed. He looked tired. The furious energy that usually crackled around him was absent, replaced by a simmering, sullen stillness. He didn't enter fully, just leaned against the doorframe, his crimson eyes fixed on Izuku. No one spoke for a long moment. The silence was thick, charged with the ghosts of every explosion, every taunt, every moment of hatred and stolen fire. Finally, Bakugo broke it. "They're calling it a fluke," he said, his voice flat. "The analysts on TV. They don't get what you did. They think Kendo tripped or you got a lucky shockwave from your broken gear." Izuku just watched him, waiting. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. "It wasn't a fluke." He said it like it was an accusation. "You didn't beat her. You didn't even fight her. You did that thing you do. That understanding thing." He uncrossed his arms, shoving his hands in his pockets. "You turned her own attack against her. Just like you did with me. Just like you did with Icy Hot." He took a step into the room, his voice dropping. "You don't win fights, Deku. You end them, by making 'em not worth fighting anymore." Quote. It was the most acute analysis anyone had given of his victory. It was also, in Bakugo's mouth, the highest compliment he was capable of giving. "I didn't beat you either, Kaken," Izuku said quietly. "Not really." Bakugo's lip curled. "Don't. I lost. You won. That's the score." He looked away, out the darkening window. "But it's not the last score. You hear me? This changes nothing. You're still a shitty nerd with a stolen quirk. And I'm still gonna be the #1 hero." He looked back, and the old fire was there, banked but burning. "But now I know what I'm up against. So you better not get lazy. You better keep forging your little toys and thinking your stupid thoughts. Because the next time we fight, I'll be ready for your conversations." He didn't wait for a response. He turned and left, the door swinging shut softly behind him, leaving Izuku alone with the echo of a promise that sounded, for the first time, like a form of respect. Izuku lay back, a strange peace settling over him. The war wasn't over, but the terms had changed. Asterisk. The award ceremony the next day was a surreal dream. Izuku stood on the highest podium in the center of the stadium. Now empty of crowds but filled with the solemn presence of the UA faculty and the other finalists. The sun was high and bright. His body still ached, but he could stand, thanks to Recovery Girl. He wore a fresh uniform. On the podium to his right stood a subdued but calm Shoto Todoroki, who accepted his second-place medal with a quiet nod. On his left, Itsuka Kendo, wearing a sporting smile that didn't quite reach her slightly bewildered eyes, took third. Principal Nezu presented the medals. When he placed the heavy gold disc around Izuku's neck, the tiny Mama L's black eyes gleamed with intelligence. "A most fascinating display, Midoriya," he chirped. "You have reminded us all that the most powerful tool a hero possesses is the one between their ears. Well done." As the ceremony concluded and the students began to disperse, All Might, in his full, powered form for the public, lingered. He gave a booming, final speech to the press, then made his way over to the podium. "Young Midoriya," he said, placing a massive hand on his shoulder. "A word before you go." They walked a short distance away, onto the empty infield grass. All Might's form held for a few more seconds before the familiar steam hissed, and he shrank into Toshinori. "The offers will start coming tomorrow," Toshinori said without preamble, his voice weary but satisfied. "Every major hero agency in the country saw you. They saw a versatile, intelligent, resilient young hero with a unique and powerful quirk. They will want you for internships. You will have your pick." It was everything he'd ever wanted. "And yet, I don't know if I'm ready," Izuku confessed. "You're not," Toshinori agreed bluntly. "But you will never be ready if you don't take the next step. This is it, young Midoriya. The path is open. You are no longer a hopeful student. You are a rising star, with all the attention, and all the danger, that entails. The silencer, the threat in the shadows All Might had warned him about. Winning the festival hadn't made that go away. It had likely made it worse. I'll be careful, Izuku said. You must be more than careful, Toshinori said, his gaze intense. You must be brilliant. You must continue to grow. To master your crucible so completely that no one, hero or villain, can ever predict what you will do next. He smiled, a tired, proud expression. You have the heart of a champion. Now you must build the mind, and the will, of a symbol. The weight of the medal around his neck felt suddenly heavier, imbued with meaning far beyond a school competition. They walked back towards the school building. At the entrance, Toshinori paused. I must go. My time is short today. But I will see you soon. We have much to discuss about your future. He gave a final thumbs up. A ghost of his public persona. Get some rest, champion. Izuku watched him go, then turned and made his way slowly to the locker room to change. The halls of UA were quiet, the usual frenzy replaced by the post-festival lull. As he approached his locker, he saw a small, folded piece of paper taped to it. No name. He peeled it off and opened it. Inside was a simple, printed message. *WE saw your performance. The Crucible is an interesting power. We would like to learn more. Expect an invitation. There was no signature, only a small, stylized emblem at the bottom, a bird with its wings spread. Enclosed in a shield. It wasn't a hero agency logo. He didn't recognize it. A cold prickle, different from Todoroki's ice, traced its way down his spine. This wasn't an offer. It was a summons. And it felt nothing like the future he'd dreamed of. He folded the note and tucked it deep into his pocket, the gold medal feeling suddenly cold against his chest. The festival was over. The celebration was finished. His victory had opened a door. And now, something from the shadows was waiting on the other side. Chapter 30. The Unseen Anvil. The days following the sports festival were a strange, suspended reality. Izuku moved through them in a haze of muted celebration and gathering unease. The gold medal sat in a drawer in his room, a tangible, impossible weight. His face was on news sites and hero blogs, sometimes next to flattering headlines like, The Strategic Champion. And sometimes next to speculative, wary ones, Midoriya's mystery quirk, power copy or something more. Class 1A treated him with a new, cautious reverence. He was no longer just a classmate. He was proof that any of them could rise to the top. Even Mineta stopped making snide comments. Though he started asking for champion's advice on picking up girls, which was somehow worse. Bakugo's Cold War had thawed into a state of armed neutrality. He didn't acknowledge Izuku unless forced to during training. But the homicidal glares had been replaced by laser-focused scrutiny. Every move Izuku made in class combat drills was watched, analyzed, filed away. Bakugo was rebuilding his entire understanding of his rival from the ground up, brick by furious brick. Todoroki was absent, not physically, but mentally. He sat through classes, performed drills with his usual formidable, icy efficiency. But he was distant. The fire Izuku had glimpsed was locked away again, but the door to that inner room seemed to have been left slightly ajar. Once, after a particularly brutal session where Aizawa had them running quirk-suppressed obstacle courses, Todoroki had paused beside Izuku at the water fountain. The offers have started, Todoroki had said, not looking at him. Endeavor's agency sent one. As expected. Are you going to accept? Izuku asked. Todoroki was silent for a long moment, watching the water swirl down the drain. I don't know, he said finally, and walked away. It was the most uncertain thing Izuku had ever heard him say. And then there was the note. The paper with the bird in shield emblem was a live coal in his pocket. He'd shown it to no one. Not his mother, not Uraraka, not even All Might. He didn't know why. Her instinct, deep and primal, told him that speaking it aloud would make it more real. That this was a secret he had to carry alone, for now. He'd searched every hero database, every public symbol registry he could find. Nothing matched the emblem. It was a ghost. The invitation came not through the mail, or a phone call, but through his school computer. 3 days after the festival, As he was researching internship agencies, the flood of offers was real. From Gran Torino to the Wild Wild Pussycats, a chat window popped up on the side of his screen. Bypassing the school's firewall entirely. No username, just a blinking cursor. Asterisk, do not be alarmed. This line is secure. We are impressed with your performance at the festival. Your crucible exhibits unique adaptive properties we wish to study for the betterment of global security. We can provide resources, training, and understanding no hero academy can offer. We are the Aegis Institute. Meet us. Tomorrow. 2100 hours. Coordinates attached. Come alone. Asterisk. A file automatically downloaded. A set of map coordinates, pinpointing a location in the industrial district on the far side of Musutafu. An old, decommissioned shipping warehouse. Below the message, the same bird and shield emblem. His heart hammered against his ribs. This was it, the shadow stepping into the light, or inviting him into the dark, for the betterment of global security. It sounded noble, official, but nothing official worked like this, through anonymous chats and clandestine meetings in abandoned warehouses. He thought of All Might's warning about the silencer, about groups that would covet or fear his power. Was Aegis one of them? Or were they something else? A government black ops team? A secret society of quirk scholars? The analyst in him was fascinated. The boy who had been attacked by a sludge villain and hunted by his childhood friend was terrified. He didn't sleep that night. He lay in bed, staring at the ceiling, the coordinates burning in his mind. He could ignore it, delete the file, report the chat intrusion to Izuku or Nezu. Let the adults handle the shadow. But a deeper part of him, the part that had run towards a zero-pointer and faced down Todoroki's glacier, needed to know. If this was a threat, he needed to see its face. If it was an opportunity, could he afford to ignore it? Understanding his own power was his life's work now. What if they could help? By sunrise, he had made his decision. He wouldn't go unprepared, and he wouldn't go completely alone. That afternoon, he went to the support lab. Hatsume was, as usual, surrounded by half-dismantled machinery and the smell of ozone. Hatsume, he said, his voice more firm than he felt. I need something, not for school, for field work, covert, a recorder, undetectable, and a panic button, something that can't be blocked or scrambled. Hatsume's pink eyes gleamed behind her goggles. Ooh, intrigue, is this champion business, off the books heroics? She didn't wait for an answer, already rummaging through a bin. I have just the thing. The infiltrator number 12, a subcutaneous microtransmitter. It goes under the skin. Broadcasts on a scrambled frequency only my receiver can pick up. Audio and biometrics. And the panic button is a molar cap. Bite down hard twice and it sends a distress pulse with your GPS. It was invasive and extreme. And exactly what he needed. Can you install it? Today. Can I? Watch me. An hour later, with a numb patch on his forearm where the tiny device had been injected and a strange hard cap on one of his back molars, Izuku felt marginally less like a lamb walking to slaughter. He had a link to the outside world. A thread back to safety. He didn't tell All Might. The hero was too burdened, too watched. He needed someone sharp, pragmatic, and unflappable. After the final bell, he found Shota Izawa grading papers in the nearly empty teacher's lounge. Sensei, Izuku said, closing the door behind him. Izawa didn't look up. If this is about your internship choices, the decision forms aren't due until Friday. It's not that. Izuku took a deep breath. He pulled the folded note with the emblem from his pocket and laid it on the desk beside Izawa's grading pen. Then he explained, in a low, quick voice, about the chat message, the coordinates. The name, Aegis Institute. Izawa's tired eyes flicked from the note to Izuku's face. The usual apathy was gone, replaced by a sharp, dangerous focus. He picked up the note, studied the emblem, then looked back at Izuku. You're going. It wasn't a question. I have to know, Izuku said. I have a transmitter. Hatsume made it. It's live. You can track me, hear everything. Izawa was silent for a long moment. His fingers steepled. This is reckless, stupid, the kind of decision that gets students killed or disappeared. He leaned forward, his voice a low growl. It is also, unfortunately, the kind of initiative a hero sometimes needs to show. The world isn't all brightly lit stadiums and rules. He sighed, the sound full of profound weariness. I will monitor the feed. I will have backup standing by. But if this goes wrong, Midoriya, if they have any kind of signal dampener or if they move you too fast, you will be on your own. Do you understand? Yes, Sensei. Then go. And for God's sake, be careful. Asterisk. The industrial district at night was a skeleton of a place. Hollowed-out factories stood like tombs, their windows busted eyes reflecting the sickly yellow of distant security lights. The air smelled of rust, stale oil, and decay. The coordinates led him to a vast, single-story warehouse at the end of a dead-end street, its corrugated metal doors shut tight. It was 8:58 p.m. Izuku stood across the street, hidden in the shadow of a chain-link fence. He wore dark, nondescript clothes, the adolescent pack, freshly charged by Hatsume, a comforting, humming presence on his back. The tiny transmitter under his skin felt like a brand. This is it. Asterisk. He crossed the empty street, the sound of his footsteps echoing too loudly in the silence. He found a small personnel door set into the larger bay doors. It was unlocked. He pushed it open and stepped inside. The interior was not what he expected. It wasn't dusty and abandoned. It was clean, brightly lit by overhead fluorescents, and starkly empty save for a few pieces of modern, minimalist furniture in the center, a metal table, 2 chairs. It looked like an interrogation room from a spy film. Standing beside the table was a woman. She was tall and severe, dressed in a crisp, gray pantsuit, her dark hair pulled back in a tight bun. She had sharp features and eyes the color of flint. She looked like a lawyer, or a high-ranking corporate executive. Not a villain, not obviously a hero. Izuku Midoriya, she said, her voice cool, professional. Thank you for coming. Please, sit. He didn't move. Who are you? What is Aegis? We are a privately funded research and security initiative, she said, gesturing to the chair. Our mandate is the study and management of anomalous key phenomena for the stability of society. Your crucible qualifies. Management? Izuku asked, his guard up. Understanding leads to control. Control leads to safety. She smiled, a thin, practiced curve of her lips. Your power is one of infinite potential. And infinite danger. You have shown admirable restraint under UA's guidance. But UA is a public institution, bound by laws and optics. We are not. We can offer you the freedom to explore the true depths of your ability. To learn its origins, its limits, and how to safely expand them. Expand them. The words were a hook, baited with everything he'd ever wanted. To understand. To master. To be more than a thief. At what cost? He asked. Your cooperation, your discretion, and periodic assessments, blood work, scans, to track your development. Her flinty eyes held his. In return, you receive our full resources, advanced training facilities, theoretical research from the world's leading metabiologists, and protection. Protection from what? From those who would see you as a weapon, or a specimen. She leaned forward slightly. You have heard, perhaps, of the individual known as the Silencer. Izuku's blood went cold. He gave a slight, involuntary nod. He is one data point in a larger, troubling pattern. There are individuals and organizations that seek to curate, weaponize, or eliminate unique quirks. Your public display has made you visible to them. We can make you invisible. Or, should the need arise, we can make you a shield against them. It was all so smooth, so logical, so terrifying. And if I say no? Izuku asked, his voice steady despite the chill in his veins. The woman's smile didn't waver. Then you leave, and we never speak again. But you will be unaffiliated, unprotected, a bright, curious flame in a very dark wood. She spread her hands. The choice is yours. But we urge you to consider the future, not just as a hero, but as a living piece of quirk evolution. She placed a sleek, black tablet on the table and slid it toward him. On its screen was a digital contract. Terms of cooperation, non-disclosure agreements, lists of proposed benefits. It was all there, in writing. It looked legitimate. It sounded like a dream. He thought of All Might, of Aizawa waiting in the shadows, of Bakugo's relentless drive, of Todoroki's frozen conflict, of the hollow, hungry space inside him that was always listening for a new echo. This offer was a new kind of echo. An echo of power, of knowledge, of a path that was clean, controlled, and hidden from the world. He reached for the tablet. His fingers hovered over it. Then he stopped. He thought of the beach. The sand he had moved with his own hands. The container he had understood. The victory he had forged from emptiness. That was his path. Messy, public, difficult, earned. This was a shortcut. A deal with a devil in a gray pantsuit. He looked up at the woman. My power is my own, he said, repeating Todoroki's words with new conviction. My path is my own. I don't need your protection. Or your invisible cage. The woman's pleasant mask slipped for a fraction of a second. A flicker of cold disappointment, then a glacial calculation. A shame, truly. You have potential we haven't seen in decades. She straightened up. The door is behind you. You may leave. He turned and walked back toward the door, every nerve screaming that this was too easy. He expected a trap, a hand on his shoulder, a dart in his neck. Nothing happened. He pushed open the personnel door and stepped back into the cool night air. He half ran, half walked down the dead-end street, not looking back until he was 2 blocks away, hidden in the labyrinth of empty lots. He leaned against a rusted dumpster, his heart pounding. He'd done it. He'd walked away. A voice, synthesized and genderless, spoke directly into his ear from the subcutaneous transmitter. Izuku, good call. Get to the extraction point. Now. Asterisk. He moved, following the GPS Hatsum had given him that led to a nondescript van parked 3 blocks over. As he ran, he replayed the conversation. A bright, curious flame in a very dark wood. It wasn't a threat. It was a prophecy. He reached the van. The side door slid open. Izuku was inside, along with Hatsum, who was hunched over a bank of glowing monitors. Get in, Izuku grunted. Izuku climbed in, the door slamming shut. The van pulled away silently. Well, Izuku asked. I said no. Izuku's mouth twitched in what might have been approval. Wise. Their emblem pinged a flag in a confidential database. Aegis isn't a government agency. It's a shell corporation. Funding trail leads back through several layers to an entity called All for One Investments. The name meant nothing to Izuku, but Izuku's grim tone told him everything. They're not interested in studying you for science, Izuku said, his eyes glowing faint red in the dark van. They're interested in cataloging you. For a collection. The silencer, the power thief. Was Aegis the other side of that same dark coin? Collectors instead of destroyers. They'll try again, Izuku said, the certainty settling in his stomach like a stone. Undoubtedly, Izuku agreed, but now you know their face. And they know you're not an easy mark. That matters. The van drove through the sleeping city, back toward the lights of the safer districts. Izuku looked out the window, the sterile warehouse and the woman's flinty eyes already receding into a nightmare. He had won the festival. He had faced his rivals. He had turned down a deal with a shadow. The crucible had been tested in fire, ice, and now in darkness. It had held, but the forge of his life was no longer just a beach, or a school. It was the entire world, with all its gleaming stages and its very dark woods. He touched the hard cap on his molar, the tiny device under his skin. He had allies. He had a path, hard and bright and his own. The van turned onto his street. The warm, yellow light of his apartment window was visible at the end of the block. He was home. For now, the tournament was over. The real battle had just begun. And Izuku Midoriya, champion and crucible, was ready to face whatever fire, ice, or shadow came next. He had the tools. He had the heart. And he was just getting started. The end.